Chapter 872. You can't even withstand a single blow. Jiang Chen simply left these 4 words and slowly kept his heavenly saint's sword. He turned around and left, disappearing from the sky, leaving the crowd dumbfounded. Jiang Chen had left, but the silence in the beginning had turned into an uproar. Everyone was looking at desolate Liang, who was cut in half by Jiang Chen. Some of them rubbed their eyes hard, unable to accept that this was real. It was like a dream. Especially those who were confident that desolate Liang could kill Jiang Chen. When they saw the result, their jaws dropped to the ground. The same went for the others. In many people's opinion, this was destined to be an earth-shattering battle. Even if Jiang Chen had the chance to win, he would at least need to put up a fight. Who would have thought that desolate Liang would be killed by Jiang Chen in an instant? He didn't even have the chance to resist. Although desolate Liang didn't use his most powerful trump card, it also showed how powerful Jiang Chen was. The 30th genius on the sky ranking didn't even have the chance to use his trump card in front of Jiang Chen. This was simply a kind of irony and tragedy. So strong. Some people exclaimed, having a new view of Jiang Chen. Too awesome. He killed the genius of desolate family with a single sword strike and left without leaving any trace behind. This is the true definition of awesome. He is truly awesome. A 6th grade minor saint could kill a 9th grade minor saint genius in an instant. Although I didn't see the earth-shattering battle, this battle is even more exciting. This Jiang Chen really lives up to his reputation. It seems like only the half-step great saint geniuses of the younger generation can deal with him. Didn't you see? Jiang Chen didn't even humiliate desolate Liang. He killed him directly. This means that he didn't put someone like desolate Liang in his eyes. This is the first battle between Jiang Chen and a genius of the sky ranking. He has displayed his qi. Everyone was astonished. Everyone was thinking about Jiang Chen's sword just now. It was so unfathomable that even the Shao clan's genius couldn't block it. Some people rushed over in high spirits, but the battle was already over. When they found out the result, they were also extremely shocked. Soon, the news of Jiang Chen killing Shao Liang spread throughout the Pure Land. Now, any topic related to Jiang Chen would cause a commotion. Not to mention, this was the first battle. Shao Liang's death shocked all the geniuses of the Pure Land. It made those geniuses from the 5 major clans stop their thoughts of challenging Jiang Chen. They measured the gap between their strength and Shao Liang's. They were absolutely sure that they would die if they were to face Jiang Chen. Even those who were ranked higher than Shao Liang on the sky list didn't dare to challenge Jiang Chen. This was because even they didn't have the means to kill Shao Liang. They couldn't even kill Shao Liang. Now it seems that only those super monstrous geniuses in the top 10 of the sky list can deal with Jiang Chen. Yes, but such monstrous geniuses rarely appear. Some of them are in closed-door training to attack the great sage realm. Some of them are out adventuring. I don't know where they went. Let's wait and see. Shao Liang's death will certainly alarm those monstrous geniuses. The geniuses of the 5 major clans will certainly take action to deal with Jiang Chen. This is related to the reputation of their major clans and the reputation of the Pure Land's geniuses. I believe that it won't be long before someone appears to deal with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was being discussed everywhere. Everyone was talking about Jiang Chen. Many people predicted that those super geniuses who were either in closed-door training or adventuring outside would appear in the next few days. At that time, it would be truly lively. Jiang Chen was able to kill Shao Liang, but he was certainly not a match for those who were in the top 10 of the sky list. Many experts of the demon race were also paying attention to the process of Jiang Chen killing Shao Liang, especially Lang Xingtian, Peacock King, and Heavenly Leopard King. After all, they had only heard about the incident in Void Triangular Domain. They had never seen Jiang Chen in action. But this time, they saw it with their own eyes. It was the first time that they had seen such a terrifying young man. Lang Xingtian and Peacock King greatly praised Jiang Chen. They were almost sure that the Pure Land would not be peaceful because of this young man. However, Jiang Chen didn't care about these things. He just continued his closed-door training. In the next 2 days, no geniuses of the Pure Land came to challenge him. From this, it could be seen that Shao Liang's death had rung an alarm bell for many people. After weighing their own strength, they chose not to make a move. Now, they were waiting for those monstrous geniuses on the sky list to make a move. Today was the most important day of the year in the demon race. Many of the young geniuses would enter the suspended tower to look for opportunities. Early in the morning, Golden Lion King arrived at the courtyard. Coincidentally, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had also come out from their closed-door training. Although Jiang Chen's cultivation didn't make any progress, his essence, qi, and spirit were much more vigorous than before. He had used 3 days to completely stabilize his cultivation. De Huang Dog's transformation was huge. His cultivation had reached the peak of 6th grade minor demon saint. He was only 1 step away from 7th grade minor demon saint. Such progress was very fast. With his current strength, an ordinary 7th grade minor saint was no match for him. He could even deal with an 8th grade minor saint. If he used his forbidden divine ability, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill an 8th grade minor saint. De Huang, I didn't expect you to make such progress in just 3 days. You are indeed not simple. Peacock King asked me to bring you to the suspended tower. Golden Lion King said. All right, let's go. De Huang Dog's face was relaxed and casual. There wasn't any trace of nervousness on his face. Lion King, can you tell me more about the situation inside the suspended tower? Jiang Chen asked while walking. The suspended tower has existed since the ancient times. To the demon race, it is basically a sacred existence. It is basically the religion of the demon race. The suspended tower opens once every year. There isn't any dangerous place inside, only opportunities. However, there aren't many of them. There are inheritances left behind by the ancient experts, but those who can obtain them are very few. Every year, there are many young disciples who enter the suspended tower to search for opportunities, but those who can obtain the benefits are less than 1 in 100. As for the inheritances left behind by the ancient experts, they are extremely rare. Golden Lion King paused for a moment and continued. Moreover, no one has ever been able to enter the 9th floor of the suspended tower. It is said that the door to the 9th floor is only opened for those who have great luck. Not only that, in the past 10 years, the 8th floor has only been opened once. It was opened by the son of Peacock King, Kong Yang. Kong Yang had obtained the inheritance of an ancient expert of the demon race. After that, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Now, he is ranked 3rd in the sky ranking. Kong Yu's brother, why haven't we seen him before? De Huang Dog asked. Kong Yang has been training outside all year round and rarely comes back. He is looking for an opportunity to break through to the Great Saint realm. You have just arrived at the demon race not long ago. Naturally, you have not seen Kong Yang before. Golden Lion King said. So, there is no danger in entering the suspended tower. Jiang Chen said. In theory that is the case. However, the demon race is not peaceful now. The heavenly wolf and heavenly leopard bloodlines seem to be fine on the surface, but they are constantly fighting in the dark, especially the younger generation. In the past, there were often situations where they fought in the suspended tower to snatch benefits. Therefore, Peacock King specially instructed De Huang to be careful. This time, entering the suspended tower, all eyes were basically on De Huang. I am afraid that entering the suspended tower will not be peaceful. In order to stop De Huang, the Heavenly Leopard King will definitely find a way to deal with De Huang in the suspended tower. If something happens in the suspended tower, even the Patriarch and Peacock King would not be able to help him. Golden Lion King said. Could it be that the Heavenly Leopard King can enter the suspended tower? Jiang Chen frowned. The Heavenly Leopard King naturally has no way to enter, but the monstrous geniuses of the Heavenly Leopard bloodline can enter. Leopard Way of the Heavenly Leopard bloodline is the 2nd greatest genius of the demon race. Now, he is already a half-step great saint. Because of his battle with Xiao Ming of the Xiao clan, he was slightly inferior, so he is ranked 11th on the sky list. Xiao Ming is ranked 10th. According to the rules of the suspended tower, as long as one is not a great saint, he is qualified to enter. If Leopard Way wants to attack De Huang, the consequences will be unimaginable. Golden Lion King shook his head. Thinking of Leopard Way gave him a headache. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly flashed with 2 rays of cold light. It seemed that the suspended tower this time was not as peaceful as imagined. It was almost imaginable that if De Huang entered, he would definitely be obstructed by the Heavenly Leopard bloodline. Even if the Patriarch's bloodline also entered, Kong Yang was not there. Who among the younger generation could be Leopard Way's opponent? Can I go in with you? Jiang Chen asked. No, even if the Patriarch agrees, you can't. You are not a member of the demon race. The door of the suspended tower will automatically identify your bloodline. Even if you want to enter, You will be excluded from the suspended tower. Golden Lion King shook his head. That is not necessarily true. Let's go to the suspended tower first. Jiang Chen said. He could not let De Huang Dog enter the suspended tower alone. He did not care what kind of position De Huang Dog could obtain in the demon race. He only cared about De Huang Dog's safety. The current situation was already very obvious. The demon race was not united internally. De Huang Dog entered the suspended tower, seemingly to look for opportunities like other disciples of the demon race, but in fact, it was a road of no return. However, the Patriarch and the Peacock King had no choice. They wanted to cultivate De Huang, so De Huang must enter the suspended tower together with them. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult for De Huang Dog to survive in the demon race in the future. Even if he had the bloodline of a divine beast, there would be people who wanted to steal his bloodline. Chapter 873. The suspended tower was located in an independent space. This space had always existed. Rather than saying that the suspended tower was attached to this space, it would be more accurate to say that this space was attached to the suspended tower. The suspended tower was just like its name. It was suspended in the air of this space. The whole tower was extremely tall and it was emitting an ancient and majestic aura. This was an ancient tower. There was no brilliance on its surface. No one knew how long it had existed. It was the supreme existence of the demon race and represented the belief of the demon race. At this moment, there were already a lot of people surrounding the ancient tower. Today was a big day for the demon race. Countless demon race people had come here. On this day, anyone of the demon race was qualified to enter this place. As long as you were a member of the demon race, you would not be restricted. Those who were closest to the ancient tower were obviously the top figures of the demon race. However, these top figures were obviously divided into two factions. The Heavenly Wolf and the Heavenly Leopard were not on good terms for a long time. When Jiang Chen and the others arrived, they saw such a situation. Under the lead of Golden Fur Lion King, they came directly to Lang Xingtian and Peacock King. De Huang Dog had the bloodline of a divine beast. He was the focus of training. Naturally, he was qualified to stand next to Lang Xingtian and Peacock King. De Huang, Jiang Chen, you are here. Lang Xingtian greeted them. Today is a big day for our demon race. It is the most important day for our demon race. How can an outsider and a human step into the sacred place of our demon race? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the opposite side. The speaker was a young man with leopard patterns all over his body. He looked very strong. There was a golden leopard pattern mark between his eyebrows. He looked very young, but his cultivation was very strong. He had already reached the half-step Great Sage realm. He was only one step away from the Great Sage realm. This man is Leopard Wei. Golden Fur Lion King transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. That's right. This is a big event for the demon race. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Get out of here. Someone next to Leopard Wei immediately echoed. The spearhead was instantly pointed at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen has given us 500 million supreme grade Zhen Yuan stones, and he is our honored guest. Plus, he is only here to visit. The suspended tower is about to open, so everyone shut up. Lang Xingtian said. His words silenced everyone, including Leopard Wei. Although he was a descendant of the Heavenly Leopard King, Lang Xingtian was still the patriarch of the demon race. He had the highest status in the demon race. In public, Lang Xingtian's words were very dignified. Provoking the patriarch's dignity was a great disrespect. Even Leopard Wei didn't dare to do so. Furthermore, with Lang Xingtian's status, it was understandable for him to invite a distinguished guest to the demon race's grand gathering. After that, Lang Xingtian took out an ancient talisman. The talisman was in the shape of a pentagon. It looked very strange and it looked like a key. In fact, this talisman that was emitting an ancient aura was the key to open the suspended tower. Lang Xingtian threw the talisman upwards. Immediately, the talisman flew to the top of the ancient tower as if it was guided by something. If one looked carefully, it was not hard to see that there was a card slot at the top of the ancient tower. The card slot was exactly the same as the talisman. When the talisman fell into the card slot, the entire suspended tower became restless. Wang wang wang. A buzzing sound rang out from within the ancient pagoda, and rays of resplendent golden light appeared. These rays of light illuminated the ancient pagoda, making it look extremely mystical, and gave it a noble aura. After that, a loud sound was heard. An illusory door appeared in the sky. It was the door that led to the inside of the ancient tower. The door had an identification function. Anyone who possessed the bloodline of the demon race could enter it. Anyone who was not a member of the demon race would be excluded. Look, the door of the suspended tower is open again. This time, I must get great benefits when I enter. That's right. This is the only chance in a year. I hope I am the lucky one. If I am lucky enough to obtain the inheritance of the Ancient Almighty, my cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds. I will reach Kong Yang's level. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Alright, stop daydreaming. Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? You are a jinx. You are not fated to be lucky. Seeing that the gate of the suspended tower had been opened, the young geniuses of the monster race were excited. To anyone, this was a great opportunity. In the past, there had been some people who had been blessed by the heavens and obtained the inheritance of the ancient monster race from the suspended tower. From then on, they had achieved a meteoric rise. Therefore, the suspended tower was a dream and a hope for many of the monster race. This time, I must enter the 8th floor and surpass Kong Yang to enter the top 10 of the sky ranking. Heavenly Leopard clenched his fists tightly. He had great hope and confidence in the suspended tower this time. Don't forget the most important thing. Heavenly Leopard King transmitted his voice to Leopard Wei. Don't worry, Great Elder. As long as that dog enters the suspended tower, I will make sure that he will never come out again. Leopard Wei sneered. Heavenly Leopard King nodded secretly. He was very confident in Leopard Wei's ability and means. Although De Huang Dog had already reached the peak of 6th grade minor demon saint, he would still die if he fought Leopard Wei. Basically, there wouldn't be any miracle. Although the conversation between Heavenly Leopard King and Leopard Wei was transmitted through divine sense, Jiang Chen could still hear it clearly. With Jiang Chen's means, even Heavenly Leopard King wouldn't be able to escape his senses if he wanted to eavesdrop. The Great Soul Derivation technique was very powerful and its senses were the best in the world. On the other side, Peacock King also noticed that something was wrong. His expression turned ugly, but he couldn't enter the suspended tower. He could only remind De Huang Dog to be more careful. De Huang, you must be extra careful when you enter the suspended tower. Patriarch, in order to prevent someone from harming De Huang, I would like to request to enter the suspended tower with De Huang. Jiang Chen spoke to Lang Xingtian all of a sudden. He didn't try to suppress his voice. Every one of them could hear it clearly. When they heard that Jiang Chen was going to enter the suspended tower together with them, it caused a commotion. Are you kidding me? He is a human and he wants to enter the suspended tower? Is he an idiot? That's right. He is an outsider and he is not qualified to participate in the demon race's grand event. Even if he can enter, he won't be able to pass the gate of the suspended tower. I think he is thinking too much. Only the demon race can enter the suspended tower. He is just a human. Voices were heard one after another. In the eyes of the demon race, Jiang Chen wanted to enter the suspended tower. It was undoubtedly a ridiculous thing. Jiang Chen, this is the suspended tower. Humans can't enter it, said Lang Xingtian. In fact, he hoped that Jiang Chen could enter the suspended tower more than anyone else. If that was the case, De Huang would be safe. He had seen Jiang Chen's strength with his own eyes. Even someone like Xiao Liang was killed by Jiang Chen in a second. As long as Jiang Chen was with De Huang, it would be unrealistic for Leopard Wei to kill De Huang Dog. Patriarch, you might not know this but my cultivation method is very special. I have absorbed a lot of demon beasts' bloodline. I have even killed a white tiger with the bloodline of a divine beast and absorbed its bloodline. Maybe I can be recognized by the suspended tower. Jiang Chen said. Chapter 874. What? This man has actually refined the bloodline of the white tiger? Damn it! When did the white tiger appear in Saint Origin World? Why didn't we know about it? The white tiger is one of the 5 divine beasts. It's superior and its bloodline is extremely powerful. If we, the demon race, obtain it, we will definitely gain endless benefits. What's more surprising is that he can refine the bloodline of a demon beast. This is unbelievable. Humans and demon race are 2 completely different races. Even if humans want to refine our demon spirit, they have to do it bit by bit. It's even more impossible to absorb the bloodline of a demon beast. It seems like the cultivation method of this brat is extremely special. So what? After all, he is a human. Even if he has absorbed the bloodline of a demon beast, it's impossible for him to pass the identification of the suspended tower. Many people were shocked that Jiang Chen had actually refined and absorbed the bloodline of the white tiger. He was really lucky. From another point of view, it was enough to prove that Jiang Chen was a man with great luck. However, in everyone's opinion, Jiang Chen had come alone after all. Even if he had refined and absorbed the bloodline of the white tiger, it was almost impossible for him to pass the identification of the suspended tower. Is that so? Lang Xingtian frowned. Patriarch, in that case, why don't we let him try and see if he can pass the identification of the suspended tower? If he can enter the tower with De Huang, it will be a great help to De Huang's safety. I remember that Jiang Chen has a transformation technique that allows him to transform into a demon beast. Peacock King said. No, those who are not from the demon race are not eligible to enter the suspended tower. A powerful 4th grade great saint beside Heavenly Leopard King said. Humph. As long as one can pass the identification of the suspended tower, he will be eligible to enter the tower. This is the rule of the suspended tower and also the rule of our ancestors. Peacock King harumphed coldly. Lang Xingtian waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to argue. He glanced at the gate of the suspended tower that had just opened, then looked at Jiang Chen and said, Jiang Chen, you try and see if you can pass the identification of the suspended tower. Thank you, Patriarch. Jiang Chen clasped his fist towards Lang Xingtian, then turned around and flew towards the illusory door. He believed that the dragon transformation skill could help him enter the suspended tower. Otherwise, the true dragon bloodline would become a joke. This trip to the suspended tower was crucial to De Huang. If he did not enter, what awaited De Huang would be the end of the world. Jiang Chen stood in front of the door of the suspended tower. Many people's eyes fell on Jiang Chen. They wanted to see if a human like Jiang Chen could pass the identification test. In front of the illusory door, Jiang Chen could feel traces of desolate qi overflowing from the door. It was a very ancient qi. Through this door, he seemed to be able to see the supreme holy land of the demon race. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen began to circulate the dragon transformation skill. Lines of blood-red dragon marks surged out from his body. Each dragon mark was like an illusory true dragon, vivid and lifelike, making Jiang Chen look incomparably divine. Along with the emergence of the dragon marks, Jiang Chen also exuded a superior qi. Some of the weaker demons were mesmerized by him, and couldn't help but want to worship him. So powerful. He is obviously a human, but he can exude the qi of the king of demons. It makes me want to worship him. Some people exclaimed, not daring to believe what they were seeing. Jiang Chen slowly raised his palm that was emitting blood-red light and pressed it on the illusory door. Wang wang. Suddenly, the entire door of the suspended tower trembled violently. With this trembling, the door that was only 30 to 40 feet in size gradually grew bigger and became a full 10 feet in size. At the same time, the suspended tower behind also trembled violently, and the light it emitted became even stronger. At this moment, the entire ancient tower seemed to have formed some kind of resonance with Jiang Chen. Look, the door has become bigger. What's going on? The suspended tower has existed for so long, and there has never been the slightest change. Today it has become so big, more than twice its original size. What did Jiang Chen do? Look, the suspended tower and Jiang Chen have formed a resonance. Jiang Chen actually passed the identification test of the suspended tower. It's too strange. Yes, this is really a miracle. A human actually got the approval of the suspended tower, and such a huge change happened. This is the only change in the suspended tower's existence. Everyone was shocked. They had never seen such a situation before. This was definitely the first time. However, many people knew that a huge change in the suspended tower was beneficial to the demon race. At this moment, Jiang Chen was also stunned. He was very excited because he actually felt that the suspended tower was summoning him. No, it should be that there was something in the suspended tower that was summoning him. This kind of summoning was very strange, but there was a hint of familiarity. There is something I need in the suspended tower. Jiang Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart. He did not expect that there would be such a big reward in the suspended tower. Although he did not know what was summoning him, for him, this was a miracle. Jiang Chen was sure that the thing that was summoning him was not the Heavenly Saint's sword fragment. If it was the Heavenly Saint's sword, the connection between them would be much stronger. After sorting out his emotions, Jiang Chen turned back to Lang Xingtian and the Peacock King. He cupped his fist and said, "Patriarch, I have passed the identification test of the suspended tower. I can enter the suspended tower with De Huang Dog." Good. Jiang Chen, I did not expect you to have such a deep relationship with the demon race. I will give you the qualification to enter the suspended tower with De Huang Dog. Lang Xingtian did not hide his joy. If Jiang Chen entered the suspended tower with De Huang Dog, he could also relax. At least, De Huang's safety would not be a problem. No. At this moment, someone objected. The one who spoke was the Heavenly Leopard King. This was the first time the Heavenly Leopard King spoke. Even if he was speaking to the Patriarch, there was no respect or politeness in his tone. Even if he passed the identification test of the suspended tower, he is still an outsider. He does not have the qualification to enter the suspended tower. If you want to let him in, I will be the first to object. The Heavenly Leopard King's words were very firm. His target this time was De Huang Dog. Seeing that his plan was about to succeed, how could he allow someone to ruin it? Although this Jiang Chen might not be Leopard Wei's opponent, he had seen the scene of Jiang Chen killing Xiao Liang. If Jiang Chen and Leopard Wei were to fight, it would definitely be earth-shattering. However, the suspended tower was not suitable for such a fierce battle. Once the suspended tower was damaged in the slightest, it might anger the spirits of the ancestors. No one could bear this responsibility. Heavenly Leopard, don't forget the rules of the suspended tower. As long as you pass the identification test, you can enter. Moreover, Jiang Chen has already formed a resonance with the suspended tower. This is something that has never happened before. Even the suspended tower has approved of him. What right do you have to object? Also, don't forget your identity. You are only the Great Elder. It is not up to you to make decisions in the demon race. The Peacock King said loudly. He had a fiery temper. Even if it was the powerful Heavenly Leopard King, he would not put him in his eyes. Peacock King, on crucial matters, the Great Elder has the right to participate in the decision-making. If you want to let this outsider enter the suspended tower, this Great Elder will not agree. The Heavenly Leopard King's attitude was firm. It seemed that he would not back down. Heavenly Leopard, you are too rude. Lang Xingtian was enraged. As the patriarch of the demon race, he had to have his own dignity. Now that he was provoked by the Heavenly Leopard King, if he did not do anything, it would greatly affect his prestige. The Heavenly Leopard King frowned. Today was a big day for the demon race. It would not look good if he made a scene. Now, Lang Xingtian's attitude was extremely strong. However, if he allowed Jiang Chen to enter the suspended tower, it would interfere with his plan. This time, entering the suspended tower was the best opportunity to eliminate De Huang Dog. If he could not eliminate De Huang this time, the De Huang Dog would most likely obtain great benefits from the suspended tower. At that time, his position in the demon race would be stabilized, and it would be extremely difficult to eliminate him. Patriarch, in order to let an outsider enter our demon race's sacred ground, other than obtaining the approval of the suspended tower, he must also be able to convince so many demon race members. As long as Jiang Chen can defeat me, let him enter the suspended tower. Leopard Wei opened his mouth and said. He actually issued a challenge to Jiang Chen. As soon as these words came out, the Heavenly Leopard King's eyes suddenly lit up. He gave Leopard Wei a look of admiration. Leopard Wei's method was undoubtedly the best method to solve the current situation. He believed in Leopard Wei's strength. With the cultivation of a half-step great sage, Jiang Chen was definitely not his opponent. If they fought outside, it would not seem disrespectful to the suspended tower. With Lang Xingtian and Peacock King obstructing him, it was not realistic for Leopard Wei to kill Jiang Chen. As long as he could defeat Jiang Chen, it would not affect his plan. Yes, let's fight. Let us see his strength. As long as he can defeat Leopard Wei, let him enter the suspended tower. We will be convinced. This is a good solution. Otherwise, we will not be convinced if we let an outsider enter our sacred ground. For a moment, many people of the Heavenly Leopard King's bloodline voiced out. As the voices grew louder, it was impossible for Jiang Chen not to accept Leopard Wei's challenge. This bastard. Peacock King was a little angry. All right, I accept his challenge. However, without waiting for Peacock King to speak, Jiang Chen directly agreed. Jiang Chen had already seen the situation clearly. If he wanted to enter the suspended tower, there were bound to be many obstacles. Since Leopard Wei wanted to challenge him, he would accompany him to the end. Moreover, he also wanted to see how strong a half-step great sage of the demon race was. Now, trash like Xiao Liang was no longer attractive to him. Only someone like Leopard Wei could arouse his fighting spirit. Jiang Chen, you have to think carefully. Leopard Wei is the existence ranked 11th in the sky list. He is a half-step great sage. Xiao Liang can't be compared to him. Chapter 875. It was normal for Peacock King to be worried. Even though Jiang Chen was powerful, his cultivation grade was still weak. Being able to kill Desolate Liang and being able to deal with Leopard Wei were two completely different concepts. Both of them were never on the same level. Apart from the difference in their rankings, there was also the difference in their cultivation grade. No matter how terrifying a 9th grade minor saint was, it would still be hard for him to be a match for a half-step great saint. A great saint was the true high and mighty existence. Even if he was just a half-step great saint, he had already stepped into the threshold of the great saint realm. Basically, he was about to leave the minor saint realm. Peacock King, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Besides, I don't have any other choice but to accept the challenge. The situation is very clear now. If I don't follow De Huang will be killed by Leopard Wei. Now that Kong Yang isn't here, none of the youths who entered the suspended tower can stop Leopard Wei from killing De Huang. Jiang Chen said, "All right. Since you have made up your mind, you will fight Leopard Wei. Don't force yourself if you can't defeat him." Lang Xingtian nodded and said, now that Leopard Wei had issued a challenge to Jiang Chen, if Jiang Chen didn't accept the challenge, he would be looked down upon by others. He was originally an outsider. Even if he was recognized by the suspended tower, he was still an outsider. In the demon race's philosophy, only the strong would be respected. As long as Jiang Chen defeated Leopard Wei, he would be able to shut the mouths of others and increase Jiang Chen's reputation. All right. Let's fight then. Peacock King said. He waved his hand and created a battlefield in the void. Jiang Chen and Leopard Wei would fight in the battlefield. There wouldn't be any shockwave from the battle, and it wouldn't affect the suspended tower. Peacock King liked Jiang Chen's fearless character the most. Although he was worried, he knew that if Jiang Chen didn't accept Leopard Wei's challenge, he would look down on Jiang Chen. Whoosh! Leopard Wei's silhouette flickered and he was the first to enter the battlefield. His aura was unparalleled, tyrannical to the extreme. He had a leopard's head and a pair of round eyes. His gaze was ferocious like knives as he stared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, come up here. You've declared to challenge all the geniuses in the Pure Land. Let me, Leopard Wei, see if you have the qualifications and capability to do so. Jiang Chen was calm and composed. With a sway of his body, he entered the battlefield. His expression had always been calm. Even when he was facing the patriarchs of the 5 major families, he didn't show any signs of nervousness. Now that he was facing Leopard Wei, he was still as calm as ever. Such a temperament was truly admirable. Regarding the battle between Jiang Chen and Leopard Wei, whether it was Peacock King, Lang Xingtian or Golden Fur Lion King, all of them were very worried. After all, Leopard Wei's strength wasn't something that Xiao Liang could compare with. Leopard Wei had almost entered the top 10 of the sky ranking. If there was one person who wasn't nervous, it would be De Huang Dog. De Huang's confidence in Jiang Chen had never been shaken. Plus, his eyes were sharp. Although Leopard Wei was powerful, he was only slightly stronger than the 9th grade minor saint Northern and Southern dynasties. After Jiang Chen advanced to the 6th grade minor saint, the Northern and Southern dynasties were no match for him. So, it wouldn't be difficult for him to deal with Leopard Wei now. Even if he couldn't kill Leopard Wei, defeating him wouldn't be a problem. Of course, it was impossible for Jiang Chen to kill the geniuses of the demon race here. Jiang Chen, you are only a 6th grade minor saint, but you could kill someone like Xiao Liang. Even I have to admit that you are a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. But in terms of innate talent, I, Leopard Wei, am inferior to you. But my current cultivation grade is higher than yours. You and I are not on the same level. I advise you to withdraw from the demon race. Leopard Wei looked at the indifferent face of Jiang Chen and said, It seemed like Leopard Wei was an honest man to say such words. One should know that a genius like him could say that his innate talent wasn't as good as others. It was undoubtedly a very rare thing. It was a very rare thing. I'm sorry. De Huang is my brother. You can't deal with him. Although there is a gap between our cultivation grade, you are no match for me if we really fight. Jiang Chen said. Haha. Jiang Chen, it seems like you are too arrogant. Do you think that you can deal with me after killing Xiao Liang? You are really ignorant. In that case, I will let you know the terror of a half-step great saint. Leopard Wei felt that he was amused by Jiang Chen's words. A monstrous demon qi overflowed from his body. Now that the suspended tower was about to open, Leopard Wei didn't want to waste any more time. He decided to attack first. He clenched his fist, making a caw-caw sound. Suddenly, he punched at Jiang Chen. Roar! Leopard Wei's punch produced a shadow of a cheetah. It issued a dull roar of a cheetah. The powerful fist wind was constantly flashing like a knife. It was overwhelming and crushed the void into pieces. The might of just one punch had such a tyrannical momentum. It could be seen how powerful Leopard Wei was. Feeling the power of Leopard Wei, Jiang Chen's eyes began to flicker with a strange brilliance. The cultivation of the dragon transformation skill had always been to become stronger. The strength of Leopard Wei didn't make Jiang Chen flinch. Instead, it stimulated his fighting spirit. Crack! With a sway of his arm, it turned into a blood-red dragon arm. Ever since he started cultivating the dragon transformation skill, his body had been tempered beyond recognition. He didn't transform right now, as he wanted to feel the gap between him and Leopard Wei in his true form. Rumble! Jiang Chen also blasted a punch. The boundless wind and waves turned into a vast ocean. Both of them moved extremely fast. They collided in the blink of an eye. Rumble! The sky shook. The battlefield created by the Peacock King was instantly smashed into pieces. Ice-cold spatial hurricanes drifted everywhere. However, the Peacock King's means were powerful. Not a single trace of the battle leaked out from the battlefield. However, although the crowd could not feel the fluctuations of the battle, the earth-shattering battle inside still made them incomparably shocked. This was only the first collision, but there was already such a huge commotion. Dang dang dang. Jiang Chen retreated dozens of steps before he could barely stabilize his body. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. In the previous collision, Jiang Chen's strength was not as strong as Leopard Wei. He was directly injured. However, this kind of injury didn't affect him at all. After absorbing the essence of wood, the recovery ability of Jiang Chen's dragon transformation skill had reached an incomparably terrifying level. The injury in front of him could be completely healed in the blink of an eye. Like I said, you are no match for me. Just a casual punch of mine could injure you. How are you going to fight against me? Of course, you are the first 6th grade minor saint who could withstand my punch and come out unscathed. I admire you for that. Leopard Wei's robe was fluttering in the wind. Although he was unparalleled in strength, he was still surprised after the battle with Jiang Chen. After all, he was a half-step great saint. Jiang Chen was only a 6th grade minor saint. It was something that he had never thought of. He knew very well that if both of them were at the same level, he wouldn't be a match for Jiang Chen if he advanced another level. Look, Jiang Chen has been defeated. He is no match for Leopard Wei. AI. The gap between their strength is too big. They are not at the same level. However, he should be proud of himself for being able to fight Leopard Wei to this extent. That's true. This man is already a peerless genius. If he and Leopard Wei were at the same level, I'm afraid that Leopard Wei wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike from him. Some were happy while some were sighing. However, no matter if it was the heavenly wolf or heavenly leopard, no one dared to mock Jiang Chen because they didn't have the qualifications to do so. Even if Jiang Chen was defeated, their attitude towards Jiang Chen was still full of admiration. Of course, the battle had just begun. It was still too early to say who would win or lose. On the battlefield, Jiang Chen took 2 steps forward. His body began to transform. With a loud bang, everyone could feel a strong desolate force surging out from Jiang Chen's body. Then, a dragon man whose body was glowing with blood-red light appeared. To many of them, this was their first time seeing Jiang Chen's transformation, including Lang Xingtian. Leopard Wei, isn't it too early to say who will win or lose? Jiang Chen's aura was many times stronger than before. His combat strength had increased by 10 times, This was no joke. What a terrifying transformation skill. He looks like an ancient lofty dragon. How could he have such a skill? Dragon, that's a legendary existence. It's the king of all beasts, high and mighty. His appearance is actually that of a dragon. This is too scary. I can feel that his chi has increased by at least tenfold after his transformation. He has directly suppressed Leopard Wei. Everyone was shocked. The scene in front of them was too shocking. Many of them began to have new expectations for this battle. The current Jiang Chen was indeed much stronger than before. Judging from the current situation, it was hard to tell who would win between Jiang Chen and Leopard Wei. He actually has a bloodline that terrifies me. Could it be the legendary true dragon bloodline? Impossible. It's impossible for such a legendary existence to exist in Saint Origin world. Lang Xingtian was also shocked. His pair of eyes stared at the transformed Jiang Chen without blinking. Leopard Wei, who was standing opposite to Jiang Chen, also revealed a trace of solemnity on his face. He was the closest to Jiang Chen. So, he could clearly sense the increase in chi and combat strength of Jiang Chen. After Jiang Chen's transformation, his combat strength had increased by tenfold, which made his advantage of being a half-step great saint vanish. Alright, let me see how strong you are. Chapter 876. Electric Wave Chain Strike. Leopard Wei roared, and the energy ball in his hand suddenly smashed towards Jiang Chen. This was the innate magical ability of the Heavenly Leopard clan. It was very powerful, transforming energy into electric waves that could destroy everything. Moreover, this kind of chain strike could release many energy balls at once. Just like now, Leopard Wei released 9 huge energy balls in a row. Each energy ball was 10 zhong in size, and could destroy a mountain with a circumference of 100 li. The destructive power of the 9 energy balls combined could be imagined. Golden Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen was not afraid, and immediately displayed the Golden Dragon Seal. 3 incomparably dazzling golden dragons let out deafening dragon roars, as if 3 real dragons had descended to the world. They opened their huge mouths and rushed towards the energy balls. Jiang Chen rarely used the Golden Dragon Seal, but in fact, among all the 5 elemental combat dragon seals, the Golden Dragon Seal was the one with the strongest offensive strength. Putting aside the fact that it could restrain the other 4 seals, the offensive strength of the Golden Dragon Seal was something that none of the other 4 seals could compare with. Right now, the battle between Jiang Chen and Leopard Wei was a battle of toughness. The Electric Wave Chain Strike and the Golden Dragon Seal were pure offensive combat skills. Roar. Rumble. The roar of a dragon, the roar of a leopard, the rumbling sound of energy colliding, the sparks created by the battle. It should be called a sea of fire. A sea of fire had been created. This kind of battle could only be described as world-shaking. The 3 golden dragons and the 9 energy balls were destroyed at the same time, wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Countless destructive energy floated back and forth. Jiang Chen and Leopard Wei were submerged in such energy, and for a moment, their real bodies could not be seen. All the young geniuses of the demon race found it hard to breathe. They couldn't feel the raging energy, but they could still feel the tremendous pressure that came from the geniuses. Some of the self-proclaimed geniuses felt that they couldn't even be called geniuses when compared to Jiang Chen and Leopard Wei. Jiang Chen and Leopard Wei once again appeared in front of everyone. They saw that Jiang Chen was as calm as ever. His blood-red eyes were brimming with vigor, and he didn't seem to be injured at all. On the other hand, Leopard Wei seemed to be in a sorry state. Even his hair was a mess. It was obvious that Leopard Wei was at a disadvantage in the collision just now. I've said it before, victory or defeat is still unknown. Right now, my battle prowess has already surpassed yours. If you still have any powerful moves, feel free to use them. If I want to defeat you, then I'll make you submit wholeheartedly. Jiang Chen's tone was flat, but their roles had been reversed. Leopard Wei had the upper hand just now, and now it was Jiang Chen's turn. Not necessarily. Roar. Leopard Wei's fighting spirit was completely ignited. Immediately, he roared towards the sky. His body exploded like Jiang Chen, reverting back to his original form. However, his original form was many times more majestic than Jiang Chen's. A sky leopard, several tens of zhong in size, appeared. Its entire body was covered in golden leopard might. Boundless energy enveloped its entire body. The demonic chi on top of its head formed a golden pillar of light, directly shooting up into the sky. Heavenly Leopard Soul-Splitting Claw. Leopard Wei's voice was like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens. A gigantic claw over 100 zhang in size appeared. This gigantic claw was like a heavenly barrier, crushing down in all directions. Even if it was a gigantic mountain, it would still be crushed into powder under this claw. True Dragon Palm. Jiang Chen turned a blind eye to Leopard Wei's powerful aura as he unleashed the True Dragon Palm. When he unleashed the True Dragon Palm under the state of his dragon transformation, its might was truly astonishing. A gigantic dragon claw manifested, accompanied by a faint draconic roar. Jiang Chen had already awakened a drop of true dragon blood when he was at Green Lotus Mountain in the Western Domain. His body possessed a powerful true dragon bloodline. Although the heavenly leopard was also a powerful mutated beast, compared to the true dragon bloodline, it was simply not on the same level. Just like now, the true dragon palm was clearly suppressing the heavenly leopard's god-splitting claw. Rumble. 2 gigantic heavenly claws collided like 2 gigantic mountains colliding together. The entire battlefield could be described as collapsing. Destructive energy drifted everywhere. Dang, dang, dang. This time, Leopard Wei was still not a match for Jiang Chen. He retreated 3 steps before stabilizing his body. The shock on his face was even more intense. Look, Leopard Wei is in a disadvantageous position. He doesn't seem to be a match for Jiang Chen. I can't believe that Jiang Chen has become so powerful after transforming. Yeah. It's too scary. Leopard Wei is a half-step great saint while Jiang Chen is merely a 6th grade minor saint. The gap between them is indescribable, but Jiang Chen has defeated Leopard Wei. This is a great miracle. Let's see. It's not the time to determine the winner yet. The heavenly leopard race still has a powerful innate ability. Leopard Wei's heavenly leopard king's eye hasn't been unleashed yet. I heard that this heavenly leopard king's eye not only has a strong offensive power, but it can also pierce the opponent's soul. It's very scary. Jiang Chen had turned the situation around, suppressing Leopard Wei. No one had thought that this would happen. Currently, Heavenly Leopard King's face was very unsightly. If Leopard Wei was defeated, his plan would fail completely. What surprised him more was that Jiang Chen was such a peerless monstrous genius. On the other side, Leopard Wei was already enraged. His eyes had already turned blood red. His eyes began to change from blood red to the color of light. At this time, Leopard Wei's eyes no longer had any other colors. They were like 2 round suns, incomparably dazzling. Jiang Chen, stop wasting time. I want to see how you are going to deal with the innate ability of my heavenly leopard king's eye. You should be proud of yourself for being able to force me to use it. Leopard Wei's tone was incomparably gloomy. Normally, he wouldn't use the ultimate innate ability of the heavenly leopard king's eye easily because it would cause a certain amount of damage to his body. After using it once, he would fall into a period of weakness. He wouldn't be able to recover for at least a day. However, Leopard Wei had no choice but to use it now. He was the one who challenged Jiang Chen. He was the second genius of the demon race and he was a half-step great saint. If he was defeated by a 6th grade minor saint, it would be an incomparably shameful thing. Swoosh! 2 incomparably bright rays of light shot out from Leopard Wei's eyes like sharp arrows. Very quickly, the 2 rays of light merged into one, becoming the most dazzling ray of light under the heavens and earth. The moment Leopard Wei used the heavenly leopard king's eye, Jiang Chen could feel a destructive force. More importantly, when he saw the ray of light, he felt a stabbing pain in his soul. It seemed like the most powerful attack of the heavenly leopard king's eye wasn't the power of the attack itself, but the ability to stimulate the opponent's soul. If Jiang Chen didn't cultivate the great soul derivation technique, he would certainly be at a disadvantage. However, the great soul derivation technique was too terrifying. It made his soul incomparably strong and as hard as a castle. It was undoubtedly impossible for the heavenly leopard king's eye to damage his soul. 9 Solar Finger. Since Leopard Wei had casted his most powerful innate ability, Jiang Chen wouldn't neglect it. Immediately, he casted the powerful 9 solar fingers. After obtaining the other phalanx bone, the power of his 9 solar fingers was many times stronger than before. When casting the 9 solar fingers, Jiang Chen's combat strength in his dragon form had increased once again. Rumble! An intense rumbling sound came from the void. 9 dazzling fingers were pointed out by Jiang Chen. These fingers quickly fused into one, and the huge golden finger collided with the ray of light from the heavenly leopard king's eye. The color of the sky changed. Everything in the battlefield had been completely destroyed. Dazzling energy ripples could be seen everywhere. Under the illumination of such dazzling light, no one could see the situation on the battlefield, let alone Jiang Chen and Leopard Wei. The dazzling light lasted for a full minute before it gradually faded away. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Leopard Wei's figures once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. However, the appearance of these two men caused countless people to cry out in surprise. Both of them had returned to their human form, but their appearances were completely different. Jiang Chen was wearing a snow-white robe, and he still had a calm expression on his face. His aura was deep and steady, and it didn't look any different from when he was at his peak. However, a sword appeared in his hand, and he placed it on Leopard Wei's neck. At this moment, Leopard Wei was in a sorry state. His chest was covered with blood, the corner of his mouth, and even his eyes. That was the backlash from the Heavenly Leopard King's eye. "You've lost." Jiang Chen's voice was incomparably calm, but it was heard by everyone. He slowly sheathed his sword, turned around and returned to the Peacock King's side. Leopard Wei smiled bitterly and also left the battlefield, returning to the Heavenly Leopard King's side. "Are you all right?" The Heavenly Leopard King asked with concern. "I'm fine. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. If it was a life-and-death battle just now, I would have been dead by now," Leopard Wei said. He didn't feel the slightest bit of unwillingness in his defeat against Jiang Chen. In other words, Jiang Chen had already shown mercy to him. Otherwise, he would have been a dead man by now. It was impossible for him to be standing here in one piece. "It seems like we have underestimated him," a great saint sighed. "Leopard Wei has lost. He has been defeated by Jiang Chen. This Jiang Chen has actually become so powerful. This is really shocking. Yeah, he's too scary. Even Leopard Wei is no match for him. I'm afraid that only Kong Yang can suppress him among the young generation of the demon race. Amazing. He's truly an abnormal guy." The people of the demon race were sighing. The half-step great saint Leopard Wei was defeated by the 6th grade minor saint Jiang Chen. No one would believe such a scene if they didn't see it with their own eyes. Chapter 877. The way Lang Xingtian looked at Jiang Chen was getting more and more passionate. Before the battle with Leopard Wei, he didn't have much confidence in Jiang Chen. He was even worried about Jiang Chen. After all, Leopard Wei was ranked 11th in the Sky ranking. He wasn't someone that Xiao Liang could compare with. However, he didn't expect that even Leopard Wei couldn't defeat Jiang Chen. From another point of view, the current Jiang Chen had already entered the top 10 of the Sky ranking after defeating Leopard Wei. The Sky ranking of the Pure Land had existed for a very long time, but this was the first time a 6th grade minor saint had entered the top 10. It was like an immortal. Jiang brother is too powerful. Golden Fur Lion King was overjoyed. Jiang Chen's potential was getting bigger and bigger. His future achievement was destined to be immeasurable. All right, the gate of the suspended tower has officially opened. All the young disciples of the demon race are qualified to enter. Lang Xingtian announced loudly. The suspended tower had officially opened. Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog were the first to enter the huge gate. This time, no one stopped them or expressed any objection. Jiang Chen had defeated Leopard Wei, so he was qualified to enter the suspended tower. Even Heavenly Leopard King had nothing to say. He could only sigh at the failure of his plan. The only thing he could do now was to hope that De Huang Dog wouldn't perform too miraculously in the suspended tower. The demon race was one of the 8 races of the Pure Land. It was the true sacred land of the demon race. There were countless races and systems in the demon race. No one knew how many of them were in the spiritual space mountain. There were more than 20,000 young disciples who entered the suspended tower this time. Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog were the first to enter the suspended tower. The place they appeared in was a spatial zone filled with chaotic qi. It wasn't big, but it was at least 1,000 miles wide. This was the first level of the suspended tower. All the disciples would enter the first level after entering the tower. Little Chenzi, why did the gate of the suspended tower become bigger? De Huang Dog asked. He already knew the real identity of Jiang Chen. However, even the identity of the greatest saint had nothing to do with the suspended tower. No matter how powerful a human was, he wouldn't be able to make the suspended tower change because of him. It probably has something to do with my cultivation method. It's called Dragon Transformation Skill. My Dragon Transformation Skill is part of this cultivation method. When I was in the Western region, the bloodline of the real dragon had already appeared in my body. Although it was very little, it did appear. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to transform into a dragon. The real dragon is the supreme existence, the king of all beasts. It's really high and mighty, even higher than the suspended tower. Moreover, I have absorbed the bloodline of the white tiger, which is also a high and mighty existence. I guess the reason why the gate of the suspended tower became bigger because of me might be related to this. Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog and said, "If it's you, you might be able to do it as well." De Huang Dog possessed the complete bloodline of a dragon horse. Moreover, it was a super mutated bloodline. It was extremely terrifying. The suspended tower was the sacred symbol of the demon race. When a divine beast appeared, it would naturally cause some resonance. That's for sure. It's a pity that the limelight of this master dog has been stolen by you. De Huang Dog had a depressed look on his face. However, it was really satisfying for you to defeat Leopard Wei. I guess that brat won't dare to come and fight me in the suspended tower. Thinking about the battle between Jiang Chen and Leopard Wei, De Huang Dog had a proud look on his face. Although Leopard Wei is arrogant, he has the nature of a demon. He is not a shy person and can accept defeat. This kind of person is not bad. We just have different standpoints. Jiang Chen said. Leopard Wei gave him a much better impression than those geniuses from the big clans. Only a genius who can accept defeat can be considered a genius. What do you think we can get by entering this suspended tower? Master Dog doesn't care about those ancient inheritance. As my cultivation increases, Master Dog will awaken more and more innate abilities. They are much more powerful than the inheritance of those ancient demon ancestors. De Huang Dog said indifferently. He was not bragging. Even those ancient demon ancestors were not on the same level as De Huang Dog in terms of bloodline. It was normal for De Huang Dog to look down on their inheritance. It's a pity that your cultivation is too weak now. Entering the suspended mountain is a great opportunity for you. Your goal is to establish your position in the demon race. Therefore, the inheritance of those ancient demon ancestors will be of great help to you. At least, it will help you grow in a short period of time. Jiang Chen said. He immediately thought of the summoning power that was sent out by the suspended tower. He said, "When I was standing in front of the gate of the suspended tower, I felt a summoning power coming from the tower. However, after I entered, the summoning power disappeared. It seems like the summoning power is not on the first floor." What? Could it be that there is something that you need in here? Could it be the fragment of the Heavenly Saint's sword? De Huang Dog was very surprised. No matter what, Jiang Chen was a human. Even if he had absorbed the bloodline of a divine beast, it didn't change the fact that he was a human. The suspended tower had nothing to do with humans. But now, Jiang Chen said that there was a mysterious existence that was summoning him. It was obvious that the mysterious existence was not as simple as it seemed. No, it's a very strange summoning power. However, there is a familiar feeling. I can't put my finger on it. Let's continue forward. Jiang Chen said. At this time, a figure came to the side of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. It was Peacock King's son, Kong Yu. Brother Jiang, De Huang. Kong Yu cupped his fists at Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Little Peacock, there doesn't seem to be anything special in this suspended tower. De Huang Dog said. It seems like you guys don't know much about the suspended tower. The first 5 floors of the suspended tower can be entered at will. Indeed, there are some opportunities inside, but they are very rare. However, from the 6th floor onwards, everyone who wants to enter will have to go through a re-identification process. Just like the previous portal, only those with great luck and great potential can enter the 6th floor and above. It's already considered good if 1 out of 100 people can enter the 6th floor. As for the 7th and 8th floor, it's even rarer. In the past 10 years, only my big brother Kong Yu has entered the 8th floor. As for the legendary 9th floor, no one has ever entered it. However, the inheritance of the ancestors of the demon race is basically in the 6th floor and above. This is also why there are so many people who enter the suspended tower every year, but only a few of them actually obtain any benefits. Kong Yu introduced the suspended tower to Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. So that's how it is. Jiang Chen was enlightened. It seemed like it wasn't going to be easy to obtain any benefits. My father had already predicted that Leopard Wei would attack De Huang in the suspended tower. But now that you've defeated Leopard Wei, you can basically guarantee De Huang's safety. De Huang has a powerful divine beast bloodline, so he might be able to create a miracle and enter the 8th floor. At that time, he will obtain the inheritance of the ancient Almighty. His cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds, and he will be able to establish his own position in the demon race. Kong Yu said. Of course. De Huang Dog's confidence had reached the point where he had no sense of shame. After that, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog parted ways with Kong Yu. They didn't stay on the 1st floor and directly entered the 2nd floor of the suspended tower. In the 2nd floor of the suspended tower, Jiang Chen still couldn't sense the summoning force. Therefore, he didn't stop and went straight to the 3rd floor. Their target wasn't the first 5 floors, but the floors above the 6th floor. Jiang Chen had been paying attention to the mysterious summoning force. Unfortunately, the mysterious summoning force didn't appear even after reaching the 5th floor of the suspended tower. It was as if it had never existed. However, Jiang Chen knew that his senses wouldn't be wrong. There must be something calling out to him. Soon, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog arrived at the door of the 6th floor. This was an illusory door, and it was different from the doors of the previous 5 levels. There were runes on the illusory door, and they rippled. It was obvious that if one wanted to enter the 6th level, they had to pass the identification of this door. All along, countless people had been blocked by this door, and were unable to enter the 6th level. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog walked towards the door. The door seemed to have sensed their bloodline and opened automatically. The two of them entered the door with ease. After them, people gradually entered the 6th floor. Outside the suspended tower, a lot of people were paying attention to the changes in the tower. Originally, only the first 5 floors of the suspended tower were lit up. The 6th floor and above were dark. Now, the 6th floor began to light up. They could clearly see the bright spots on the 6th floor. Each of the spots represented a person. As the number of spots increased, the high-level elders of the demon race also revealed a smile on their faces. In the next half an hour, the number of spots on the 6th floor had increased by more than 200. After that, the speed of increase began to slow down. This year, there are nearly 300 people who can enter the 6th floor. This is better than last year, one of the elders said. However, the 7th floor is still dark. I wonder how many people will be able to enter the 7th floor. Many people shifted their attention to the 7th floor. The 6th floor was a critical point. Those who could enter the 6th floor must be talented. Only those who could enter the 7th floor could be considered as peerless geniuses. Inside the suspended tower, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog walked around the 6th floor crazily. Basically, they didn't gain anything. The mysterious summoning power didn't appear either. Therefore, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog began to fly towards the 7th floor. When they arrived at the door of the 7th floor, Leopard Wei was already there. Leopard Wei glanced at Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog casually. He didn't say anything and directly walked towards the 7th floor. Swoosh! Leopard Wei entered the 7th floor without any obstruction. After he entered the 7th floor of the suspended tower also lit up. From the outside, one could clearly see a light spot moving on the 7th floor. Look, someone entered the 7th floor. It's Leopard Wei. That's nothing. Leopard Wei entered the 7th floor last year. This time, his target is the 8th floor. Chapter 878. This wasn't the first time the suspended tower had been opened. Every time it opened, everyone would pay attention to the situation in the 7th floor. The 8th floor was very difficult to enter, and the 9th floor was basically impossible. The 6th floor was just a threshold. Therefore, the 7th floor was the most important floor. At this moment, a light appeared in the 7th floor. However, no one was too excited because they all knew that the light was from Leopard Wei. Leopard Wei had entered the 7th floor last year. This time, he thought that he would be able to enter without any effort. What the higher-ups of the demon race really paid attention to were the others. Now, more than 200 people had entered the 6th floor. According to the estimation, it would already be very good if 10 of them could enter the 7th floor. Among these 10 people, it would depend on their luck. In front of the door of the 7th floor, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were not in a hurry to enter. The suspended tower would only be opened for a day. To them, it was still more than enough time. More and more people came to the door. A young man from the eagle race came to the door excitedly. His face was full of confidence. Leopard Way has already entered. I will be the second one to enter the 7th floor. Watch me. This man's cultivation was not weak. He looked very arrogant. He strode towards the door and stimulated his bloodline. Very soon, he collided with the illusory door. Bang! Ah! A dull sound was followed by a scream. The excited young man from the eagle race was directly bounced back by the illusory door. He was bounced back dozens of meters and sat on the ground. The confidence on his face disappeared and was replaced by depression. After the failure of the young man from the eagle race, he dejectedly walked towards other places. Since he couldn't enter the 7th floor, he could only look for opportunities in the 6th floor. After the failure of the young man from the eagle race, the other geniuses of the demon race also wanted to give it a try. Unfortunately, they were all bounced back by the door. Let me. At this moment, the son of the Peacock King, Kong Yu, walked to the door. He released his peacock bloodline and took a deep breath. Then he strode towards the door. When he touched the door shook violently. However, it didn't bounce back like before. Swoosh! With a flash, Kong Yu disappeared. Just like Leopard Way, he directly entered the 7th floor. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog nodded. As the son of the Peacock King, Kong Yu's bloodline was very powerful. It was not surprising that he could enter the 7th floors. In the following period of time, more than 200 people attempted to break through the door of the 7th floor. Most of them failed. Those who failed quickly dispersed towards different areas of the 6th floor. There were many opportunities on the 6th floor as well. If they could obtain some, it would not be a waste of time. Jiang Chen did a quick calculation. Apart from him and Big Yellow, there were a total of 10 people who had entered the 7th floor. Looks like the higher we go, the more difficult it gets. There are so many people here, but only 10 have entered. Now it's our turn. Jiang Chen smiled. He and Big Yellow strode toward the door. Their bloodlines were too powerful, so the door of the 7th floor didn't stop them at all. They were able to enter it without any trouble. 12 dots of light were moving on the 7th floor. This number was enough to satisfy the higher-ups of the demon race. It's better than last year. Last year there were only 10. This year there are 12. Truth be told, there are still 10 of them. Those two are Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Looks like Jiang Chen really does possess the bloodline of a divine beast. Otherwise, he would not have been able to enter the 7th floor so easily. It would appear that there were no obstructions at all. Yes, but he is an outsider after all. If we let him obtain the inheritance of our demon race's ancient almighty, wouldn't we become a joke? I don't think so. Although he has passed the recognition of the suspended tower, the human bloodline in his body cannot be concealed. The powerful figures of the demon race will not pass their inheritance to an outsider. At most, he will be able to find some other benefits. However, De Huang Dog is very hopeful. He has the bloodline of the divine beast, Dragon Horse. The benefits he can obtain are immeasurable. The people outside were discussing. They could determine the identity of the people inside by looking at the light spots. There were 12 dots of light. Besides, the 10 of them were from the demon race. The other 2 were Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Those who could enter the 7th floor were all rare geniuses. Each of them was a proud and arrogant person. Among the 10 of them, the lowest grade was a 7th grade minor saint. After they entered the 7th floor, they immediately flew towards the entrance of the 8th floor without hesitation. Most of them were satisfied with entering the 7th floor, but they still wanted to try and see if they could enter the 8th floor. That year, Kong Yang entered the 8th floor and obtained endless benefits. He was ranked 3rd in the sky ranking. Who didn't have a dream? Who didn't want to stand at the peak? Who was willing to be ordinary? Even if they knew that the chances were slim, they still wanted to give it a try. Even if they failed, at least they had tried their best. They wouldn't have any regrets. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog did the same. They followed them and flew towards the entrance of the 8th floor. Very soon, they arrived in front of the entrance. The entrance of the 8th floor didn't look any different from the other floors, but it had an ancient and mysterious feeling. It was filled with a superior qi. When the others arrived, Leopard Way was already trying to enter the 8th floor. Half of his body had entered the 8th floor, but his body was trembling violently as if he was going to be thrown out at any time. Ka Leopard Way's body produced a cracking sound. It was the sound of his bones being crushed. It was imaginable that he was enduring the pressure from the entrance. It was like a mountain that ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand. Arg Leopard Wei let out a loud roar. He seemed to be suffering great pain, but he was still persevering. His eyes were red, but he didn't give up. Half of his body had already entered the 8th floor, which meant that he still had a chance. The people behind him also had a dignified look on their faces. Even the half-step great sage Leopard Wei was having such a hard time. It was hard to imagine what would happen if they were in his shoes. Perhaps they would be thrown out like the previous door. However, they had already come this far, so they had to give it a try. Jiang Chen and Big Yellow looked at each other and couldn't help but nod their heads. Putting aside the issue of their standpoint, Leopard Wei was indeed a talented genius. Just his tenacity alone was not something ordinary people could compare with. Outside the suspended tower, pairs of eyes were looking at the 8th floor. At this moment, half of the 8th floor had already been illuminated by light spots. The entire floor was shaking. Look, someone is going to enter the 8th floor. It's Leopard Wei. Leopard Wei is really powerful. It seems that he is very likely to succeed. Someone was already excited. Being able to enter the 8th floor meant that a true monstrous genius would appear. As long as one could enter the 8th floor, he would definitely not return empty-handed. Ever since Kong Yang, no one had entered the 8th floor. Heavenly Leopard King's eyes were also incomparably bright. Leopard Wei's performance was better than what he had expected. However, the current situation was very obvious. Leopard Wei hadn't truly entered the 8th floor yet. Many people were extremely nervous. Their eyes were staring at the 8th floor without blinking. This situation lasted for a full minute. Suddenly, the 8th floor shone brightly. An incomparably bright light spot was floating inside the 8th floor, flickering back and forth. Haha, Leopard Wei has succeeded. Heavenly Leopard King burst into laughter on the spot. The 8th floor. He has finally entered the 8th floor. After coming out this time, Leopard Wei will certainly obtain the inheritance of the ancient great power. He will obtain great benefits. At that time, he will directly enter the top 10 of the sky list. He will be comparable to Kong Yang. Amazing. Truly amazing. He has actually entered the 8th floor. Leopard Wei is really good. Many people were excited. Although Lang Xingtian and Leopard Wei didn't have the same bloodline, he was still happy to see another peerless genius in the demon race. In front of the door of the 8th floor, the others were also excited when they saw Leopard Wei entering the 8th floor. One by one, they began to try to enter the 8th floor like Leopard Wei. Unfortunately, all of them failed, including Kong Yu. In the end, they could only helplessly shake their heads and go to different places in the 7th floor. Although they were helpless, they weren't dispirited. They came to the 8th floor with the attitude of giving it a try. The probability of success was extremely slim. It was already considered good to be able to enter the 7th floor. There were many opportunities in the 7th floor. Whether they could find them or not depended on their luck. Only Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were left. Just like before, De Huang Dog took out his divine beast bloodline while Jiang Chen circulated his dragon transformation skill to the extreme. Very soon, one man and one dog collided with the illusory door. Even with their bloodline, they still felt a great resistance. That was an invisible force acting on their bodies, as if it wanted to explore them thoroughly. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog withstood the pressure and continued to rush forward. Half of their bodies had already entered the 8th floor, falling into the same situation as Leopard Wei. However, their bloodline was far superior to Leopard Wei's. If Leopard Wei could enter the 8th floor, they definitely wouldn't have any problems. Look, another 2 people are going to enter the 8th floor. Outside the suspended tower, someone saw the changes in the 8th floor and immediately exclaimed. It's Jiang Chen and De Huang. Peacock King's eyes lit up. I wonder if they can enter the 8th floor. Golden Fur Lion King seemed very excited. Just as Golden Fur Lion King's voice faded, another 2 resplendent light spots appeared on the 8th floor. Haha, they have entered. Lang Xingtian laughed. Amazing. There are actually 3 people who have entered the 8th floor. Not to mention that Jiang Chen is an outsider. De Huang Dog is from the demon race. This year's opening of the suspended tower will be a great harvest. Many people were excited. Chapter 879. After Leopard Wei entered the 8th floor, he didn't rush to look for opportunities. Instead, He sat down cross-legged to recover. Before he entered the suspended tower, he was already injured from the battle with Jiang Chen. Furthermore, when he tried to break through the door of the 8th floor, he suffered a great deal of pressure. Even if his bloodline was powerful, he still needed some time to recover. While Leopard Wei was recovering, two figures walked in from the door and appeared in front of him. Leopard Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. "You guys came in too." Leopard Wei couldn't help but be shocked. As a genius of the demon race, he knew very well what it meant to be able to enter the 8th floor. If it was so easy to enter, Kong Yang wouldn't be the only one to enter in the past 10 years. Being able to enter the 8th floor this time was a great fortune for him. His heart was filled with ecstasy. In his mind, he was afraid that he was the only one who could enter the 8th floor, but he didn't expect that there would be two more people who could enter. Leopard Wei, although your bloodline of the heavenly leopard is powerful, it's still lacking compared to our bloodline of the divine beasts. Since you can enter, of course we can. In fact, it's much easier than you. Jiang Chen said. Humph. Don't be too full of yourself. Entering the 8th floor and obtaining real benefits are two different things. You're a human, even if you can enter, you won't be able to obtain any benefits. Leopard Wei harumphed. Then let's rely on our own abilities. Jiang Chen smiled and brought De Huang Dog to the depths of the 8th floor. He didn't make things difficult for Leopard Wei, because if he killed Leopard Wei here, the bloodline of the heavenly leopard would definitely be enraged. At that time, the internal strife of the demon race would be even more severe. This wasn't something he wanted to see. Moreover, he didn't dislike people like heavenly leopards. If it wasn't because of their standpoint, he would be willing to be friends with them. Little Chenzi, has the mysterious summoning force appeared? We're already in the 8th floor. De Huang Dog asked. Jiang Chen shook his head, still not. Fuck, could it be the legendary 9th level? I heard that no one has ever entered the 9th floor before. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. Do you think we can break through this situation and enter the 9th floor? To be honest, I am very curious about the 9th floor of the suspended tower. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and smiled. It doesn't matter if we can enter or not. Since we are already here, we must give it a try. However, we should take a stroll around the 8th floor and see if there are any great opportunities that we can encounter. After all, the suspended tower will only be open for a day. We cannot spend all our time trying to break through to the 9th floor. If we fail to enter, we won't even have the time to look for opportunities. De Huang Dog said. For a long time after that, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog searched for opportunities and treasures on the 8th floor. Half a day passed by quickly. Unfortunately, even with De Huang Dog's ability to find treasures, he couldn't find anything. For God's sake, didn't they say that entering the 8th level would definitely bring great benefits? De Huang Dog was extremely depressed. There's not much time left. Let's go and have a look at the 9th floor. Jiang Chen said and walked towards the entrance of the 9th floor. Currently, Leopard Wei had already obtained the inheritance of an ancient almighty in the 8th floor and was trying his best to absorb the benefits. As for the 9th floor, Leopard Wei had never thought about it. He didn't even have the intention to try. Although he considered himself a genius, he knew his own limitations. The suspended tower had existed for a very long time. Countless monstrous geniuses had emerged in the demon race, but none of them could enter the 9th floor, let alone him. In front of the door of the 9th floor, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog looked at the illusory door. This door didn't look any different from the previous ones, but the runes on it were densely packed. It would hurt one's eyes if one looked at it for a long time. If one looked at it for a long time, one would feel suffocated. This wasn't a formation, nor was it a restriction, but it carried a superior aura as if it represented the supreme existence of the demon race. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog took a deep breath. They operated their bloodline to the extreme and rushed towards the door of the 9th floor at the same time. Chi-chi! When Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's bodies touched the illusory door, a chi-chi sound was heard. At the place where they collided with the door, a large number of sparks were produced. They felt a huge rebounding force acting on their bodies. However, after this force sensed their bloodline, it instantly weakened a lot. Then, it became stronger again, alternating between strong and weak. However, this kind of alternation was really difficult for Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Both of them were in a dilemma. They could basically conclude that if they chose to retreat, they would lose the qualification to enter the 9th floor forever. This was probably a kind of test. Therefore they could only grit their teeth and press forward, experiencing the pain of their bodies being severely squeezed and even deformed. There wasn't much time left before the end of the suspended tower. Jiang Chen and Big Yellow wanted to enter the 9th floor, but it wouldn't be a matter of a few breaths' time. They were still trying to break through. Now that the 9th floor had recognized their bloodline, they only needed to break through the barrier of the door and they would be able to enter the 9th floor. Jiang Chen was very confident in his senses. He didn't sense the mysterious summoning force in the first 8 floors. This meant that the summoning force must be in the 9th floor. Soon, the opening time of the suspended tower was about to end. One silhouette after another walked out of the suspended tower. Those who failed to enter the 6th floor had already come out. The ones who came out now were those from the 6th and 7th floor. There were more than 200 of them. Most of them were shaking their heads and sighing when they came out. It seemed like they didn't gain anything. Some of them were arrogant and excited. Those were the ones who had truly obtained benefits from the suspended tower. Naturally, they had a reason to be happy. Almost everyone has come out. None of them has obtained the inheritance of the Ancient Almighty. Now, it's up to Leopard Wei and De Huang. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. Now, everyone had come out except for the 3 from the 8th floor. Haha. As soon as someone's voice trailed off, a hearty laughter suddenly came from the gate of the suspended tower. Suddenly, a silhouette shot out from inside like a golden light. It was Leopard Wei. At this moment, Leopard Wei was in high spirits. He didn't look injured at all. Even the backlash from using the Heavenly Leopard King's eye had disappeared. More importantly, his chi was much stronger than before, as if he had obtained some kind of great sublimation. Haha, Leopard Wei has obtained the inheritance of the Ancient Almighty. From now on, he will have a chance to break through to the Great Sage Realm. Heavenly Leopard King laughed heartily. The people of the Heavenly Leopard lineage were also very excited. Leopard Wei didn't disappoint them this time. Just like Kong Yang, he had obtained the inheritance of the Ancient Almighty. Congratulations, Leopard Wei. Lang Xingtian said to Leopard Wei. No matter what, Leopard Wei was a member of the demon race. He represented the geniuses of the demon race when he went out. After today's incident, Leopard Wei would be ranked in the top 10 of the celestial ranking. This was equivalent to winning glory for the demon race. There are 2 more people. Why haven't De Huang and Jiang Chen come out yet? In my opinion, they must have gotten nothing. They are wasting too much time. That's right. They should have come out even if they didn't get anything. They can't afford to delay the closing time of the suspended tower. At this time, many people shifted their attention to Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Now, everyone had come out except for the 2 of them. Everyone guessed correctly. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog indeed didn't get anything. However, they would never have thought that Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were breaking through the gate of the 9th floor. Rumble. Just as everyone was discussing, the suspended tower suddenly shook violently. A deafening roar was heard. Everyone saw that the 9th floor, which had always been dark for so many years, suddenly lit up half of its original color. Look, there is light in the 9th floor. Oh my God! They are breaking through the 9th floor. Oh my God! They are really breaking through the 9th floor. It seems like they are already halfway through. How many years has it been? This is the first time the 9th floor has lit up. I am so lucky to see it. It's Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. These 2 super abnormal geniuses actually have the courage to break through the 9th floor. I can't believe it. If they succeed, it will be a miracle in the history of our demon race. No one wasn't shocked. Everyone held their breath and didn't dare to speak. They could only raise their heads and watch. Lang Xingtian and Peacock King were obviously very excited. That was the 9th floor. They had entered the suspended tower before and they knew what the 9th floor represented. It was impossible for them to enter the 9th floor. However, a miracle had happened today. De Huang Dog had the bloodline of a divine beast and Jiang Chen was also a super abnormal genius. If they could enter the 9th floor, they really couldn't imagine what they could get. The inheritance of an ancient almighty? I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Hong. All of a sudden, a roar came out from the suspended tower. The 9th floor, which was only half lit up, suddenly became brighter. 2 dazzling light spots were floating in the 9th floor. The moment the 9th floor was opened, the entire suspended tower emitted countless rays of light. These rays of light sprinkled down from the 9th floor to every corner of this space. When these rays of light sprinkled on people's bodies, they felt as if they had fallen into a warm ocean. It was incomparably comfortable. These rays of light are the sacred items of the demon race. They can improve one's physique and enhance the demon power. That's right. What a divine radiance. Everyone quickly absorb it. This is a gift from the ancient pagoda to our Yao clan. Quickly absorb this radiance. Absorb as much as you can. This is a great opportunity for our Yao clan. Everyone can obtain unimaginable benefits. Awesome. The great opportunity of our demon race has come. Chapter 880. Everyone was excited, especially those from the heavenly wolf lineage. Lang Xingtian and Peacock King were unable to control their emotions. The 9th floor had been opened. This was something that they had never dreamt of. They didn't even dare to imagine that they would be able to witness the opening of the 9th floor in their lifetime. However, besides being excited, they were more concerned about what benefits Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog would get after entering the 9th floor. At least, one thing was certain: as long as they entered the 9th floor, they would not return empty-handed. The opening time of the suspended tower was already up, but everything had changed because of the opening of the 9th floor. At this time, no one would suggest to close the suspended tower, not even Heavenly Leopard King. This was a miracle of the demon race. Even if Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog stayed in there for another 3 days and 3 nights, no one would say anything. More importantly, Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog had opened the 9th floor, which brought a great opportunity to the entire demon race. The radiance that was sprinkling down from the 9th floor would bring endless benefits to all of the demon race, including Lang Xingtian and Heavenly Leopard King. At this moment, Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog who had entered the 9th floor were paralyzed on the ground. Even with their abilities, they felt as if they were about to collapse after passing through the portal of the 9th floor. The process of passing through the portal was simply a kind of torture. However, even though they were lying on the ground, Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog could still feel a sense of superiority. It was a very strange feeling. They felt as if they had left their original world and were lying in the sky. Their surroundings were filled with a noble aura. This was a true sacred place. Countless radiance surrounded them. Basically, they didn't need to move at all. The radiance would heal their bodies quickly. This is the radiance of the demon race. It's very beneficial to those who have the bloodline of the demon race. Jiang Chen said, "How is it? Did you feel the summoning power?" De Huang Dog asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. If he still couldn't sense it on the 9th floor, it could only mean that Jiang Chen's perception had made a mistake. "I can sense it, and it's very strong. It's not far ahead. Let's recover quickly." Jiang Chen's face was filled with excitement. He could feel that the mysterious summoning force would bring him great benefits. He would welcome a great opportunity in the 9th floor. Very quickly, Jiang Chen and Big Yellow recovered. They crawled up from the ground and looked around at the space that was filled with divine light. After that, they flew towards the direction where the mysterious summoning force came from. The space on the 9th floor wasn't big. It should be the smallest space in the entire suspended tower. There was nothing here except for an ancient altar in the center. Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog came to the front of the altar. The ancient altar was covered with variegated marks. The altar was 100 zhang tall, but it gave people a feeling that it was as tall as the sky. However, Jiang Chen didn't have the mood to pay attention to the ancient and mystical altar at this moment. All his attention was on the blood talisman floating above the altar. The blood talisman let out a buzzing sound, and rays of blood light sprinkled down from it, covering the entire altar. There were lines of patterns carved on the blood talisman, and it was filled with ancient and holy qi. At such a close distance, Jiang Chen was sure that all the summoning force came from this blood talisman. However, Jiang Chen wasn't unfamiliar with this blood talisman. Back when he was in Inferno Hell, there was a blood talisman that was exactly the same as this one. In order to deal with the Earth Devil Beast, he used this blood talisman to suppress it. This blood talisman gave him a feeling that it was connected to his bloodline. It felt strange and familiar at the same time. Back then, he couldn't bring this blood talisman out of Inferno Hell because his cultivation base was still too weak. He had never thought that the same blood talisman would appear in the 9th floor of the suspended tower. Jiang Chen didn't know the secret of this blood talisman, but since it could appear on the 9th floor, it was definitely not an ordinary item. Moreover, Jiang Chen was sure that the aura this blood talisman emitted was related to the dragon transformation skill. When he approached the blood talisman, Jiang Chen felt that his blood was throbbing, and all the dragon marks in his body were throbbing as well. Isn't this the blood talisman from Inferno Hell? How did it appear here? De Huang Dog widened his eyes in shock. He knew very well how mystical this blood talisman was. Back in Inferno Hell, no one could get close to the stone door because of this blood talisman. Only Jiang Chen was recognized by this blood talisman. It's not the same blood talisman, but the aura it emits is the same. This blood talisman is summoning me. As Jiang Chen spoke, he began to circulate the dragon transformation skill to the extreme, directly transforming into a dragon. Sensing the change in Jiang Chen, the blood talisman throbbed even more violently. Jiang Chen wanted to give it a try. He stretched out his dragon claw. The blood talisman seemed to be influenced by Jiang Chen's blood and actually flew towards Jiang Chen on its own initiative, landing on Jiang Chen's palm. Rumble. The instant the blood talisman left the altar, the ancient altar suddenly emitted a deafening roar. A dazzling beam of light suddenly fell from the sky, extending to an unknown place. At the end of the beam of light, there seemed to be an ancient void. Go! Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He and De Huang Dog jumped onto the altar and flew towards the golden beam of light. Bang! However, when Jiang Chen touched the beam of light, a strong rebounding force came from the beam of light, bouncing off Jiang Chen and making him fall to the ground. On the other hand, De Huang Dog was fine, standing firmly in the center of the beam of light. What's going on? De Huang Dog exclaimed. Don't talk. This is a great opportunity for you. Sit down and feel it. Although I have the blood of a true dragon, my origin is still a human, so I can't enter the beam of light. However, this blood talisman is enough for me. I will refine the blood talisman now, so you should enjoy the opportunity. Jiang Chen hastily said to Big Yellow. The change in the 9th level of the suspended tower was a great opportunity for Big Yellow. If he missed such an opportunity, he would be struck by lightning and would never be able to reappear again in his life. Jiang Chen hastily said. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, De Huang Dog quickly sat down and fully stimulated his dragon horse bloodline, forming a resonance with the ancient beam of light. Below him, Jiang Chen also sat down cross-legged and tried to refine the blood talisman. The blood talisman fell into his hand as if it belonged to him. Beth! After the blood talisman entered Jiang Chen's body, it trembled violently. Soon, under the operation of the dragon transformation skill, rays of bloodlight shot out from the blood talisman and rushed into Jiang Chen's limbs and bones. Jiang Chen was shocked to find that these rays of bloodlight were very helpful to him. They strengthened the blood of a true dragon in his body. The 70,000 dragon marks in his body were like 70,000 true dragons, growing a lot stronger. As the bloodlight continued to increase, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body began to condense. With the help of the blood talisman, Jiang Chen was able to condense more dragon marks. Good. I couldn't refine this blood talisman in Inferno Hell because I didn't have the blood of a true dragon in my body. Now, it's different. I can completely refine this blood talisman and gain great benefits from it. I can directly advance to the 7th grade minor saint. At that time, not even a half-step great saint will be a match for me. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. This was a great opportunity. To him, the most important thing wasn't the advancement of his grade, but the function of this blood talisman. He could feel that this blood talisman wasn't ordinary. There were a lot of secrets hidden within it that he could slowly uncover in the future. Very quickly, the blood talisman had completely fused with Jiang Chen's body. It remained silent in Jiang Chen's chi. Currently, Jiang Chen had condensed another 2,000 dragon marks. The total number of dragon marks in his body had reached 72,000. His cultivation had successfully advanced to the 7th grade minor saint. Now that he had a large amount of high-grade true metastones, he didn't need to worry about the consumption of true metastones. 7th grade minor saint. Not bad. Let me see the secret of this blood talisman. Jiang Chen shifted his attention to the blood talisman. He tried to communicate with the blood talisman, but the result surprised Jiang Chen. The blood talisman occupied a corner of his chi like a lord. No matter how hard Jiang Chen tried to summon it, the blood talisman wouldn't respond to him. Fuck! Jiang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. This blood talisman was too powerful. It didn't even care about him. Now, it seemed like he had picked up a lord. Regarding this situation, The only explanation Jiang Chen could think of was that he wasn't strong enough. The blood talisman didn't care about him at all. It was impossible for him to explore the secret of the blood talisman. At this moment, outside the suspended tower, all the demon race were still trying their best to absorb the light. Some of them had advanced to the next grade while immersed in the light. At this moment, the suspended tower underwent another huge change. Everyone could see that at the top of the suspended tower, a pillar of light shot up into the sky. In that painting, an ancient totem appeared. The image was incomparably mystical. It had the head of a dragon and the body of a snake. It was illusory and real at the same time, as though it shouldn't exist at all. It's the totem. My God. The totem has descended. The totem of the demon race has appeared. Our faith, our ancestor, the totem divine seal has appeared. I can't believe that I can see the totem in my lifetime. Quick! Kneel down. Everyone, kneel down. Everyone was shocked. Lang Xingtian and Heavenly Leopard King were surprisingly in sync. They were the first to kneel on the ground. All the demon race were excited. They couldn't believe their own eyes. At this moment, everyone was kneeling on the ground. No one dared to speak. Their faces were filled with sincerity. The opening of the 9th level of the suspended tower had actually attracted the appearance of the totem. Chapter 881. The ancient and resplendent light beam was suspended in the sky above the suspended tower. The totem god seal was like a supreme god. Hundreds of thousands of monster warriors were kneeling on the ground. Their faces were filled with devotion. No one dared to show the slightest bit of disrespect towards the supreme totem. The entire scene was extremely quiet. Under the pressure of the totem god seal, some of the weaker demon beasts didn't even have the courage to raise their heads. They didn't dare to look at the totem god seal, as they felt that it was a blasphemy to the god. On the 9th level of the altar, Big Yellow's body was glowing with golden light. His body had undergone a tremendous change. 2 horns grew out of his head, and there was a 3rd horn on his forehead that was flickering with lightning. The golden fur on his body had disappeared and was replaced by golden scales. His appearance had also undergone a tremendous change. He had the head of a dragon and the body of a horse. His 4 hooves were glowing brightly, and they looked like they were sparkling under the sunlight. At this moment, De Huang Dog didn't look like a dog anymore. He had become an extremely valiant dragon horse. It was a true divine creature of the heaven and earth. It represented auspiciousness and luck. Above De Huang Dog's head, the totem god seal gradually descended. It was perfectly aligned with De Huang Dog's head. This is the legendary god seal evolved from the totem of the monster race, the supreme totem. De Huang has actually drawn out the totem god seal. If this totem god seal can be used on De Huang will become the supreme existence of the monster race, the symbol of the god. Even the bloodline of the heavenly leopard wouldn't dare to show any disrespect to him. At that time, the monster race will be unified, and there won't be any internal conflicts. Jiang Chen was extremely excited. He had never thought that the 9th level would be this powerful. De Huang Dog had directly drawn out the totem god seal. What kind of luck was this? Compared to the totem god seal, all the inheritance of the supreme monster race was nothing. All of a sudden, De Huang Dog raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar. The entire space where the suspended tower was located was trembling violently. Everyone raised their heads and looked over. At this moment, the 9th floor had turned transparent. The people outside could no longer see 2 light spots. They could see everything inside the suspended tower. Everyone could see that on top of an ancient sacrificial altar, the extremely brave De Huang was roaring towards the sky. The totem seal was floating above his head, resonating with him. Heavens, this is a spectacle, a miracle that has never happened before in our demon race. Is this De Huang's real body? The legendary divine beast dragon horse is indeed unfathomable. The high and mighty divine beast represents auspiciousness and luck. Now, even the totem has been drawn out. The arrival of De Huang will bring auspiciousness to our demon race. If the totem enters his body and fuses with him, he will become the supreme god of our demon race, our spiritual sustenance. With the appearance of the totem, De Huang has become the hero of our demon race. The holy light just now has greatly benefited all of us. After the opening of the suspended tower, the overall strength of our demon race will be greatly improved because of the holy light. There was no one who wasn't shocked. Everyone was gasping in admiration. In the end, the Huang dog didn't disappoint them. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the totem god seal finally entered his body. The instant the totem god seal entered the Huang dog's body, the Huang roared towards the sky. It was a sacred roar. The shadow of the totem hovered above his body. Under the stimulation of the totem god seal, the Huang dog's bloodline began to surge. His cultivation was also rising rapidly. 7th grade minor demon saint, 8th grade minor demon saint, 9th grade minor demon saint, all the way to the peak of 9th grade minor demon saint before stopping. Big Yellow's cultivation base had reached the peak of 9th grade minor demon saint. Given his divine beast aptitude, he wouldn't be afraid even if he encountered a 1st grade great saint. He could even kill that 1st grade great saint. This was incomparably terrifying. What was even more terrifying was that the power of the totem god seal was still unknown to the public. My God! He has reached the 9th grade minor demon saint. Such speed of advancement is simply speechless. That is the power of the totem. De Huang has transformed into a totem. He is the totem of our demon race. He is the auspiciousness of our demon race and our future. Amazing! This is too amazing. This is the true great opportunity and great luck. The people of the demon race were so excited that they couldn't control their emotions. Lang Xingtian and Heavenly Leopard King were kneeling at the forefront. That's right. Although they were powerful 6th grade great saints, they had to kneel down in front of De Huang. They weren't kneeling to De Huang, but to the god of the demon race. At this moment, Heavenly Leopard King's intention to get rid of De Huang had completely disappeared. He didn't dare to show any disrespect to De Huang anymore. All the people of the Heavenly Leopard lineage were the same. No one dared to blaspheme the totem because it was unforgivable. De Huang kept roaring. Every roar was earth-shattering, making people's soul tremble. The strong body of the dragon horse could no longer be described with just the word divine. However, after absorbing the totem divine seal, De Huang dog had returned to his original appearance, a living and breathing De Huang. This extreme difference in appearance made many people's jaws drop. Many of them tried their best not to spurt out a mouthful of blood. This was too nonsensical. Obviously, the dragon horse was blessed by the heavens, but he had turned into a dog. This was simply ridiculous. Haha. De Huang dog felt his current cultivation base and laughed heartily. The pleasure he felt was indescribable. If he were to fight with Leopard Wei now, he would be able to kill Leopard Wei in a single move. Of course, Leopard Wei wouldn't dare to fight with De Huang dog after absorbing the totem divine seal. No matter how powerful a genius of the demon race was, they wouldn't dare to fight with a totem. 9th grade minor demon saint. Awesome. Jiang Chen was also very excited. Obviously, apart from the blood talisman, De Huang dog was his biggest gain in the suspended tower. Given De Huang dog's current ability, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with a 1st grade great saint. Swoosh! The instant the totem divine seal disappeared, the suspended tower suddenly turned dark. Then, Jiang Chen and De Huang dog walked out of the suspended tower. After they came out, the gate of the suspended tower was closed. De Huang dog was floating in the sky, looking at the group of demon race kneeling down below. He was stunned. What's wrong with them? Why are they kneeling down? Could it be that they are kowtowing to Master Dog? De Huang dog was in a daze. You are an idiot. You have just absorbed the totem divine seal. You are now the incarnation of the totem. In their hearts, you are a godlike existence. Naturally, they have to kneel down and worship you. You have brought great benefits to the demon race by entering the 9th level. It has increased the overall combat strength of the demon race to another level. Chapter 882. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, De Huang dog immediately coughed twice and put on a serious look. However, when he was serious, he looked even more frivolous than usual. That kind of narcissism had already penetrated deep into his bones. Jiang Chen shook his head and distanced himself from this guy. This bastard pretended to clear his throat and said to the people below, "Everyone, don't kneel anymore. Get up." That kind of arrogant tone showed that he really regarded himself as a totem. However, in Jiang Chen's opinion, it was already not easy for this guy to not say that he should get up. However, in the eyes of the demon race, Jiang Chen was a totem. At least, the totem had descended on him. No matter how bad it was, he was still the messenger of the totem. No one dared to disrespect De Huang Dog. From today onwards, De Huang Dog's position in the demon race would be unshakable. Although Lang Xingtian still had the final say on important matters, even Lang Xingtian himself wouldn't dare to neglect De Huang in the slightest. Lang Xingtian and the Leopard King were the first to stand up, followed by all the people of the demon race. The whole scene was still incomparably quiet. De Huang, you have brought great luck and opportunity to the demon race this time. This kind of contribution is irreplaceable. Lang Xingtian said. Patriarch, Great Elder, come forward. De Huang Dog looked at Lang Xingtian and the Leopard King and said. Lang Xingtian and the Leopard King looked at each other. In terms of the internal conflicts of the demon race, they should be considered enemies. However, at this moment, when De Huang called for them, they didn't dare to disobey. They immediately walked to the front of De Huang Dog and cupped their fists at De Huang Dog. Just now, when the totem divine seal descended, it conveyed a decree, saying that the world will be in chaos soon. The demon race must be at peace to deal with this chaos. If there is internal strife, it will definitely accelerate the decline of the demon race and lead to destruction. The totem hopes that the two of you will look at the big picture and make the demon race peaceful. De Huang Dog said solemnly. The decree of the totem, we dare not neglect it. Lang Xingtian and Heavenly Leopard King spoke at the same time. Jiang Chen and Big Yellow heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the current situation. It seemed like the power of the totem was still very great. In the demon race, the position of the totem was unshakable. Just a word from the totem had solved the internal conflict of the demon race. As a matter of fact, the internal strife of the demon race had been going on for a long time. In order to solve this conflict, the arrival of the totem was the only way. It was also the simplest and most effective way. It was conceivable that from today onwards, the internal strife of the demon race would gradually disappear, and eventually, the demon race would be united. This was what Jiang Chen wanted to see the most. He wanted to build a good relationship with the entire demon race, not just one of them. The suspended tower was closed. De Huang Dog went into closed-door training. He had obtained the totem divine seal and needed some time to digest it. This time, the demon race's harvest was not small. The holy light had brought great benefits to all the demon race. Many of them had advanced directly under the holy light. Leopard Wei had also obtained the inheritance of the ancient Almighty. After he came out, he immediately went into closed-door training. Jiang Chen returned to the courtyard to explore the secret of the blood charm. Unfortunately, the blood charm was very calm in Jiang Chen's Qi Si. It was like a big boss. No matter how hard Jiang Chen tried to summon it, the blood charm ignored him. Motherfucker! Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and couldn't help but curse. At first, he thought that he had obtained a peerless treasure. But now, it seemed that even a peerless treasure was useless. It was like inviting a big boss back. Lang Xingtian, Heavenly Leopard King and Peacock King came to the courtyard together. This was probably the first time the three of them walked together so harmoniously. It was all because of De Huang. Jiang Chen knew that they were here to ask about the situation in the 9th floor of the suspended tower. After De Huang came back, he immediately went into closed-door training. Jiang Chen was also someone who had entered the 9th floor. He was the one they wanted to ask about. Patriarch, Great Elder, Peacock King. Jiang Chen cupped his fists at the three of them. As for Heavenly Leopard King, he didn't have any enmity with him. Previously, it was just a matter of position. Now that the position had been resolved, they were on the same side. Jiang Chen, you guys have created a miracle for the demon race by entering the 9th floor. De Huang has directly attracted the totem divine seal. I wonder what benefits you have obtained in the 9th floor? Lang Xingtian asked. Jiang Chen was enlightened. It turned out that the three of them were concerned about the benefits he had obtained. But it was reasonable. After all, he had also entered the 9th floor and De Huang Dog had obtained a great benefit. He was afraid that he wouldn't return empty-handed. To be honest, I didn't obtain anything in the suspended tower this time. There is an altar in the center of the 9th floor. Probably because I am a human, even though I have the bloodline of a divine beast, I was still rejected by the altar. However, when De Huang summoned the totem divine seal, a beam of light fell from the void and was absorbed by me. It pushed my cultivation grade to the 7th grade minor saint. I am very satisfied that I have advanced to the next grade. At least, I didn't return empty-handed from the suspended tower. Jiang Chen said with a sigh. He definitely wouldn't tell anyone about the blood talisman. It was related to the dragon transformation skill. He must never let anyone know about it. I see. The three of them nodded. They didn't doubt Jiang Chen's words. When the totem divine seal descended, the suspended tower became transparent. They could clearly see the situation inside the tower. There was indeed an ancient altar in the tower, and there was only the Huang dog on the altar. Jiang Chen was just waiting below the altar. So, Jiang Chen wasn't lying. Besides, the reason given by Jiang Chen was reasonable. After all, he was still a human. If he could really stand on the altar like the Huang dog, they would feel very depressed. After all, the suspended tower was the inheritance of the demon race. If a human obtained a great benefit from it, they wouldn't feel comfortable. De Huang has obtained a great benefit this time. He is now in seclusion to study the other uses of the totem divine seal. I estimate that he will be able to advance to the great saint realm by the time he comes out. Jiang Chen said. He was very confident about this. Once the bloodline of the dragon horse divine beast was perfectly stimulated, the improvement would be unimaginable to ordinary people. More importantly, the totem divine seal must have other uses. That's right. It seems like a true monstrous genius is going to emerge in our demon race. After De Huang has advanced to the great saint realm, we will send him to Saint Origin Palace for cultivation, said Lang Xingtian. Heavenly Leopard King and Peacock King didn't object to Lang Xingtian's suggestion. All the great saint geniuses of the 8 major families of Pure Land were cultivating in Saint Origin Palace. All right, Jiang Chen. You should have a good rest. We won't disturb you any longer. Peacock King said to Jiang Chen. Then the three of them left. Jiang Chen looked at the place where Yan Chenyu and a Huang dog were in seclusion. He found a stone chair and sat down. He didn't choose to go into seclusion. Given his current situation, seclusion was useless. His current cultivation base was very stable. What he needed the most right now was to fight. Moreover, he could foresee that after he killed Xiao Liang, the real geniuses of the sky ranking would also take action. Early the next morning, Golden Fur Lion King came to the courtyard with an old friend, Gu Mu. Young Master Jiang. When Gu Mu saw Jiang Chen, he immediately clasped his fists. Seeing that Jiang Chen's cultivation base had already reached the 7th grade minor saint, apart from being shocked, he was more delighted. Although the ancient people didn't show up these few days, they were clear about the situation outside. Now that the situation in Pure Land had changed, many geniuses had been dispatched to kill Jiang Chen. Facing such a situation, Jiang Chen could only increase his cultivation base to deal with it. Gu Mu, why are you here? Jiang Chen said. Young master, I'm afraid that you will have to follow me to visit the ancient people. You are the only one who can solve the problem of the ancient people. Gu Mu said with a frown. His tone was filled with worry. What happened to Sister Ning? Jiang Chen's expression changed. If Gu Mu came to find him, the problem of the ancient people must be related to Wu Ningzhu. At least, it must be related to Wu Ningzhu's mother. Otherwise, Gu Mu wouldn't come to find him. Young master is wise. After Miss Ningzhu went to the ancient people, the patriarch opened up the bloodline of the ancient people for her. Her cultivation base improved by leaps and bounds. Moreover, she obtained a great opportunity in the ancient people. Now, she has already reached the 7th grade minor saint. Given her outstanding talent, she has won the admiration of many young people of the ancient people. Among them, there were many monstrous geniuses from the ancient people. The clan meeting of the ancient people will be held 3 days later. The patriarch will betroth Miss Ningzhu to Gu Lufeng on that day. As long as Miss Ningzhu agrees to marry Gu Lufeng, the patriarch will pardon Gulin's wrongdoings and release her from her imprisonment. You should know that Miss Ningzhu's main purpose in coming to Saint Origin World is to find her mother, Gulin. Gu Mu told Jiang Chen everything that was going to happen in the ancient people. He didn't need to say too much. He believed that with Jiang Chen's wisdom, he didn't need to point out the key points. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. It seemed like he had to make a trip to the ancient people. Otherwise, his wife would become someone else's. Besides, he had promised Wu Ningzhu that he would help her find Gulin. Now that Gulin had been found, he couldn't use Wu Ningzhu's happiness to exchange for Gulin's freedom. If that was the case, Wu Ningzhu wouldn't be happy and Gulin wouldn't feel at ease. All right, I will go with you to the ancient people now. Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest hesitation. Since the matter with the demon race had been settled, He originally planned to make a trip to the ancient people. Currently, he was only on good terms with Gumu, but he was still far from being on good terms with the ancient people. During this trip to the ancient people, he wanted to settle everything, including the matters of Wu Ningzhu and Gulinch. Alright, brother Jiang Chen, I heard that the second ranker of the heavenly list, Xueqi, has come out of seclusion and threatened to take your life. You have to be careful. The Golden Fur Lion King said. Chapter 883. Second on the sky ranking? Sure enough, he couldn't hold it in anymore. But it doesn't matter. Even the second on the sky ranking is a dead end for him. Jiang Chen revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. What he needed the most right now was a battle. The second on the sky ranking wouldn't be too weak. This would make things more interesting. Brother, you can't be careless when facing this Xueqi. Even Kong Yang, who had entered the 8th level of the suspended tower, is no match for him. Only the super monstrous genius of the desolate family can suppress him. The sky ranking is divided into 3 levels. The top 10 of the sky ranking and the bottom 10 are 2 completely different levels. The top 3 of the sky ranking is another level of difference. The Shi family is different from the other families. This family is innately warlike. Their bloodline has a petrifying ability. Under the petrifying state, their combat strength will be greatly improved. Although Xueqi is a half-step great saint, an ordinary first-grade great saint is no match for him. Golden Fur Lion King was afraid that Jiang Chen would be careless, so he quickly reminded him. None of the top 3 in the sky ranking were easy to deal with. Thank you for the reminder, Lion King. I know what to do. Jiang Chen held his fists at Golden Fur Lion King. He knew very well about the 8 families of the Pure Land. Although the Desolate family was the strongest among the 8 families, when it came to warlike nature, even the demon race couldn't be compared to the Shi family. The people of the Shi family were born warriors, especially when they were petrified. Each of them was abnormal. Since Xueqi was able to become the second on the sky ranking, he naturally wouldn't be weak. However, the more it was like this, the more excited Jiang Chen was. He was eager to fight with such an expert. It was imaginable that Leopard Wei and Xueqi were both half-step great saints, but Jiang Chen didn't care. He could already defeat Leopard Wei when he was still a 6th-grade minor saint. Now that he had advanced to the 7th-grade minor saint, he had enough confidence to defeat Xueqi. Xueqi could defeat an ordinary first-grade great saint, and so could Jiang Chen. Given his current combat strength and dragon form, an ordinary first-grade great saint wouldn't be a match for him. I've heard about the matter between you and Miss Wu Ningzhu. I hope you can handle this matter well when you go to the ancient people. The Golden Fur Lion King reminded him again. Jiang Chen's temper was too fiery. He was afraid that he might offend the ancient people. Now, he had already offended 5 of the 8 races of the Pure Land. Ancient people could be friendly to him, but if he offended the ancient people, then he wouldn't be able to survive. Of course, Sister Ning is from the ancient people, and so is Auntie Gulin's mother. Even if it's for their sake, I won't go against the ancient people. I have my own methods to deal with this matter. Jiang Chen said confidently. Because of his relationship with Wu Ningzhu and Gulin, it was impossible for him to offend the ancient people. Moreover, it would be beneficial for him to make friends with the ancient people. After that, Jiang Chen bade farewell to the Golden Fur Lion King. Without saying goodbye to Lang Xingtian and Peacock King, he followed Gumu and left the spiritual space mountain, flying towards the direction of the ancient people. Gumu, what's the cultivation of Gu Lu Feng? On the way, Jiang Chen asked. Gu Lu Feng is the #1 genius of the ancient people. He's ranked 4th in the sky list. Although he can't be compared to Xueqi, he shouldn't be underestimated. Not long ago, Gu Lu Feng went out to experience the world and had a fortuitous encounter. He's only 1 step away from the Great Sage realm. Patriarch estimated that Gu Lu Feng is already qualified to compete with Kong Yang and Xueqi. Gumu said, the #1 genius of the ancient people. Interesting. Jiang Chen smiled. It would be more interesting to fight with such a person. Young master, this time when you go to the ancient people, you mustn't act forcefully. After all, this is the family of the ancient people. No matter what, you are still an outsider. Gu Lu Feng is personally trained by the Patriarch. He is highly valued by the Patriarch. Gu Mu kindly reminded Jiang Chen. His current worry was the same as Golden Fur Lion King. With Jiang Chen's temperament, a single mistake would cause a huge problem. Don't worry. Your patriarch is able to train Sister Ning with all his heart, allowing her to advance to the 7th grade minor saint in a short period of time. This point alone is not bad, Jiang Chen said. After all, the patriarch and Gulen are siblings. Miss Ningzhu is also considered as the patriarch's niece. When the patriarch brought Gulen back from the Southern Great Road, he was indeed very angry. At that time, the patriarch was still in power. However, during these years, the patriarch would visit Gulen every once in a while, but because Gulen refused to admit her mistake, she had been locked up. Now that Miss Ningzhu is here, the patriarch wants to make up for his guilt towards Gulen with Miss Ningzhu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have betrothed her to Gu Lufeng. Gu Mu said. Although his position in the ancient people wasn't high enough to talk to the patriarch, everyone could see the sibling relationship between the patriarch and Gulen. It seems like he isn't a heartless person. Jiang Chen nodded. He didn't forget how Wu Ningzhu gritted her teeth when she mentioned her uncle. Jiang Chen and Gu Mu's speed wasn't very fast. Along the way, Gu Mu told Jiang Chen everything about the ancient people, especially about Wu Ningzhu's situation in the ancient people. Generally speaking, Wu Ningzhu didn't suffer any grievances in the ancient people. Suddenly, Jiang Chen frowned. A cold intent burst out from his body. His eyes became as cold as a knife. What's wrong? Gu Mu sensed the change in Jiang Chen. He looked around vigilantly, but didn't find anything unusual. He couldn't help but ask. Jiang Chen looked at the void behind him. Lang Lang said, "You're haunting me. Come out." Gu Mu was stunned at first. He immediately looked at the place where Jiang Chen's gaze landed. He saw a distortion in the void and a person wrapped in black appeared there. The person's face was covered with a black cloth. His eyes were emotionless, giving people a very gloomy feeling. "Your perception is really sharp." The black-clothed person spoke. It was the voice of an old man. Looking at his cultivation, he should be a half-step great sage. The people of the dark shadow are really reckless. It seems that the lesson left by the full moon inn isn't enough. Jiang Chen's tone was cold. The matter of the full moon inn was really done by you. The coldness in the opponent's eyes became more vigorous, with a cold killing intent. The people of the dark shadow. Gu Mu's complexion changed. He had naturally heard of this assassin organization. This organization was very special. They wouldn't appear normally, but once they did, they would kill. This organization was very deep-rooted and had a very strong background. Although the overall strength of this organization was inferior to the 8 families of the Pure Land, even the 8 families of the Pure Land didn't want to provoke this organization. Once they set their eyes on you, they would follow you like ghosts. However, Gu Mu admired Jiang Chen's perception more. The people of the dark shadow were experts in hiding and assassination. He didn't expect that they would be discovered by Jiang Chen before they could even make a move. That's right. It's me. Unfortunately, the information of the dark shadow is too outdated. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent you to assassinate me, because that's no different from courting death. Jiang Chen said coldly. I know that you have killed Desolate Liang, but killing a 9th grade minor saint and dealing with a half-step great saint are 2 completely different concepts. Brat, you have made my dark shadow suffer a great loss. Today I will take your life. The assassin completely unleashed his murderous intent. As I said, your information is too outdated. You only know that I have defeated Desolate Liang, but you don't know that I have defeated Leopard Wei, who is ranked 11th in the Sky ranking. You also don't know that I have already advanced to the 7th grade minor saint. One day, I will make your dark shadow disappear from this world. Jiang Chen revealed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. He wouldn't show any mercy in the face of these specters. What? The assassin exclaimed. They really didn't know that Jiang Chen had defeated Leopard Wei. Not only him, even Gu Mu didn't know about it. One should know that the battle between Jiang Chen and Leopard Wei took place in the spatial zone of the suspended tower. Except for the people of the demon race, no one else knew about it. Pu Qi at this time, an ice-cold long sword pierced through the assassin's head, killing him on the spot. Upon seeing this, Gu Mu's expression changed dramatically because the one who killed the assassin wasn't Jiang Chen. The sword had pierced through the assassin's head from the back. It was a stone sword. It didn't have any luster, but it was incomparably sharp. A powerful force rippled out from the stone sword, shattering the assassin and turning him into a mist of blood. A youth in bronze robe appeared. He was holding a stone sword in his hand. The corner of his mouth was curved into a smile as he looked at Jiang Chen. This man had a majestic appearance. He wasn't handsome, but he wasn't ugly either. His whole body was emitting a domineering aura. It wasn't hard to imagine how powerful he was to be able to kill a half-step great saint with a single sword strike. "Shirhan!" Gumu exclaimed. This youth wasn't someone else. He was the second in the sky ranking, Shirhan. "The appearance of these trash is really disappointing. I have helped you to clean them up, but now I want to kill you. Your life is mine." Shirhan slowly kept his stone sword and said indifferently, "There are many people who want to kill me. In the end, they all died in my hands. You, Shirhan, will not be an exception." Jiang Chen's tone was calm. He didn't panic at all. He had already noticed Shirhan's appearance, but he didn't expect that Shirhan would kill the people of the Dark Shadow. Moreover, facing Shirhan, who killed a half-step great saint with a single move, Jiang Chen's fighting spirit was immediately aroused. The second in the sky ranking was indeed extraordinary. "Good. You're really arrogant. 3 moves. I only need 3 moves to kill you." Shirhan was even more arrogant. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. Of course, he had the right to be arrogant. "Young master, be careful. This person isn't easy to deal with," Gumu reminded. He couldn't help in dealing with Shirhan. If he fought with Shirhan, he would be instantly killed. "It's okay. Wait for me in the distance. After I kill Shirhan, I will go to the ancient people," Jiang Chen said casually. His face was always full of confidence. "Good. If you can bring Shirhan's head to see the Patriarch will be very happy." Chapter 884. Jiang Chen was stunned. For a moment, he did not understand the meaning behind Gu Mu's words. The Patriarch of the ancient people was high and mighty. Why would he be interested in Shirhan's head? He's right. I once killed Gu Xuantian's youngest son. He hates me to the core. If you can bring my head to the ancient people, Gu Xiantian will definitely treat you as a distinguished guest. However, it seems like you won't have the chance. Shirhan shrugged his shoulders as if he did not care about it at all. He's right. However, it was a life-and-death battle. Although Shirhan killed the Patriarch's youngest son, the Patriarch could not say anything. Gumu said, "I know what to do now." Jiang Chen stretched his body and transformed into his dragon form. Since it was a life-and-death battle between Shirhan and the Patriarch's son, Gu Xiantian had nothing to say. However, the pain of losing his son was unforgettable. One could imagine how much hatred Gu Xiantian had for Shirhan. If Jiang Chen really killed Shirhan and brought Shirhan's head to the ancient people, it would undoubtedly be a great gift to Gu Xiantian. This would be extremely beneficial to his trip to the ancient people. Shua! Seeing that Jiang Chen had entered his battle state, Gumu didn't want to delay their battle any longer. He immediately flashed far away. With his cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to withstand the shockwaves from the battle between Jiang Chen and Shirhan. Currently, Gumu was incomparably nervous. After all, Shirhan wasn't an ordinary genius. Although Jiang Chen was abnormal, he wasn't sure if he could defeat Shirhan. On the contrary, if Jiang Chen really killed Shirhan, then the ancient people would have enough confidence in their trip to the ancient people. Not to mention the greeting gift to Gu Xiantian, it would not be a problem for Jiang Chen to defeat Gu Lufeng if he could defeat Shirhan. Looking at the transformed Jiang Chen, Shirhan could not help but feel shocked. He could sense that Jiang Chen's battle prowess had increased by leaps and bounds. What a powerful transformation skill. It's even more powerful than my Stone Clan's petrification. But so what? The difference in strength is something that can never be made up for. Shirhan was still arrogant. He did not take Jiang Chen seriously at all. After all, the difference in cultivation between the two of them was quite big. Shirhan was a powerful existence ranked second on the heaven list. He looked down on the younger generation. Even if he had to fight against the monster from the Shao clan, he would not be afraid. Come, let me see just how powerful you are after transforming. Shirhan's imposing aura fluctuated. The powerful aura of half-step great sage was completely released. It was like a tidal wave that impacted the surrounding void and made a crackling sound. True Dragon Palm. Jiang Chen immediately used the True Dragon Palm. With the continuous improvement of his cultivation, coupled with the dragon transformation, His true dragon palm was getting more and more powerful. A casual move of his had the momentum to destroy heaven and earth. Xueqi also moved. He lightly shot a palm towards the void. This palm looked ordinary and did not have any powerful force. However, it erupted with an earth-shattering momentum. This was a powerful combat skill. It was not the skill of the Stone Clan. The combat skills of the Stone Clan were generally pure and fierce. This combat skill should have been obtained by Xueqi in a fortuitous encounter. Rumble. The true dragon palm collided with Xueqi's giant palm. An earth-shattering roar erupted. That part of the sky was destroyed in an instant. The turbulence in the void overflowed. The destructive energy was agitated everywhere. Such a huge movement could not be hidden even if one wanted to. It immediately attracted a lot of people. Someone is fighting over there. What a powerful fluctuation. Let's go and have a look. I don't know who is fighting. It looks powerful. Let's go and have a look. In an instant, many people started to fly towards the location of the battle. Ever since Jiang Chen returned, the Pure Land had not been peaceful. Now that another battle had erupted, everyone was naturally very interested. On the battlefield, Xueqi's giant palm was shattered by the true dragon palm. He was pushed back more than 30 meters before he could regain his balance. His facial expression changed dramatically as he stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief. He couldn't believe that he would be defeated in the first exchange. This was simply unimaginable. Good. Gu Mu applauded from afar. He couldn't contain his excitement. Jiang Chen's combat strength had once again surprised him. He was very worried about the battle between Jiang Chen and Xueqi. After all, Xueqi was just too powerful. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen would gain the upper hand in the first move. Of course, Gu Mu also knew that it would be incomparably difficult for Jiang Chen to kill Xueqi or even defeat him. The current Xueqi was still in his original state. He hadn't used the petrification technique of the Stone family. What a good Jiang Chen. You are only a 7th grade minor saint, yet you can push me back. This is really surprising. It seems like I will have to spend a lot of effort to kill you. Petrification. Xueqi roared and entered a petrified state on the spot. Crackling sounds could be heard from the surface of his body as layers of stone chips appeared. Xueqi's already powerful body doubled in size once again. He was now 30 feet tall. At this moment, Xueqi had completely turned into a stone man. Every part of his body seemed to be pieced together by stones. Look, that is Jiang Chen. That stone man is Xueqi. Xueqi said yesterday that he wanted to kill Jiang Chen. I didn't expect that the two of them would fight now. Oh my god. Jiang Chen has left the demon race and the two of them have started a fierce battle here. Fortunately, we came here in time. Otherwise, we would have missed such an exciting battle. Who do you think will win? Isn't it obvious? It must be Xueqi. Xueqi is the second most powerful existence in the sky ranking. Not even a first-grade great saint can defeat him. Although Jiang Chen could kill Desolate Liang, his cultivation is too weak. He won't be a match for Xueqi. It's hard to say. I can see that Jiang Chen's qi is much stronger than when he killed Desolate Liang. Didn't you see that even Xueqi was forced to use the petrification technique? Many people had already appeared outside the battlefield. Ever since Xueqi came out of his seclusion and said that he wanted to kill Jiang Chen, this battle had been closely watched. They didn't expect that the two of them had already started fighting here. It would be a great loss if they missed such an earth-shattering battle. Xueqi, who was in the state of petrification, had increased his combat strength by a lot. Judging from his qi, he was no weaker than Jiang Chen. This was the most dazzling battle between the young geniuses. Xueqi was the second most powerful existence in the sky ranking. If Jiang Chen could defeat Xueqi, it would undoubtedly create a legend and establish his unshakable position in the young generation of the Pure Land. Jiang Chen, do you dare to fight me with your physical body? Xueqi provoked. The Xue family was most confident in their physical body, especially after they entered the state of petrification. Their physical body had reached an indestructible level. Sure. Jiang Chen's answer was clean and straightforward. He liked to fight with physical body the most. The body of the Xue family was naturally strong, but his dragon body was not inferior to his opponent's. Come on then. Xueqi moved. His attack was incomparably fast. In a blink of an eye, he was in front of Jiang Chen. His stone pillar-like fist shattered the void and attacked fiercely at Jiang Chen. Ha! Jiang Chen let out a deep roar. He clenched his dragon fist tightly and dazzling sparks appeared. He attacked Shi Han's fist. Both of their fists carried the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. When they collided, nobody knew what kind of impact it would have. Rumble. The two of them collided. This was a collision of pure physical strength. It was the most barbaric and primitive way of fighting. Needless to say, under such a collision, the two of them were pushed back at the same time. But in the next second, they collided again. They were both proud and strong. They would not give way to each other and neither would admit defeat. Bang bang bang. The following battle made everyone truly feel what was called barbaric. Every time they collided, the spectators couldn't help but feel their souls tremble. They couldn't imagine that there were actually such barbaric people in this world. However, they were certain that if they were to collide with any one of them on the battlefield, they would end up with their bodies smashed to pieces. The two of them continued in this barbaric contest of physical strength for a few minutes, but there was still no clear winner. The physical body of the Shi family is really strong. The second in the heaven ranking is also extraordinary. Other geniuses can't be compared to him. But this is exactly what I want. This kind of battle can stimulate my potential. Jiang Chen was secretly shocked. He couldn't help but say that Shi Han's strength had exceeded his expectations. But Jiang Chen didn't care. No matter how strong Shi Han was, he had ways to deal with him. He still had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Compared to Jiang Chen, Shi Han was even more shocked. Before he came out of seclusion, he didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes. From his point of view, the gap between their cultivation bases was too big. If he wanted to kill Jiang Chen, it would be a piece of cake. But now, it seemed that it wasn't the case. His opponent's physical body had reached a level where he could fight against him. In the previous collision, Shi Han didn't have the slightest advantage. Because of the violent collision, his qi and blood were not flowing smoothly. But looking at Jiang Chen, he didn't seem to be affected at all. Not even the slightest fluctuation in his qi. Jiang Chen, Shi Han will kill you today. Shi Han was furious. Light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly shouted, Sky Tyrant Stone Fist. Shi Han casted out the powerful heavenly domineering stone fist. This was the most powerful combat technique of the Shi family. Its power was astonishing and unpredictable when it was casted by Shi Han. Shi Han could already see that it was impossible to kill Jiang Chen with just his physical strength. He had to use a more powerful combat technique. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox Rumble. Shi Han punched out, causing the weather to change. That gigantic fist was like a mountain. Everywhere it passed, space was destroyed. Sparks flew everywhere. That was caused by the power and speed of the fist. When this fist pressed down, it could destroy everything. Chapter 885. This was a punch that carried unparalleled divine might that could destroy everything. Everyone's facial expression changed. Shi Han was too strong. Even a first-grade great saint wouldn't be able to withstand this sky-dominating stone fist. Gu Mu looked incomparably nervous. He had no idea how Jiang Chen would deal with Shi Han's punch. In the face of Shi Han's punch, Jiang Chen's facial expression didn't change at all. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well, as if no matter what kind of situation he encountered, there wouldn't be a ripple in his eyes. It was a kind of confidence, a strong confidence that came from the bottom of his heart, from his bones. Jiang Chen moved. He mobilized all the dragon marks in his Qi Si. 72,000 dragon marks rippled. Some of them rushed out of his body, rippling around Jiang Chen's body, producing deep dragon roars that made Jiang Chen look incomparably mystical. Swoosh! Jiang Chen flew up into the sky. His body made a big turn, and he dashed towards the incoming fist. Someone noticed that there were dragon marks all over his feet, and they contained powerful energy ripples. They formed into a terrifying whirlpool that seemed capable of destroying everything in its path. Azure Dragon's 5 Steps. That's right. The powerful Azure Dragon's 5 steps had unimaginable destructive power. This powerful combat technique was far above the sky-dominating stone fist. Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. When he collided with the huge stone fist, he had already taken the 5th step. He took the 5th step horizontally and collided with the stone fist heavily. Kacha! Hung long. Jiang Chen's body was like a beam of light. Even the powerful energy of the stone fist couldn't knock him away. On the contrary, Jiang Chen's stomp caused countless cracks on the huge stone fist. Then, the stone fist exploded with a loud bang. It was crushed by Jiang Chen's stomp, turning into countless fragments that drifted in the air. Dang dang dang. Under such a counterforce, Xueqi couldn't control his body. He retreated a dozen steps before stabilizing himself. On the other hand, nothing happened to Jiang Chen. Xueqi had fallen into a disadvantageous position in this combat technique competition. How is this possible? Why am I retreating? Xueqi couldn't believe that he, a half-step great saint and the second on the sky ranking, would lose to a 7th grade minor saint. This was too funny and he couldn't accept it. My God! This Jiang Chen is too scary. He is much stronger than when he killed Desolate Liang. I remember that he was still a 6th grade minor saint when he killed Desolate Liang, but now, he is already a 7th grade minor saint. This speed of advancement is truly heaven-defying. Have you all noticed that Jiang Chen and Xueqi's combat strength is actually on par with each other? There wasn't a clear winner in the previous competition of physical strength. This means that there isn't much difference between the two of them. Now that they are competing in combat techniques, Xueqi has lost. This means that Xueqi's combat technique isn't as strong as Jiang Chen's. That's right. The sky-dominating stone fist is the strongest combat technique of the stone family. However, the combat technique that Jiang Chen used looked even scarier. It gave people a feeling of superiority. Judging from the grade of the combat technique, Jiang Chen's combat technique is far superior to Xueqi's. That's why Xueqi is in a disadvantageous position in this combat technique competition. Let's see. Xueqi isn't that easy to deal with. I'm sure that he has more powerful techniques. It's still uncertain who will be the winner in the end. However, the battle between the two of them is much more interesting than when Jiang Chen killed Desolate Liang. Desolate Liang couldn't withstand a single blow from Jiang Chen. Many people were shocked. There was no way they wouldn't be shocked. Jiang Chen's strength had once again left an indelible impression in everyone's hearts. One had to know that Xueqi was the second on the heaven ranking. Xueqi was ranked second on the heaven ranking. Most of the people were biased towards Xueqi, thinking that he would win. But now, it seemed like that wasn't the case. The battle had just begun, but Jiang Chen had already suppressed Xueqi with lightning speed. You are not my opponent. The stone family's petrification technique is only so. The second on the heaven ranking is also so. Jiang Chen's tone was very calm. However, to Xueqi, such words were undoubtedly more provocative than mockery. Because Jiang Chen had suppressed him, he was qualified to say such words. Jiang Chen, I won't lose. Xueqi was enraged. His 10-meter-tall body was like a stone god. Stone fragments danced around his body, and the energy waves became even more powerful. Open mountain seal. Following Xueqi's shout, he abruptly raised both his palms upwards. An incomparably huge mountain condensed above his palms. The mountain was completely condensed from energy, but it looked as if it was real. There was not the slightest difference between it and the mountain. It was unknown how heavy the huge mountain was. It was probably millions and millions of kilograms. Underneath it, Xueqi's body made cracking sounds. Go! Xueqi threw with all his strength. The huge mountain carried a thunderous rumble, completely locking onto Jiang Chen's aura and fiercely attacked. What a good open mountain seal. Unfortunately, it's still not my opponent. Xueqi, I won't waste any more time with you. 9 solar fingers. Jiang Chen clasped his hands together. His fingertips flickered with millions of light rays. One after another, mystical runes quickly condensed. Jiang Chen used the power of the Saint Bone and pointed forward. 9 huge golden fingers suddenly rushed forward. Everywhere they passed, the void cracked. The 9 huge fingers were like 9 heavenly rivers, hanging high in the sky. It was unknown how much destructive power they carried. This time, the 9 solar fingers did not fuse. They just rushed forward. Rumble. The heavens collapsed, the earth quaked, and the mountains shook. When the 9 solar fingers and the split mountain seal collided, the sky was completely destroyed. A huge hole that was 100 miles wide appeared in the sky. It was pitch black and it was terrifying. The powerful 9 solar fingers, under the support of the Saint Bone, exploded with twice the power. The open mountain seal could not withstand it at all. The huge mountain was pierced through by the 9 huge fingers on the spot. After that, it exploded, turning into boundless energy and disappeared into the void. Barf this time, Xueqi spurted out a mouthful of blood. However, compared to his injuries, the shock in his heart was the most serious. He thought that he could eliminate Jiang Chen effortlessly in today's battle. However, he had been in a disadvantageous position since the beginning of the battle. Now, he was continuously spurting out blood. He really couldn't imagine that Jiang Chen's power had reached such a terrifying level. On the other side, Jiang Chen knitted his brows. Xueqi's power was also beyond his imagination. One should know that he was a 7th-grade minor saint, not a 6th-grade minor saint. He knew very well that although Xueqi was repeatedly defeated, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. It wouldn't even affect his combat strength. In other words, it wouldn't be an easy task for Jiang Chen to kill Xueqi. Even if Xueqi couldn't defeat him, he could still escape. However, Jiang Chen couldn't let Xueqi escape. It would be a disaster if he let such a powerful opponent go. Given Xueqi's talent, he would certainly benefit a lot from this battle. If Xueqi escaped, it was highly possible that the benefits he gained from this battle would allow him to break through to the Great Saint Realm in a very short period of time. At that time, it would be even more difficult to deal with him. Without any counterattack, Jiang Chen slowly drew out the Heavenly Saint's sword. Next, he would do everything he could to kill Xueqi. He wouldn't give him the slightest chance. On the other side, Xueqi didn't even think about escaping. He hadn't used his strongest power yet. If he left just like that, his reputation would be ruined and he would become the laughingstock of the entire Pure Land. He wouldn't be able to raise his head in the future. This was an unacceptable consequence to him. Xueqi swung his arm and a long spear appeared in his hand. It was a stone spear. It was simple and unadorned, but it wasn't something to be underestimated. Jiang Chen, you have really angered me. Eat my attack, world-extinguishing spear. Xueqi went berserk again. The long spear in his hand began to shake violently. Countless long spears were evolved. These countless stone spears directly evolved into a world of spears. There were spear shadows everywhere. The whole world was shaking as if it had become a world of spears. Amazing! This is Xueqi's ultimate killer move. Those countless long spears have unparalleled lethality. That place has formed a spear domain. It's a real world. Did you see that even if those long spears are destroyed, they will automatically condense again? They are endless and will never weaken. It's really terrifying. Yeah, there is no way to break this killer move. Even if an expert enters that world of spears, he will be exhausted to death. Let's see how Jiang Chen breaks it. This battle was really exciting. Countless people were overwhelmed with emotions watching. Now that the battle was coming to an end, Xueqi had also displayed his most powerful attack. If Jiang Chen could break this move of Xueqi would be completely defeated. If not, it was likely that he would be strangled to death in that world of spears. Swoosh! The Heavenly Saint's sword let out a sword cry that pierced through the sky. Without any fear, Jiang Chen rushed into the ocean of stone spears. Xueqi's attack might be able to baffle others, but it couldn't baffle Jiang Chen. He had seen through this attack, and in order to break it, he had to find the true body of the spear within the ocean of stone spears, which was Xueqi's combat weapon. Only one of these stone spears was real, and the rest were all illusions. If he couldn't find the true body of the spear, even if these spears were destroyed, they would immediately reappear, and there would be no end to them. Wanting to find the true spear among these countless stone spears was undoubtedly an incomparably difficult task. Not to mention that he had to deal with the impact of the stone spears while moving at such a high speed. No matter how sharp his senses were, it was impossible to find the true spear. Chapter 886. Rumble. The entire world of 10,000 spears of annihilation resounded. Countless sharp stone spears bombarded Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen showed no fear. With a casual swing of the Heavenly Saint's sword in his hand, a large number of stone spears were destroyed. Sword light flickered, and no powerful attack could reach Jiang Chen. However, despite Jiang Chen's strong performance, Gu Mu was still very worried. One should know that destroying a few stone spears wasn't a big deal. The number of stone spears in there was endless. It was impossible to destroy all of them. Unless one could find the true body of the stone spear, it would be useless no matter how many stone spears were destroyed. As Jiang Chen destroyed the stone spears, He used the great soul derivation technique to its limit. Invisible soul power quickly seeped into every corner of the spear's world. One of the stone spears moved faster than all the other stone spears, and its movements were very strange. Unlike the other spears, which had a certain pattern, this spear had no pattern at all. It could appear in any place, as if it was purposely trying to hide its tracks. Found it. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't need to think too much to know that this stone spear was the Froststone warrior's body. Shwa! Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. Like a ghost, he arrived in front of the stone spear in the blink of an eye. The heavenly saint's sword carried boundless divine might as it slashed at the stone spear. Clang! The power of the strike was too great, and the heavenly saint's sword itself was incomparably sharp. The stone spear was simply unable to withstand it. Fortunately, the stone spear itself was strong enough, so it was not directly cut into two by the heavenly saint's sword. However, it still let out a mournful cry. Not good. He had never thought that Jiang Chen would be able to find the position of his stone spear so quickly. This was simply an inconceivable thing. The greatest advantage of this move was that the position of the stone spear was constantly changing. It was extremely difficult to lock onto the target. As long as the opponent was trapped by the thousands of spears, no matter how powerful the opponent was, they would eventually be exhausted to death. But now, when he used it on Jiang Chen, it was completely ineffective. Clang! Once again, the heavenly saint's sword slashed at the stone spear. This time, the surrounding stone spears shattered one after another. The illusory world created by the world-extinguishing 10,000 spears was also destroyed. Wow! Xueqi violently coughed up blood again. This time, the shock he received was much more severe than before. The stone spear was his natal weapon, and the collapse of the illusory world greatly affected him, causing his battle prowess to drop to a whole new levels. Come back! Xueqi shouted and tried to summon the stone spear back. He could already see that Jiang Chen was far stronger than he had imagined. It was impossible to kill Jiang Chen today, but he could not lose the stone spear. If that happened, the loss would be too great. You want to summon a battle soldier? Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. How could Jiang Chen give Xueqi a chance? At this moment, Xueqi was no longer a match for him and could not pose any threat to him. He once again conjured the true dragon palm. A huge dragon claw suddenly stretched out and firmly grabbed the stone spear. Buzz! The stone spear in Jiang Chen's hand began to tremble violently, emitting an ear-piercing buzzing sound. It wanted to escape from Jiang Chen's hand, but unfortunately, Jiang Chen's hand was like an iron pincer, it was too firm. No matter how violently the stone spear trembled, it could not escape from Jiang Chen's hand. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen made a few seals on the stone spear and put it into his Qi Si. Xueqi's expression changed drastically. When the stone spear disappeared, he could not feel the connection between him and it. This had never happened before, but it was enough to prove that the stone spear was completely under Jiang Chen's control. His natal weapon had been taken away by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, give me back my stone spear. Xueqi's eyes were bloodshot. He could not lose the stone spear. He could not afford to lose it. Humph. Xueqi, you don't have a chance anymore. 9 phantom wolves. Jiang Chen coldly snorted. His murderous intent soared to the sky as he immediately conjured the 9 phantom wolves. In an instant, 9 identical Jiang Chen appeared in the sky. Each Jiang Chen had transformed into a dragon and was holding a dazzling heavenly saint's sword, completely surrounding Xueqi. What? Xueqi cried out in shock. His mind was in a mess. He couldn't tell which one was the real Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen would not give him time to observe carefully. The heavenly saint's sword stabbed out like a poisonous snake. Puchi! The heavenly saint's sword pierced into Xueqi's body from behind, piercing through his entire body. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and the rocks on the surface of Xueqi's body began to fall off. Stone chips were everywhere, and Xueqi's body had also changed. Currently, he could no longer maintain his petrified state, and had reverted to his human form. Xueqi was in an extremely sorry state. Blood was constantly spurting out from his mouth, and the light in his eyes was slowly fading away. Feeling the life force in his body being drained away, he suddenly had a feeling that all his hopes had turned to dust. He was the #1 genius of the Stone Clan, the monstrous genius ranked 2nd on the Sky ranking. He stood at the peak of the world. In his world, he had always been the one to kill, but he had never thought that he would be killed by someone else. He had never thought that death would befall him, and so quickly. Swoosh! Jiang Chen quickly pulled out the sword from Shirhan's body, and with another swift slash, he beheaded Shirhan. He had no interest in Shirhan's head at first, but since there was enmity between Shirhan and Gu Xiantian, Shirhan's head would be of great use to him. This was a great gift, and Gu Xiantian would definitely accept it. Shirhan was dead. For a moment, the entire scene was silent. Everyone's face was filled with shock. No one had thought that the battle between Jiang Chen and Shirhan would end with Shirhan being killed. Even though Jiang Chen had been suppressing Shirhan, causing him to be in a disadvantageous position, no one had thought that Shirhan would die. After all, with Shirhan's ability, even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. However, no one had thought that Shirhan wouldn't even have the chance to escape. The peerless genius ranked second on the sky ranking had died in the hands of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen carried Shirhan's head and approached Gu Mu. At this moment, Gu Mu was a little dumbfounded. It was obvious that he hadn't recovered from the shock just now. Good. Young master, let's go to the ancient people. Gu Mu was incomparably excited. There was no way he wouldn't be excited. If Jiang Chen went to the ancient people previously, he would be rejected. But now with Shirhan's head, Gu Xiantian would definitely not reject Jiang Chen. In terms of personal enmity, Jiang Chen had killed Shirhan and resolved one of Gu Xiantian's worries. Let's go. Jiang Chen casually nodded his head. He and Gu Mu quickly disappeared from the crowd's sight and headed towards the ancient people. At this moment, the scene was completely stirred up. Something big is going to happen. Something big is going to happen. Jiang Chen killed Shirhan. I wonder how many people will be shocked if this news spreads out. The second-ranked Shirhan on the heavenly list is dead. I'm afraid that fellow from the Shao clan will be able to deal with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen has killed Shirhan. This means that his current strength is enough to be ranked second on the heavenly list. He might even be able to compete with the first on the heavenly list. It's been a long time since something like this has happened in the Pure Land. Shirhan's death will make the Pure Land more and more chaotic. In the future, the Pure Land will no longer be peaceful. Everyone was shocked. Sighs could be heard everywhere. It wasn't hard to imagine that the news of Jiang Chen killing Shirhan would spread throughout the Pure Land in no time. At that time, the higher-ups of the 8 clans would not be able to sit still. That fellow from the Shao clan would probably take action. Other than the monstrous genius from the Shao clan, no one else could be a match for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had declared war against all the young geniuses in the Pure Land. Now, it seemed that only one person could fight against Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen didn't care about this at all. All his thoughts were on the ancient people. This time, he would go to the ancient people to fulfill his promise to Wu Ningzhu and build a good relationship with the ancient people. As one of the 8 great clans, the scale of the Gu clan was naturally huge. They occupied a large mountain range, but looking at their imposing manner, they were not the slightest bit weaker than the spiritual space mountain. This place was filled with the spiritual essence of the heaven and earth, and was definitely one of the places with the most vigorous yuan qi in the entire Pure Land. Every space here was suitable for cultivation, and it was a true holy land for cultivation. All along, countless people had tried their best to join the ancient people. However, the ancient people's recruitment was extremely strict. Unless one had great luck or was overflowing with talent, it was simply impossible for an ordinary person to join the ancient people for cultivation. Jiang Chen and Gu Mu arrived at the mountain range of the ancient people. As far as the eye could see, above the ancient people, the sun was lingering and colorful rays of light were drifting. There were many palaces and buildings floating in the sky. There were even mountain peaks floating in the sky. Looking from afar, it looked like a fairyland. This was the prestige of a big clan. Just the noble aura alone made people couldn't help but worship them. Young master, this is the ancient people. Gu Mu looked at Jiang Chen, only to discover that Jiang Chen's expression was still as calm as an ancient well. Even when facing the imposing manner of the ancient people, Jiang Chen still didn't have any reaction. This person's temperament had actually reached such a level. One must know that when an ordinary person came to a place like the ancient people for the first time, they would be so shocked that their mouths would be wide open. They would exclaim in admiration at every place they saw. Of course, Gu Mu didn't know that when Jiang Chen was unhindered in the world, which of the 8 clans of the Pure Land hadn't visited? Even the ancestors of the ancient people didn't dare to neglect him. Gu Mu, Go and inform the upper echelons of the ancient people that I, Jiang Chen, am here today to propose marriage to the ancient people. Chapter 887. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Gu Mu was dumbfounded. His mouth was slightly agape as he suspected that he had misheard Jiang Chen. He had never thought that Jiang Chen would come to the ancient people in such a way and propose marriage. This was too exciting. However, what surprised Gu Mu the most was the betrothal gifts from Jiang Chen. 1.5 billion high-grade true meta stones. Oh my god! What a huge amount of wealth. Back when Jiang Chen was in Void Triangular Domain, he had promised to give the ancient people 500 million high-grade true meta stones. Today, Jiang Chen came to propose marriage and added another billion, increasing the wealth to 1.5 billion high-grade true meta stones. Even Gu Xiantian would be moved by such a huge amount of wealth. However, Jiang Chen's betrothal gifts were far more than that. 1.5 billion high-grade true metastones were just the appetizer. 3 9-sun-less Rond pill. The 9-sun-less Rond pill actually existed in the heavens and earth. It was a supreme elixir that only existed in the legends. It had never appeared before. Let alone 3. Even 1 would be a priceless treasure that couldn't be measured by its value. Moreover, 10 bottles of 9-sun holy water and so many supreme elixirs were casually taken out by Jiang Chen. If these treasures were to be used by the ancient people, the overall strength of the ancient people would be unimaginably enhanced. Gu Mu couldn't help but be shocked. It was imaginable that if these betrothal gifts were taken out, it would cause a sensation among the ancient people. Young master has a great spirit. You're indeed a rare hero. Miss Ningzhu's eyesight is indeed amazing. Gu Mu took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. A person like Jiang Chen was domineering and didn't care about trifles. Moreover, he was powerful and had the aura of a king. If you were his enemy, it would be your greatest misfortune. But if you were his friend, it would be your greatest fortune. Let's go. Jiang Chen smiled. All right. Gu Mu nodded his head. After calming himself down, he took the lead and walked towards the ancient people's hall with Jiang Chen following behind him. At this moment, outside the entrance of the ancient people's hall stood 4 youths from the ancient people's hall. When the 4 of them saw Gu Mu, they immediately went forward to welcome him. When they saw that it was Gu Mu, their faces were instantly filled with respect and they quickly bowed to Gu Mu. Elder Gu Mu. They didn't dare to show any neglect in front of Gu Mu. Gu Mu was an inner disciple of the ancient people and had a very strong cultivation grade. He was a mighty 9th grade minor saint. Compared to him, their status and identity were on a completely different levels. Go tell Miss Ningzhu that Jiang Chen has come to propose marriage. Gu Mu explained to the 4 that he had to inform Wu Ningzhu of Jiang Chen's arrival. What? Marriage proposal? What marriage proposal? He is that Jiang Chen? The 4 of them were stunned. For a moment, they didn't understand what Gu Mu was trying to say. What did the marriage proposal have to do with Wu Ningzhu? Wasn't Wu Ningzhu betrothed to Gu Lufeng by the patriarch? Listen, I am Jiang Chen. Wu Ningzhu is my woman. I have come to the ancient people's hall today to propose marriage. If Gu Lufeng isn't convinced, he can come and find me. You can tell him that I have just killed Shi Han. Jiang Chen clasped his hands behind his back and said to the 4 of them. After that, he followed Gu Mu and walked towards the ancient people's hall. The 4 of them heard Jiang Chen's words clearly. Because of that, they were shocked. They widened their eyes, suspecting that there was something wrong with their ears. Is this man Jiang Chen? He looks so young. What did he say just now? He killed Shi Han? How is this possible? Shi Han is a supreme expert ranked 2nd on the sky list. Even big brother Lu Feng isn't his match. How could he kill Shi Han? Did you guys hear it clearly? He said that Miss Wu Ningzhu is his woman and he is here to propose marriage. Damn it. Looks like something big is going to happen. The patriarch has already said that Miss Wu Ningzhu will be betrothed to Gu Lufeng 3 days later. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen would appear out of nowhere? However, if he really killed Shi Han, I'm afraid that Gu Lufeng won't be his match. Let's go and spread the news. We will go and tell Miss Wu Ningzhu. You guys go and find big brother Lufeng. If Jiang Chen wants to propose marriage, the patriarch will definitely not agree. How can it be so easy to marry the genius of the ancient people? The 4 of them immediately split into pairs and flew towards the ancient people's hall. This matter was too big. If Jiang Chen came to propose marriage, the ancient people would not be able to remain calm. Currently, Jiang Chen's name had already spread across the entire Pure Land. This person was a devil incarnate. Wherever he went, chaos would follow. If what Jiang Chen said was true, that he really killed Xueqi, then no one in the younger generation of the ancient people would be a match for him. Even if Gu Liufeng's cultivation had improved, he wouldn't be able to defeat Jiang Chen. Gu Mu brought Jiang Chen to his own residence. With Gu Mu's current status and identity, the ancient people had their own mountain and a place to cultivate. Young master, you are an outsider after all. You can't just barge into the inner palace of the ancient people. You should rest here for a while. I will go and inform the inner clan about your intention. I believe that the patriarch will see you directly. Gu Mu said to Jiang Chen. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. He knew that Gu Mu was right. After all, he was here to propose marriage. If he followed Gu Mu to the inner palace, it would be extremely impolite. One should know that the inner palace of the ancient people was the core place of the ancient people. Even Gu Mu wouldn't be able to enter under normal circumstances. However, Jiang Chen wasn't worried at all. He knew what kind of condition he had proposed. Even the higher-ups of the ancient people wouldn't be indifferent after hearing the amount of betrothal gifts he had proposed. They would definitely treat him as a distinguished guest. Moreover, there was no enmity between him and the ancient people. In fact, he had given a lot of benefits to the ancient people when he was in Void Triangular Domain. The ancient people hadn't returned from the inner palace yet, but the entire ancient people was in chaos. The news spread too fast. The news of Jiang Chen's proposal was like a whirlwind. Everyone knew about it. That Jiang Chen has actually come to the inner palace of the ancient people. That Jiang Chen has actually come to the Gu family. I've seen his divine might in Void Triangular Domain with my own eyes. He's truly incredible. I heard that Miss Ningzhu was supposed to marry this Jiang Chen, but she was forcefully brought back by Elder Gu Mu. This Jiang Chen is truly incredible. According to Elder Gu Mu, he had been stuck in his cultivation for a long time. It was because of Jiang Chen's guidance that he broke through to the 9th grade minor saint in such a short period of time. He's truly terrifying. I heard that this Jiang Chen had just killed Xueqi. I don't know if it's true or not. I think it's just boasting. Xueqi is ranked 2nd on the Sky ranking. How could he be killed so easily? This man has come to propose marriage. How could he put Brother Lu Feng's face? The patriarch has said it himself. He will betroth Wu Ningzhu to him 3 days later. Brother Lu Feng has been courting Miss Ningzhu all this time. That's nothing. Although the patriarch said that he would betroth Miss Ningzhu to Brother Lu Feng during the family meeting, it hasn't started yet. So the patriarch's words aren't valid yet. However, the patriarch will never agree to Jiang Chen's proposal. He is just a rogue cultivator. Why should he marry the genius of the ancient people? The whole ancient people was talking about it. Jiang Chen had just arrived at the ancient people's palace and he had already set off a whirlwind among the ancient people. Because he had killed Xueqi not too long ago, the news hadn't reached them yet. Therefore, many of them didn't believe that Jiang Chen had really killed Xueqi. After all, Xueqi wasn't someone that Xiao Liang could compare with. Gu Mu came to the inner palace and met a 2nd grade great saint elder, who was guarding the inner palace. He told him the news of Jiang Chen's arrival. Ridiculous. This man is extremely audacious. How dare he come to the ancient people's palace to propose marriage? Considering that he has no grudge with them, just throw him out. Gu Mu, don't come to the inner palace for anything in the future. Is this a place that you should come to? The elder reprimanded Gu Mu. Jiang Chen had stirred up a lot of commotion recently. Although he was a peerless genius, he had offended too many people. It was fine that he came to the ancient people's palace, but he actually came to propose marriage. He must have some guts. Elder, please calm down. Jiang Chen has come with great sincerity. This man and Miss Ningzhu have already been engaged for a long time. I was the one who brought Miss Ningzhu back from the wedding. Jiang Chen has brought a very generous betrothal gift. 1. 5 billion high-grade true metastones, 3 9-yang less rond pill, 10 bottles of 9-yang saint water, Xueqi's head and natal combat weapon. Gu Mu was terrified. He quickly told the elder about the betrothal gift given by Jiang Chen without hiding anything. What? Upon hearing this, the elder exclaimed. Even though he was a second-grade great saint, he couldn't help but be shocked. Even the ancient people couldn't take out such a betrothal gift. Even if they could, they wouldn't be willing to part with it. He killed Shirhan? The elder asked with uncertainty. It's true. It's absolutely true. When he killed Shirhan, I was there. Gumu said. What a good Jiang Chen. He actually has the ability to kill Shirhan. Ancient people can make friends with such a genius. Wait for a moment, I will report this to the patriarch. After the elder finished speaking, he vanished in a flash. After hearing about the betrothal gift from Jiang Chen, it was impossible for him not to be shocked. Plus, Jiang Chen had the ability to kill Shirhan and the legend of Jiang Chen. It was enough to prove that Jiang Chen was a peerless genius. Chapter 888. Not long after that elder entered the inner hall, he immediately came out. He walked towards Gumu and said, Gumu, bring your kid over now. The patriarch wants to see him. All right, I'll go now. Gumu was overjoyed. He knew that Gu Xiantian would definitely want to see Jiang Chen. After all, no one would be able to accept such a huge betrothal gift. How could a person who could take out such a gift be an ordinary person? Even if Gu Xiantian didn't betroth Wu Ningzhu to Jiang Chen, he still wanted to see this young talent who had recently caused an uproar in the Pure Land. Ancient people were very clear about the current situation of the 8 great clans. If someone could disrupt the situation, it would also be what the ancient people wished to see. Gumu quickly returned to his residence and brought Jiang Chen to the inner hall. On the way to the inner hall, they coincidentally met Wu Ningzhu, who was rushing over after hearing the news. Seeing Jiang Chen, Wu Ningzhu's face immediately revealed joy. I knew it. You wouldn't just watch me marry another man. Wu Ningzhu smiled sweetly. That beautiful smile made the entire world look beautiful. Even if I didn't come, Sister Ning wouldn't marry another man. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. Wu Ningzhu's heart towards him was unique. From the moment he unveiled Wu Ningzhu's veil, he was the only man that Wu Ningzhu had set her eyes on. Furthermore, in Wu Ningzhu's heart, there wasn't a man more outstanding than Jiang Chen. Humph. Are you that confident? Wu Ningzhu snorted. When has your husband's confidence ever been lacking? Jiang Chen wasn't going to be polite. He immediately pulled Wu Ningzhu into his embrace, causing Wu Ningzhu to giggle. In Wu Ningzhu's heart, there was nothing to be embarrassed about being hugged by her man. In fact, it was a form of happiness. She asked Gumu to look for Jiang Chen because she was sure that Jiang Chen would definitely come after knowing that Gu Xiantian was going to betroth her in 3 days. Cough cough. Gumu immediately coughed. This pair of lovebirds had completely treated him as heir. Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu laughed. Thereafter, Jiang Chen released Wu Ningzhu. He had to consider this old fellow's feelings. Young master, young miss, let's hurry to the inner hall. Gumu said with a sigh. Little Chenzi, I don't know what the patriarch thinks of you coming here to propose marriage. He has already agreed to marry me to Gu Lu Feng and released my mother. Now that you suddenly appeared, I'm afraid. Wu Ningzhu didn't finish her words, but the meaning she wanted to express was very clear. She knew Jiang Chen's ability, but after all, this was the territory of the ancient people. There were so many experts here that Jiang Chen couldn't do anything here. If she was alone, she could directly leave the ancient people and go far away with Jiang Chen. But now, she was most worried about Gulen and her mother. Gulen was the main purpose of her coming to the Divine Land. Don't worry, I'm here. Jiang Chen held Wu Ningzhu's hand. Feeling his broad and strong palm, Wu Ningzhu's heart gradually calmed down. To a woman, no matter how strong and independent she would always need someone to rely on. A man was a woman's reliance, and Jiang Chen was her reliance. He was a man who would never allow his woman to suffer any grievances. Jiang Chen was Wu Ningzhu's reliance. In the inner hall of the ancient people, 7 or 8 people were sitting. All of them were great sages of the ancient people. They all had high status and power. The most important person sitting at the top looked about 40 years old. He had a medium build and wore a very clean blue shirt, giving people a very neat feeling. He just sat there, giving people the feeling that he was as tall as a mountain. He didn't look angry, but his eyebrows were full of domineering aura. This person was the patriarch of the ancient people, Gu Xiantian, the first person of the ancient people in the Pure Land. When Gu Mu brought Jiang Chen over, Everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Chen. There was a trace of surprise in their eyes. They didn't expect that Jiang Chen was so young. "You are Jiang Chen?" One of the elders opened his mouth and asked. "Yes, I am Jiang Chen. Today, I come to propose marriage. I believe that the patriarch of the ancient people should know that I and Wu Ningzhu have been engaged for a long time. If Gu Mu didn't go to Danyuan City to stir things up, we would have been married by now. Therefore, it is reasonable for me to propose marriage today." Jiang Chen didn't beat around the bush and said straightforwardly, "How dare you? Jiang Chen, who do you think you are? How dare you speak like this in the inner hall of the ancient people?" An elder immediately shouted at Jiang Chen. "I, Jiang Chen, never like to beat around the bush. I'll be frank with you. I came here with enough sincerity. Here are 1.5 billion high-grade true meta stones, 3 9 solar lightning dragon pills, and 10 bottles of 9 solar holy water. Don't tell me that I have to be humble when I come here to propose? If you think that me bringing so many things to the inner hall is disrespectful to you, then I, Jiang Chen, have nothing to say." Jiang Chen waved his hand and took out a golden interspatial ring, 3 9 suns less rond pill and 10 bottles of 9 suns holy water. They floated in the air above the inner hall. The 9 suns holy water emitted a strong aura, causing the air in the inner hall to ripple. Not to mention other people. Even the great sages on the scene couldn't help but feel excited when they saw these treasures. The elder who scolded Jiang Chen before didn't say anything. Jiang Chen was right. No one would bring these things to disrespect the ancient people. Any of these things proved that Jiang Chen was sincere enough. 1.5 billion high-grade true metastones was a fortune that made people salivate. As for the 9 suns less rond pill, it was a legendary pill. It was the first time for the people on the scene to see it. Their eyes fell on the 3 pills. They saw that the pills were full of medicinal efficacy. There was a flickering shadow of a dragon and a deep rumbling sound of thunder. The medicinal efficacy was extremely strong. It was exactly the same as the legendary 9 suns less rond pill. Such a pill would have a great effect even for great sages like them. As for the 10 bottles of 9 suns holy water, they were also rare sacred objects. With so much 9 suns holy water, it was unknown how many talented disciples the ancient people could cultivate with it. At the same time, they were also surprised by Jiang Chen's performance. This was the inner palace of the ancient people. No young man could be so calm in this place. His calmness was absolutely not an act. In the eyes of a great saint, all pretense was useless. Even if they didn't want to admit it, they knew very well that no one in the younger generation of the ancient people could be compared to Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, where did you get this 9 suns less rond pill?" A 4th grade great saint elder asked. "The 9 suns less rond pill was concocted by me. This pill requires a large amount of 9 suns holy water and the fusion of different medicinal herbs. The most important thing is that it has to be concocted under the heavenly tribulation. I am an alchemist who has gone through 4 lightning tribulations." Jiang Chen didn't hide anything. He wanted the ancient people to see his ability and raise his status. He wanted the ancient people to know that they wouldn't suffer a loss if they befriended him. Wu Ningzhu, who was at the side, was stunned. Her pair of beautiful eyes fell on Jiang Chen's handsome face. She couldn't move her eyes away. She had never thought that Jiang Chen would take out such a precious thing for her. A man could give up everything for her. That kind of happiness was like an unstoppable flood to a woman. "What?" This time, even Gu Xiantian almost exclaimed. They thought that the 9 suns less rond pill was obtained by Jiang Chen in a fortuitous encounter. They had never thought that it was concocted by Jiang Chen himself. Moreover, they could feel that Jiang Chen wasn't lying. He wouldn't lie, and there was no need for him to lie. Everyone on the scene had experienced the heavenly tribulation before. They knew how terrifying it was. When they advanced to the great saint realm, the terrifying saint tribulation almost took their lives. Jiang Chen was merely a 9th grade minor saint, but he had already experienced so many heavenly tribulations. This meant that Jiang Chen was a heaven-defying existence. Only a heaven-defying existence could trigger the heavenly tribulation. Ancient people had never triggered a heavenly tribulation before they advanced to the great saint realm. To be able to concoct pills in the midst of a heavenly tribulation was an inconceivable thing. Based on this point alone, Jiang Chen's concoction skill was enough to kill anyone in Dan family. Ancient people had no reason to reject such a peerless genius. "Jiang Chen, did you say that you killed Shirhan?" Gu Xiantian didn't keep Jiang Chen's betrothal gift. Although these treasures were very important to the ancient people, it was still a betrothal gift after all. If he kept it, it would mean that he had agreed to marry Wu Ningzhu to Jiang Chen. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to explain it to Gu Lufeng. Moreover, he had already said that he needed Wu Ningzhu to marry Gu Lufeng before he released Gulan. Of course, on the way to the ancient people, Shi Han wanted to kill me, but I killed him instead. Jiang Chen turned his palm again. Shi Han's head and the stone spear appeared at the same time. The head and the stone spear automatically flew to Gu Xiantian. Seeing that it was indeed Shi Han's head, Gu Xuantian's emotions fluctuated. He stood up from his seat and stared at Shi Han's head and the stone spear. It was as if a stone had been lifted off his heart. He is only a 7th grade minor saint, but he was able to kill the 2nd-ranked Shi Han on the sky ranking. This is unbelievable. That's right. Such a monstrous genius is too heaven-defying. There has never been such a genius in the history of Saint Origin world. He is still so young and a powerful alchemist. It's hard to imagine how far he will go in the future. Now that Dan family has befriended him, if we, the ancient people, befriended him, it won't bring any harm to the future of our ancient people. Chapter 889. Ancient people's view on Jiang Chen had changed tremendously. First of all, even before Jiang Chen took out those treasures, they didn't hate Jiang Chen. After all, although Jiang Chen was a troublemaker, he didn't do anything harmful to the ancient people. He even helped the elders of the ancient people advance to the next level, and brought Wu Ningzhu to the divine continent. Jiang Chen's performance just now was indeed amazing. Plus, the situation of the 8 major families in Saint Origin world wouldn't last much longer. Ancient people wanted to see the emergence of a peerless genius to disrupt the situation. Moreover, to the other elders, they didn't care who Wu Ningzhu was going to marry. What they cared about was the future of the ancient people. A young man like Jiang Chen had left a good impression on them. After Shi Han's head was placed on the table, the atmosphere in the hall became somewhat depressing. Everyone could feel the change in Gu Xuantian's emotions. No matter how tenacious a supreme expert was, he was still a human. He couldn't remain calm in the face of the death of his son. Bang! No one saw any movement from Gu Xiantian, but an invisible wave of qi suddenly overflowed from his body. Shi Han's head and the stone spear shattered with a loud bang, turning into powder and completely disappeared from the hall, as if they were never there. Jiang Chen, I owe you a favor, but I can't agree to your marriage proposal. Gu Xiantian sat back on his seat and said, Patriarch. Wu Ningzhu's expression changed. Gu Xiantian raised his hand and said, you don't need to say anything else. I have already decided to betroth you to Gu Lufeng. Lufeng is the #1 genius of the ancient people. He is the focus of our ancient people. Moreover, don't forget about your mother. As long as you marry Lufeng, your mother will be free. I don't want to marry Gu Lufeng. I've been engaged to Jiang Chen for a long time. If it wasn't for your interference, we would be officially husband and wife now. Wu Ningzhu refuted. Of course, she had to refute. Although Gu Lufeng was the #1 genius of the ancient people, in Wu Ningzhu's heart, Gu Lufeng and Jiang Chen could not be compared at all, no matter which aspect. My words carry enormous weight. So how can I go back on my word? Not to mention, could it be that you're not thinking about your mother? Why did you come here from the southern continent? Isn't it so that your mother can regain her freedom? You have to marry one of the ancient people to erase the mistakes your mother has made in the past. If you insist on marrying Jiang Chen, your mother will still be imprisoned. Gu Xiantian said. As the patriarch of the southern continent, although it wasn't the official day of the clan gathering, he couldn't simply change his words. Otherwise, where would his prestige be? If he were to marry Wu Ningzhu to Jiang Chen now, how would Gu Lufeng feel? Jiang Chen was an outsider after all. Haha, Gu Xiantian, your words are simply bullshit. Ridiculous. Jiang Chen suddenly burst into laughter and called out Gu Xuantian's name. He was completely unscrupulous and did not leave any face for Gu Xiantian. His Gu Mu, who was trembling at the side, gasped in shock after hearing Jiang Chen's words. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. What he feared the most had happened. He was most worried about Jiang Chen's violent temper. Once he gets angry, he wouldn't care about the occasion or who the other party was. Now, what he was worried about had happened. This was the inner palace of the ancient people, An incomparably sacred and honorable place. No one had ever dared to behave atrociously here, nor had anyone dared to disrespect the patriarch. Just a moment ago, the atmosphere was so harmonious. Why did it suddenly change? Presumptuous. The great sage elder who was seated at the side bellowed and released a powerful aura. It was true that they admired Jiang Chen, but if Jiang Chen were to behave atrociously here, they wouldn't be polite. Wu Ningzhu's face was filled with anxiety. She grabbed onto Jiang Chen's arm tightly, fearing that Jiang Chen would do something out of line. Why don't you tell me why my words are so ridiculous? Why are they bullshit? Gu Xiantian squinted his eyes and looked at Jiang Chen. It was impossible for him not to be angry when he was being disrespected by a junior. Then I'll tell you. You said that I brought Shirhan's head and natal weapon. You owe me a favor. You don't have to return this favor. You just have to let me ask you a few questions. Jiang Chen was calm and composed, completely ignoring the anger of the great sage elders. Ask, Gu Xiantian said. He wanted to hear what Jiang Chen wanted to ask. Ancient people's matters were not something that an outsider could interfere with. Let me ask you, what did Gulen do wrong? Why did you trap her for so many years? Jiang Chen asked. As the saintess of the ancient people, Gulen secretly went to the southern continent and married a lowly person like Wu Tianyang. Isn't this a grave mistake? Where is the face of the ancient people? Gu Xiantian said indifferently. Hearing Gu Xiantian call her father a lowly person, Wu Ningzhu's face showed a hint of anger. In her heart, Wu Tianyang's position was unshakable. Humph. Gu Xiantian, do you think you have the face to say such words from the mouth of the patriarch? In my opinion, you are a typical example of shamelessness. Jiang Chen shouted. Brat, you're courting death. A great saint was infuriated. He was about to attack Jiang Chen, but was stopped by Gu Xiantian. Jiang Chen, you better give me a good reason. You're the first person to say that I'm shameless. Even if I owe you a favor, it's enough for me to take your life because of what you just said. Gu Xuantian's tone turned cold. Gu Mu, who was standing at the side, was already scared silly. He was thinking that ancestor Jiang Chen should be more mindful. I, Jiang Chen, a 7th grade minor saint, could easily kill Shirhan. Even if the ancient people's 1st grade great saint were to attack me, I would still kill him without hesitation. Such talent, such ability. Let me ask you, is there anyone among the ancient people who could kill a great saint while being only a 7th grade minor saint? If you think that I'm bragging, you can find a 1st grade great saint and have a try. Jiang Chen said loudly. For a moment, everyone, including Gu Xiantian, fell into silence. Jiang Chen was right. Putting aside the ancient people, even the greatest saint in the entire saint origin world couldn't kill a great saint when he was only a 7th grade minor saint. But what did this have to do with Gu Xuantian's shamelessness? What did it have to do with Gulen? Since you ancient people couldn't do it, can I say that I, Jiang Chen, am higher than you ancient people and that you ancient people are inferior? However, I, Jiang Chen, came here today to propose marriage with great sincerity. I came here with the identity of a junior. I will address you as patriarch. If Sister Ning and I get married, I will also address you as uncle. I will never have the slightest feeling of being superior to the Gu family. In my heart, everyone is equal. There is absolutely no distinction between nobility and inferiority. The Gu family is a human. Wu Tianyang is also a human. He has his own personality and dignity. Jiang Chen didn't conceal his voice at all. He didn't care about the expressions of everyone present and continued. Do you know why Gulen married Wu Tianyang and gave birth to a child for Wu Tianyang? Because Gulen was seriously injured at that time and was on the verge of death. It was Wu Tianyang who saved her life. In other words, the inferior person that you are referring to is Gulen's savior and your sister's savior. You, Gu Xiantian, are able to become the patriarch because you are a person who values relationships and righteousness. Only you know your feelings for your sister. So, what qualifications do you have to say that your sister's savior is an inferior person? This time, Gu Xiantian was stunned. Surprisingly, he didn't get angry because he suddenly felt that Jiang Chen's words made a lot of sense. He and Gulen grew up together. The brotherly love between them was something that others couldn't understand. All these years, he had always thought that Gulen was wrong and imprisoned his sister for so many years according to the clan rules. However, in his heart, Gulen was a sore point. Moreover, what did Gulen do wrong? In my opinion, Gulen is the one who truly values friendship and righteousness. She doesn't care about trifles and married Wu Tianyang with the identity of the ancient people's saintess. It's not only because Wu Tianyang is Gulen's savior, but also because Gulen and Wu Tianyang already have feelings for each other, very deep feelings. As far as I know, your wife, Gu Shentian, seems to also be from a poor family, right? Since you can marry a poor woman, why can't Gulen marry Wu Tianyang? Let me ask you, what did Gulen do wrong? Jiang Chen looked around. He was not only asking Gu Shentian, but also asking all the people present. For a moment, everyone fell silent. They had always thought that Gulen should bear the punishment she deserved since she had violated the clan rules. However, they never really thought about what on earth Gulen had done wrong. Wu Ningzhu, who was standing aside, had already burst into tears. These were the words she had buried in her heart for many years. Today, Jiang Chen said them out loud. She felt wronged for her father, Wu Tianyang, and for her mother, Gulen. The two loved each other, but they were forcibly separated for so many years. Wu Ningzhu knew very well how Wu Tianyang had spent so many years. This was also the reason why she insisted on coming to the Divine Land. Gu Shentian, I said that you are shameless, but I'm definitely not slandering you. If Wu Tianyang hadn't saved Gulen, you would have lost a sister. Have you ever thought about what would have happened to you if Gulen had died at that time? I'm afraid it would have been a lifetime of pain for you, just like Shirhan had killed your son. Jiang Chen's words were like pearls. Gu Shentian had never really thought about these questions. He just took it for granted that Gulen was wrong. Gu Shentan, let me ask you again. For so many years, you have been imprisoning Gulen and your own sister. Every time you go to the prison and see your sister's increasingly thin face, have you ever felt guilty? Have you? Chapter 890. Boom. Jiang Chen's words were like a clap of thunder in everyone's ears. Jiang Chen had deliberately used the great soul derivation technique. Every word was like a knife drilling into everyone's heart, especially Gu Xuantian's. Ancient people's elders were all experts of the older generation. In their eyes, Gulen was just a junior, a child. Some of them had watched Gulen grow up. It was impossible to say that they didn't love Gulen at all. Jiang Chen's words shocked Gu Shintan the most. He was stunned. For 12 years, he had imprisoned Gulen for 12 years, but he had never thought about it from another angle. He only thought that Gulen had made a mistake and should be punished. However, he had forgotten that Gulen was his sister, his biological sister. Gu Shintan, don't you feel guilty about Gulen all these years? Jiang Chen's words were still lingering in his ears. Did he really not feel guilty? No, as Jiang Chen had said, every time he saw Gulen's haggard face, his heart would ache. Therefore, he rarely went to see Gulen. Gu Shintian had felt guilty more than once. He had always wanted to release Gulen. He only needed Gulen to admit her mistake. Even if Gulen said that she was wrong, he would set her free. After all, she was his biological sister. However, Gulen would rather be imprisoned for 12 years than admit her mistake. How difficult it was to exchange 12 years for the 3 words, I was wrong. Gu Shintian had never known. Until now, Gu Shintian finally understood why Gulen didn't want to say it. It was because Gulen wasn't wrong. It was him who was wrong. It was the rules of the ancient people that were wrong. Why were humans human? Because humans had feelings. Gulen knew how to repay kindness and even promised to marry him. That was her true nature. As the patriarch, Gu Shintian had forcibly separated a pair of ill-fated lovebirds and imprisoned Gulen. It was simply unreasonable. Mother, Wu Ningzhu couldn't bear it anymore. She fell to the ground with a plop. Tears streamed down her face and she burst into tears. 12 years. She would never forget Gulen's appearance. She would always remember that year when she was 10 years old. A 10-years-old child could already remember everything. Every word of Jiang Chen was like a knife stabbing into Wu Ningzhu's body. She couldn't imagine how Gulen had survived these 12 years. Jiang Chen squatted down and hugged Wu Ningzhu's shoulders. His eyes were filled with heartache. This was an extremely strong woman. Jiang Chen had never seen Wu Ningzhu shed a single tear. She was countless times stronger than other men. However, only Jiang Chen knew that behind this strength, there was a lot of bitterness that outsiders couldn't understand. Jiang Chen's words made the bitterness that had been hidden for 12 years pour out. It was like a broken river, unable to be controlled.
Ning-er.
Wu Ningzhu's bitter cries had completely destroyed Gu Xuantian's psychological defenses. His eyes were a little moist. No matter how strong a person was, no matter how high his position was, he would always take on different roles. Gu Xiantian was a high and mighty patriarch, but he was also a big brother and an uncle. No matter how high he stood, they were all his family. Only he himself would understand the meaning of the word family. Gu Xiantian had lost someone before, so he knew the importance of family. Could it be that I was really wrong? Gu Xiantian shook his head. He seemed to have aged a few decades in an instant. Jiang Chen's words could be said to be disrespectful to him, but Gu Xiantian didn't hate Jiang Chen at all. He was even grateful to Jiang Chen, because Jiang Chen's words had enlightened him. He suddenly felt that he had lived for so many years, but in terms of awareness, he was still inferior to a young man. That's right, not only were you wrong, you were gravely wrong. She couldn't watch her daughter grow up day by day. She couldn't stay with the man she loved. She didn't even have the chance to see him. She spent every day in pain. Wu Tianyang also suffered for 12 years. He felt that he was useless as a man. He was a good-for-nothing who couldn't even protect his own woman. However, he had to live on for the sake of his daughter. Wu Ningzhu also suffered for 12 years. She knew that her mother was still in this world, but she couldn't see her mother. She saw her father grieving in the middle of the night more than once. Wu Tianyang also suffered for 12 years. He felt that he was useless as a man. He was a good-for-nothing who couldn't even protect his own woman. However, he had to live on for the sake of his daughter. Wu Ningzhu also suffered for 12 years. She knew that her mother was still in this world, but she couldn't see her mother. More than once, she saw her father grieving in the middle of the night. Jiang Chen enunciated each word clearly. So you blamed yourself for 12 years, Gulan missed her for 12 years, Wu Tianyang suffered for 12 years, and Wu Ningzhu suffered for 12 years. If you are still a man, you should put an end to these 12 years of mistakes. Everything is not too late. I hope that you will release Gulan personally, and not use Wu Ningzhu's happiness to exchange for Gulan's freedom. If that's the case, Wu Ningzhu won't be happy, and she will suffer for the rest of her life. Even if Gulan comes out, she won't forgive you. Shut up. Don't say any more. Gu Xiantian shouted at Jiang Chen. His eyes were red. Obviously, Jiang Chen's words were like a mirror, illuminating everything and collapsing Gu Xuantian's psychological defense. How could Gu Xiantian not want to release Gulan? If Gulan didn't admit her mistakes, he had to find an excuse to release Gulan. Marrying Wu Ningzhu to the youngest genius of the ancient people was the best excuse. He did feel guilty towards Gulan, and he did blame himself for 12 years. Otherwise, he wouldn't spend so much effort to cultivate Wu Ningzhu. However, he didn't think about whether Wu Ningzhu would be happy or not if Wu Ningzhu married Gu Lufeng. You don't want me to say it, but I want to say it. You have already harmed Gulan. Don't tell me you want to harm Gulan's daughter? You said that Gu Lufeng is the #1 genius of the ancient people, but I don't even put him in my heart. If Gu Lufeng doesn't accept it, I will use a battle to convince him.
AI.
Patriarch, regardless of whether Gulan was right or wrong, you have already locked her up for 12 years. In my opinion, this punishment is enough. That's right, Patriarch. Although Jiang Chen was impudent today, I can see that he is a man of love. It is rare for a man to disregard everything for his woman. If Ning-er marries him, I don't think it is a disgrace to the bloodline of the ancient people. Patriarch, it has been 12 years. I think we should end it here. The other great sages were also moved. They were all people of the inner clan. They had blood relations with Gulan. In the past, that weird little girl was very likable. In their opinion, no matter what Gulan did in the past was right or wrong, 12 years was enough to end everything. It should be time for Gulan to be free. Chapter 891. Even if one's heart was made of stone, it would still melt. Even these old men who had always carried the rules of the ancient people were moved, let alone Gu Xiantian. Once upon a time, he, Gu Xiantian, was also a great man, an iron-blooded youth. He had once wielded his sword to conquer the world, and he had also once been as gentle as water. Gu Xiantian took a deep breath. He tried his best to calm his emotions. He stood up from his seat and said to Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen, You have helped this king open the knot in his heart today. This king owes you another favor. Regarding Jiang Chen's impudent attitude, Gu Xiantian didn't pursue it. For so many years, he had been in a high position, and no one had ever dared to say anything excessive in front of him. Even more so, no one had helped him open the knot in his heart. Only Jiang Chen dared to do so. Voila! Gu Xiantian lightly waved his hand, and the space in the hall was directly torn open. An ice-cold spatial energy overflowed from the crack. Gu Xiantian looked at Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu, who were squatting on the ground, and said, Let's go. Uncle will bring you to see your mother. That's right, the current Gu Xiantian was no longer a patriarch, but an uncle, an elder. The knot in his heart had been open for 12 years. Even he himself couldn't wait to see Gulen. Hearing Gu Xiantian's words, Wu Ningzhu cried even harder. This day had finally come. The tears that she had been holding back for 12 years seemed to flow out at this moment. No one present spoke. Gu Xiantian just stood there and waited. No one went to disturb Wu Ningzhu. Wu Ningzhu's tears made their hearts ache. Just like what Jiang Chen had said, this child had endured a lot of bitterness for 12 years. Wu Ningzhu buried her head in Jiang Chen's arms and cried for 5 minutes before stopping. She calmed her mood and slowly stood up. She gave a deep bow to Gu Xiantian. She did not speak. This bow was to thank Gu Xiantian. However, Wu Ningzhu's feelings towards Gu Xiantian were still very complicated. She hated this uncle for 12 years. Today, she also saw the side of Gu Xiantian's temperament. At this moment, that kind of hatred suddenly reduced a lot. She didn't want to live in resentment. She just wanted to see her mother as soon as possible. Let's go. Gu Xiantian's body flickered and disappeared into the spatial gap. Subsequently, Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu also walked in. The other great sages in the hall did not go in. It was meaningless for them to step in for such a matter. This was the grudge of their family. Let them solve it themselves. Some knots in their hearts had to be undone. Gu Mu, you have done well this time. I will reward you later. A great sage said to Gu Mu. Thank you, elder. Gu Mu gave a deep bow to these elders. He was almost scared to death just now. However, at this moment, in addition to admiration for Jiang Chen, he also had a little more respect for him. This was a real man. Those words could only be said by someone who was extremely sentimental. Elder, what should we do with these treasures? Gu Mu looked at the treasures left behind by Jiang Chen and asked. 1. 5 billion best-grade true metastones, 3 9 suns less rond pill, 10 bottles of 9 suns holy water. This was an unimaginable amount of wealth. At this moment, these treasures were floating in the air. Gu Mu, keep these treasures first. We will wait for the patriarch and the others to come out. If the patriarch agrees to Jiang Chen's marriage proposal, then we can keep these treasures. A highly respected elder said. Jiang Chen had already made it clear when he came. These treasures were the betrothal gifts to be used to marry Wu Ningzhu. If Gu Xiantian could not agree to this marriage, how could the ancient people keep these treasures? Yes. Gu Mu did not dare to be negligent. He carefully kept these treasures. In his heart, he was also praying that this matter would come to a successful conclusion. Now that the matter with Gulen had been resolved, there was still the matter between Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu. Gu Mu did not want to make any mistakes. He understood Jiang Chen's temper too well. If Gu Xiantian insisted on marrying Wu Ningzhu to Gu Lufeng, it was hard to imagine what Jiang Chen would do. In fact, Gu Mu had always felt guilty towards Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu. When they were in Danyuan City, Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu had already started to bow to the heavens and earth. He had forcefully barged in and interrupted Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu's wedding. He had also forcefully brought Wu Ningzhu back to the ancient people. Therefore, he was the one who wanted Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu to be together the most. An ice-cold prison. This prison had its own space. However, it did not seem cold at all. There were flowers, grasses and birds. It was like a paradise. In front of the prison was a purple bamboo forest. Behind the purple bamboo forest was a thatched hut. If one really wanted to say that this was a prison, it could only be described as being isolated from the world. That's right, the environment here was beautiful, but it was isolated from the world. It was filled with sadness and desolation. Looking at the illusion here, the last trace of hatred that Wu Ningzhu had for Gu Xiantian disappeared. Jiang Chen also nodded his head. He was right. Gu Xiantian could be considered as a sentimental person. Although he had imprisoned Gulen, he did not allow Gulen to come into contact with the outside world. He had created a very good environment for Gulens. Suddenly, the sound of a zither sounded from the other end of the purple bamboo forest. This zither sound was incomparably beautiful, but it was filled with a sense of desolation. The melody was filled with a sense of longing, causing people to uncontrollably fall into the world of the zither and be unable to extricate themselves. Mother! Wu Ningzhu subconsciously shouted. Her voice was trembling. This zither sound was too familiar. What a beautiful zither sound! Jiang Chen could not help but sigh. He finally knew why Wu Ningzhu could play the zither so well. Now he finally found the reason. Gu Xiantian brought Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu to the purple bamboo forest. Soon, they reached the end of the forest. A woman suddenly appeared in front of them. She was dressed in white. Her face was a little thin, but it couldn't hide her peerless beauty. Her expression was a little sad. One look and anyone could tell that she was a person with a story. Her eyes were fixed on the zither. Her jade-like hands were dancing on the zither like butterflies. It was a very beautiful scene. All the woman's thoughts seemed to be immersed in the sound of the zither. She didn't even notice that someone was coming. Jiang Chen had seen through Gulen's cultivation. This woman turned out to be a rare great saint. Although she was only a first-grade great saint, it was enough to show that she was very talented. A powerful first-grade great saint would have sharp senses, but Gulen didn't notice the three of them. It showed that Gulen's heart had been completely immersed in the sound of the zither. It was as if the sound of the zither could bring her back to Dancing Sun City, back to her family, back to her carefree and happy life. The moment she saw Gulen, Wu Ningzhu couldn't hold back her tears again. That's right, this was her mother. Although 12 years had passed, the face of Gulen had always been so clear in Wu Ningzhu's heart. Her mother didn't age at all. She was just a little thinner. Wu Ningzhu always felt that her mother was the most beautiful woman in the world, whether it was in the past or now. That kind of beauty was unique. Mother is the word great. In every child's heart, their mother is the most beautiful and unique. Mother! Wu Ningzhu shouted in a very loud voice. Bang! Gulen's body shook violently. One of the zither's strings broke in her hand. She slowly raised her head. When she saw Wu Ningzhu, her pupils began to dilate and her body began to tremble. At this moment, her whole world seemed to have undergone a great change. Ning! Ning-er! Gulen's voice trembled even more. She felt that she was dreaming, but this dream was so real. Although they hadn't seen each other for 12 years, Wu Ningzhu had undergone a great change. She had grown from a little girl to a slim and elegant peerless beauty. Gulen could still recognize her daughter at first glance. Ning-er, is that really you? Without anyone seeing how Gulen moved, her body had already arrived in front of Wu Ningzhu. Mother, it's me. I'm your Ning-er. Wu Ningzhu was unable to control her emotions. She directly threw herself into Gulen's embrace and burst into tears. Gulen raised her trembling hands and placed them on Wu Ningzhu's back. She still didn't dare to believe that this was real. This is a dream. It must be an illusion. Seeing this scene, Gu Xiantian and Jiang Chen looked at each other and tacitly walked to the side. They didn't want to disturb this scene. They knew that this scene would definitely last for a long time. 1 or 2 hours might not be enough. Jiang Chen, thank you for today. You've untied the knot in my heart for many years. Gu Xiantian said with a smile. To be able to say the word thank you from Gu Xiantian's mouth was an extremely rare and difficult thing to do. At this moment, he put down his high and mighty posture and chatted with Jiang Chen like a friend. The one who untied the knot in your heart was you, not me. If you were really a heartless person, there wouldn't be today's Gulen and Wu Ningzhu. Jiang Chen also smiled. He seemed to have seen through Gu Xiantian. Do you know that you might be killed by me with a palm strike for being so disrespectful to me today? Gu Xiantian looked at Jiang Chen. I, Jiang Chen, never do things that I'm not sure of. If you, Gu Xiantian, are heartless, you wouldn't be able to sit in this position. If that's the case, I won't use this method to deal with the ancient people. I will wait until I'm strong enough to fight my way to the ancient people and forcefully take away Wu Ningzhu and Gulen. I will make all of you ancient people disappear from this world. Jiang Chen didn't hide his words at all. Gu Xiantian gasped. In Saint Origin World, Jiang Chen was the first person who could make the ancient people sink. However, Gu Xiantian had a feeling that as long as Jiang Chen said it, he would be able to do it. He was a very scary young man. Chapter 892. Jiang Chen, do you think that I will agree to marry Ning to you? Gu Xiantian asked. Yes. Jiang Chen's reply was firm and confident. Aren't you being too confident? Although you have helped me unravel the knot in my heart and fought for Gulin's freedom, this is completely different from your marriage proposal. As the patriarch of the ancient people, my words carry enormous weight. I have already agreed to betroth Ning to Lu Feng 3 days later. If I were to betroth Ning to you now, where would I put my face as the patriarch? Gu Xiantian, do you know what I admire about you? The betrothal gifts that I have brought are enough to make anyone lose their cool. But you, under such a heavy betrothal gift, still cared about your patriarch's face and insisted on marrying Sister Ning to Gu Lu Feng. This is something that I admire very much. You, Gu Xiantian, are a person who values friendship, so the person that you, Gu Xiantian, would definitely not be a bad person. If Gu Lu Feng wants to marry Wu Ningzhu, he will definitely make Wu Ningzhu be willing. If he is forced with his pride, I'm afraid that he will not accept this marriage. Moreover, this is a matter between me and Gu Lu Feng. In this world where only the strong are respected, the simplest and most direct way to solve a problem is to fight. Every genius is a warrior. I will personally defeat Gu Lu Feng and snatch Sister Ning over. I will make Gu Lu Feng withdraw himself and not damage your patriarch's prestige. Jiang Chen said. Gu Xiantian looked at the expression in Jiang Chen's eyes. He was getting more and more shocked. This young man was too terrifying. His vision was far-sighted and everything was under his control. He could even see through a person with a glance. This was a person who would never give up. He dared to come to the ancient people alone and even brought such a heavy betrothal gift. This was enough to show the importance of Wu Ningzhu in Jiang Chen's heart. Jiang Chen had never seen Gu Lu Feng before. He was able to judge Gu Lu Feng based on his own vision. What surprised Gu Xiantian was that Jiang Chen's judgment was right. Gu Lu Feng was indeed a rare genius among the younger generation of the ancient people. He was an outstanding existence in all aspects. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been valued by Gu Xiantian. Moreover, the ancient people aren't fools. Plus, Patriarch Gu isn't a fool. Your foresight is sharper than anyone else. Nowadays, the situation of the 8 major families in Saint Origin World has become more and more obvious. The strength of Desolate family is growing day by day, and it's already strong enough to suppress any one of the 7 major families. If this situation continues for a long time, you should be very clear about the consequences. You won't believe it if I say that Desolate family doesn't have any ambition. Gu family should be aware of the crisis in advance. Saint Origin World has been peaceful for such a long time, but it will eventually usher in chaos. You know very well that only I, Jiang Chen, can completely turn the situation of Saint Origin World upside down. You, the ancient people, are the only ones who will be able to turn the situation upside down in the future. You know very well that only I, Jiang Chen, can turn the situation of Saint Origin World upside down in the future. AI. Gu Xiantian sighed. He had to admit that Jiang Chen was too smart. He was so smart that he could see through everything. He even spoke out his own thoughts and the thoughts of those great sages in the inner palace. The Saint Origin World had been peaceful for so long. It was only a matter of time before chaos would descend upon the Saint Origin World. The emergence of Jiang Chen was like a dazzling star that was destined to stir up this muddy water. There was indeed no harm in befriending Jiang Chen for the ancient people. Jiang Chen's current cultivation was still weak. He just needed the protection of the ancient people. Similarly, befriending Jiang Chen would not make the ancient people feel lonely because the demon race had already stepped forward bravely. The 8 major families had always been at odds with each other. Now, in the face of the impending chaos, it would undoubtedly be a good thing if the demon race and the ancient people could work together. Moreover, the arrival of Jiang Chen had already brought benefits to the ancient people. He also helped Gu Xiantian untie the knot in his heart, avenged his son, and gave Gulin freedom. Not to mention the ancient people, just for Gu Xiantian, Jiang Chen was a kindness. Similarly, if Jiang Chen married Wu Ningzhu in the future, he would be half an ancient people. The ancient people had no reason not to help Jiang Chen. Gu Xiantian only guessed that Jiang Chen might be a very important figure in the future chaos, but he never thought that the decision he made today was so wise. In the future, when Jiang Chen returned to the peak and stood at the top of the world again, trampling on everything, the ancient people would gain immeasurable benefits. Of course, this was a story for the future. On the other side, Wu Ningzhu and Gulen had calmed down. Gulen finally confirmed that this was not a dream, but something that really happened. She had waited for 12 years, and finally, this day had come. The mother and daughter sat on the grass, leaning against each other. Gulen quietly listened to Wu Ningzhu telling her about the details of the past 12 years, about herself, about Wu Tianyang, about Jiang Chen, about what happened to the ancient people during this time, and about what Jiang Chen had done for the ancient people. This chat lasted for 3 hours, and during these 3 hours, Jiang Chen and Gu Shintian also had a very pleasant chat. These two people sometimes laughed happily, and sometimes seriously discussed something. In these 3 hours, Gu Shintian and Gu Shintian really became friends. In front of Jiang Chen, Gu Shintian could laugh unscrupulously, completely disregarding his image. He was no longer the high and mighty patriarch, but more like a big brother chatting with a little brother. Gu Shintian admired Jiang Chen very much. They talked about a lot of problems related to cultivation. Jiang Chen was almost omniscient, alchemy, refining, and array formations. There was nothing that he did not know. All the bottlenecks and difficulties that Gu Shintian encountered were casually mentioned by Jiang Chen, which allowed him to gain something. The image of Jiang Chen gradually became taller in the eyes of Gu Shintian. In his view, the existence of Jiang Chen was a miracle, a very big miracle, a peerless monster. Kid, you are really amazing. You have so much knowledge at such a young age. It seems like it's not a coincidence that you have such achievements today. Gu Shintian didn't hesitate to praise Jiang Chen. All these years, he had been cultivating Gu Lufeng. Gu Lufeng wasn't weak, but compared to Jiang Chen, he was simply trash. Not to mention Gu Lufeng, even the monstrous genius of Desolate Family wasn't on the same level as Jiang Chen. Even those geniuses who had entered Saint Origin Palace had a huge gap when compared to Jiang Chen. What are you two men talking about? You seem to be chatting happily. At this time, a voice sounded from behind. Jiang Chen and Gu Shintian turned their heads at the same time and saw Gulen and her daughter walking towards them hand in hand. At this moment, Gulen revealed a smile that had disappeared for 12 years. She seemed to have returned to her teenage years. Auntie. Jiang Chen held his fists at Gulen. He admired this strong woman from the bottom of his heart. Jiang Chen, I really want to thank you this time. Also, thank you for taking care of Ning Er for such a long time. Gulen bowed deeply at Jiang Chen. Her gratitude came from the bottom of her heart. In the past 3 hours, the person Wu Ningzhu talked about the most wasn't Wu Tianyang or herself, but Jiang Chen. She told her almost all the heroic deeds of Jiang Chen, which made Gulen couldn't help but sigh that there was actually such a genius in this world. Of course, there were many geniuses in this world, but it was rare to see someone like Jiang Chen who valued friendship and righteousness. Auntie, what are you talking about? This is what I should do. This is my promise to Sister Ning. Jiang Chen took a step forward and quickly helped Gulen up. Xiaolan. Gu Shintian called out Gulen's name. Gulen raised her head and looked at Gu Shintian. It had been 12 years. It was impossible to say that she didn't have any hatred for this big brother of hers. However, what Gu Shintian did today finally made her feel relieved. Big brother, it has been 12 years. You have been forcing me to admit my mistakes. However, Xiaolan wasn't wrong. Today, I will ask you solemnly, have I ever done anything wrong? Gulen looked at Gu Shintian without blinking. She looked at her big brother who had doted on her since she was young. Xiaolan, big brother was wrong. Gu Shintian sighed. Gulen also let out a long sigh. It had been 12 years, and the knot in her heart had finally been undone. She knew that it wasn't easy to make Gu Shintian admit that he was wrong. However, Gu Shintian had admitted his mistake today. Gulen looked at Jiang Chen. She really admired this young man. She couldn't imagine what kind of method Jiang Chen used to make Gu Shintian admit his mistake. You and your sister used 12 years of stubbornness just because of a mistake. Today you can finally let it go. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He had always kept the matters of the ancient people in his heart. He didn't know how to solve Gulen's matter. Today it was finally resolved. Xiaolan, after you go out, I will destroy this prison. Gu Shintian said. No need. The environment here is very good. It will be my place of cultivation in the future. I will call it Condensing Mist Realm. Gulen said. Condensing Mist Realm. Good. Since Xiao Lan likes it, this will be your place of cultivation in the future. You can go in and out of here at will. Gu Xiantian nodded. Patriarch, in my opinion, why don't you do another good deed? Bring Wu Tianyang to the ancient people and let the family reunite. Jiang Chen said. Hearing this, Gulan and Wu Ningzhu immediately revealed nervous expressions. They looked at Gu Xiantian nervously. A family reunion was their dream for 12 years. If Wu Tianyang could come to the ancient people, it would be perfect. However, all of this required Gu Xuantian's approval. Gu Xiantian was the patriarch of the clan. If he didn't agree, Wu Tianyang could forget about stepping into the gate of the ancient people. Gu Xiantian frowned slightly. In his heart, Wu Tianyang was just an outsider, an insignificant figure in the southern continent. How could he be compared to the ancient people? All right, I will send Gu Mu to the southern continent to bring Wu Tianyang back and let your family reunite. Gu Xiantian nodded in agreement. After all, he felt that he owed Gulan too much. Letting Wu Tianyang come was also a form of compensation. Similarly, this was suggested by Jiang Chen, so he treated it as returning a favor to Jiang Chen. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, uncle. Gulan and Wu Ningzhu were instantly overjoyed. A family reunion. Their dream of 12 years was finally going to come true. How could they not be excited? It was hard to imagine that when Wu Tianyang heard the news, he would probably cry for the whole night. Chapter 893. Jiang Chen and his friends had disappeared from the condensing mist world for a few hours. During these few hours, the ancient people were in an uproar. They didn't know what had happened in the inner palace. They didn't even know that Jiang Chen had gone to the inner palace of the ancient people. But the news that Jiang Chen had come to the ancient people was true. However, everyone was guessing whether Jiang Chen had killed Shirhan or not. Just now, the news of Shirhan's death had reached the ancient people. Just today, not long ago, when Jiang Chen and Gu Mu were on the way to the ancient people's palace, Jiang Chen and Shirhan had a world-shaking battle. Shirhan was killed by Jiang Chen during the battle. My God! Jiang Chen's words are true. He really killed Shirhan. Shirhan is ranked second in the sky ranking. I heard that Jiang Chen is only a 7th grade minor saint. This is too scary. Yeah. The second in the sky ranking has been killed. This is a big event. The ranking of the sky ranking is going to be rewritten. I have no idea what kind of monstrous genius Jiang Chen is. He has appeared out of nowhere and is simply unstoppable. I'm afraid that Brother Lu Feng won't be a match for him. That's right. Although Brother Lu Feng has gained a lot of benefits from this training and gained the ability to compete with the top 3 in the sky ranking, it is still impossible for him to kill Shirhan. I'm afraid that he won't be a match for Jiang Chen. I heard that Jiang Chen is here to propose marriage. He wants to marry Miss Ningzhu. But the patriarch has already decided to betroth Miss Ningzhu to Big Brother Lu Feng during the family meeting 3 days from now. There's going to be a good show to watch. Ancient people were talking about Jiang Chen. No one wouldn't pay attention to a person who could kill Shirhan. Not only the ancient people, the news of the battle between Jiang Chen and Shirhan had spread across the Pure Land in the shortest time possible. This battle had pushed Jiang Chen's fame to the peak. Back then, Jiang Chen had declared war against the young generation of the Pure Land in the spiritual space mountain. Until now, no one in the young generation of the Pure Land was his match. No, the #1 expert of the Desolate family hasn't appeared yet. They guessed that only the guy from the Desolate family could deal with Jiang Chen. There was no doubt about Jiang Chen's strength. However, Jiang Chen had come here to propose marriage. While everyone was marveling at the strength of Jiang Chen and the fact that he was able to kill Shirhan, another news came out. Jiang Chen had brought a super betrothal gift. 1. 5 billion true metastones, 3 9-sun less rond pill, and 10 bottles of 9-sun holy water. Such a super betrothal gift had set off an unimaginable uproar. Oh my God! This Jiang Chen is too ruthless. He is willing to take out so many treasures. It seems that he is determined to get Miss Ningzhu. Brother Lu Feng is in danger. That's right. Although the patriarch has already announced it, the betrothal gifts that Jiang Chen has taken out are too tempting. The benefits to us ancient people are unimaginable. From this point of view, Miss Ningzhu marrying Jiang Chen is beneficial to us ancient people. The news of the super betrothal gift was naturally spread by Gu Mu. This old guy was doing his best to help Jiang Chen build momentum. Now, everyone was waiting for the family meeting in 3 days. It was imaginable that because of Jiang Chen's arrival, the family meeting would be incomparably lively. In this family meeting, Wu Ningzhu was the protagonist, Gu Lufeng was the protagonist, and now, Jiang Chen, this outsider, had also become the protagonist. But what was surprising was that Gu Lufeng was abnormally silent. It was as if he couldn't hear the voices outside. But the young ancient people knew that Gu Lufeng wouldn't remain silent. If he didn't fight for it, it would be a great loss to his face. Many people guessed that Gu Lufeng was planning to cause trouble at the family meeting in 3 days. In the next 3 days, Gulan and Wu Ningzhu didn't leave the condensing mist world. Jiang Chen also stayed in the condensing mist world. Even Gu Xiantian didn't go out. This patriarch had a rare free time for 3 days. As for the arrangements of the family meeting outside, he didn't need to personally take care of it. As for Wu Tianyang, Gu Xiantian planned to let him go to the southern continent after the family meeting was over. In these 3 days, Gulan and Wu Ningzhu laughed unceasingly. The originally gloomy atmosphere became cheerful. Wu Ningzhu told Gulan everything, and the most important part was Jiang Chen and Gu Lufeng. "Mother, do you think uncle will agree to let me marry little Chenzi?" Wu Ningzhu asked with uncertainty. Gu Xiantian was the patriarch after all. His words carried enormous weight. Since he had already said it, how could he take it back? Look at the two of them, they've basically become friends. I've never seen an arrogant uncle like you befriending an outsider, especially a junior. This is enough to show the charm of Jiang Chen. Even if you don't believe in your uncle, you should believe in Jiang Chen. Gulan said with a smile. Jiang Chen could be said to be the most outstanding young man she had ever seen. If her daughter could marry such an outstanding talent, it would be her daughter's fortune. Being able to see her daughter's happiness was what Gulan looked forward to. That's right, there's nothing in this world that little Chenzi can't do. Wu Ningzhu's face was brimming with happiness. Her understanding of Jiang Chen was far more than that of Gu Xiantian and Gulan. Jiang Chen would never give up on something he wanted to do. Moreover, there was nothing he couldn't do. 3 days later, the sound of war drums resounded in the sky above the ancient people, resounding across the entire mountain range. All the ancient people could hear it clearly. Today was the most important day of the year for the ancient people. It was the day for all the young generation to perform. The war drums represented a kind of passion. It could stimulate the hot blood of the warriors. The young warriors would always move forward bravely. The ancient race's martial arts arena was incomparably huge. It was so huge that it had a circumference of 10 miles. The entire martial arts arena was filled with platforms, and each platform was covered with variegated scars. Those were the scars left behind by battles. Early in the morning, countless aboriginals had already arrived at the martial arena. Their faces were filled with excitement. At the center of the martial arena, the geniuses of the younger generation had all arrived. Today, this would be their main battlefield. At this time, 2 figures floated across the sky and landed at the center of the martial arena. It was a handsome man and a beautiful woman. They were Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu. Both of them were holding hands, looking incomparably affectionate. This scene made the eyes of many people who had pursued Wu Ningzhu almost spurt out fire. The noble goddess in their eyes was actually holding the hand of an outsider. This was simply a blow to them. Look, that's Jiang Chen. He's too young. You don't say. Looking at him, he and Miss Ningzhu are incomparably compatible. I wonder how Gu Lufeng would feel if he saw this scene. Of course not. But since Jiang Chen could kill Shi Han, I wonder if Gu Lufeng would dare to challenge him. Chapter 894. As soon as Jiang Chen appeared, he became the center of attention. It was the kind of hateful one. His and Wu Ningzhu's public display of affection was a great stimulation to many young ancient people. Of course, stimulation was one thing, but these people still had self-awareness. They knew that they had no qualification to compete with Jiang Chen. But it didn't mean that Gu Lufeng didn't. Today was the family meeting. Gu Lufeng certainly wouldn't swallow his anger. However, Jiang Chen was after all an existence that killed Shi Han. If Gu Lufeng fought against Jiang Chen, his chances of winning wouldn't be great. Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu turned a deaf ear to these discussions, as if they didn't hear anything. Dong dong dong. The sound of the war drum became more and more urgent. Suddenly, more than 20 tyrannical figures appeared on a high platform in front of them. After these people appeared, the whole scene became quiet. A faint majestic aura permeated the void. All the ancient people were looking at the high platform with incomparable respect. Any one of the figures on the platform was a high and mighty existence. The lowest cultivation grade of these people was a first-grade great saint. More than 20 great saints gathered together. Even if they didn't deliberately release their qi, the invisible pressure caused by them would still make people feel uncomfortable. As one of the 8 major families, ancient people naturally had more great saint experts. However, there was no need for all the great saint experts to be present in a family meeting. On the platform, standing at the forefront was Gu Xiantian. He had a majestic look on his face. This was the supreme existence of the ancient people. He was like a god in the hearts of all the ancient people. However, at this moment, many people's eyes fell on the white-clothed woman next to Gu Xiantian. Look, that's Elder Gulen. She has been imprisoned by the patriarch for 12 years. I didn't expect her to appear today. Elder Gulen is so beautiful. It seems that the grudge between her and the patriarch has been resolved. That's great. I have long heard that Elder Gulen not only has the appearance of a fairy, but also has an extraordinary talent. Seeing her today, she really is extraordinary. Gulen's appearance caused an uproar. Most of the young people present had never seen Gulen before. After Gulen left the ancient people, she had been living in the southern continent and had never returned. 12 years ago, when Gu Xiantian brought her back, he immediately threw her into prison. It was normal that many people had never seen Gulen before. However, just because they hadn't seen her didn't mean that they hadn't heard of her. Ancient people all knew about Gulen, and even Gulen's deeds. It was just that the topic of Gulen was too sensitive, so no one dared to bring it up. Now that Wu Ningzhu was here and Gulen was released, this matter had finally come to an end. Patriarch, everyone is almost here. We can start now. An elder said. All right, let's begin. Gu Xiantian nodded. Just as Gu Xiantian nodded, a silhouette turned into a ray of light and landed on a fighting platform. The newcomer seemed to be around 25 or 26 years old. He was extremely handsome and wore a purple robe. His whole body was filled with domineering aura. After he arrived, his eyes immediately locked on Jiang Chen. It's Gu Lufeng. He finally appeared. Let's see what he will do. The newcomer was Gu Lufeng. His appearance instantly made the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. Gu Lufeng looked at Jiang Chen and said loudly, Jiang Chen, I know why you are here. But if you want to marry Ningzhu, let's see if you are capable enough. I, Gu Lufeng, challenge you now. As long as you can defeat me, I will withdraw from the competition. Lufeng. Gu Xiantian knitted his brows. Patriarch, this is between us. Let us settle it ourselves. Gu Lufeng cupped his fists towards Gu Xiantian. Gu Lufeng was a very smart person. By saying this, he gave Gu Xiantian a way out. He and Jiang Chen would settle it themselves. If he lost, he would withdraw from the competition. Even if he married Wu Ningzhu to Jiang Chen, it would be considered as him withdrawing from the competition. It wouldn't affect Gu Xuantian's prestige. More importantly, they had to settle their own matters by themselves. Otherwise, they would be looked down upon by others. Gu Xiantian nodded secretly. Sure enough, he didn't choose the wrong person. Gu Lufeng didn't disappoint him. Swish! Without saying a word, Jiang Chen jumped onto the stage and stood opposite of Gu Lufeng. Gu Lufeng, you are a real man. But you don't have to feel unconvinced. Don't think that my arrival will affect you and Wu Ningzhu. You probably heard that Wu Ningzhu and I are already engaged. She doesn't have you in her heart. Of course, I agree with your words. Only the strong is worthy of Sister Ning. Therefore, I accept your challenge. I have promised Sister Ning that I will defeat everyone for her. Jiang Chen said faintly. Gu Liufeng's temperament was extraordinary and he didn't act bashfully. Even after knowing that Jiang Chen had killed Shirhan, he still dared to challenge Jiang Chen. Firstly, it was to give Gu Xiantian a way out of this embarrassing situation. If Gu Lufeng didn't appear today and fight with Jiang Chen alone, it would put Gu Xiantian in a very difficult position. After all, the marriage between Wu Ningzhu and Gu Lufeng was agreed by Gu Xiantian himself. As the saying goes, the words of gold and jade carry enormous weight. Ancient people's patriarchs were much more noble than those emperors in the secular world. Jiang Chen, I know that you've killed Xueqi, but I've gained a lot of benefits from my trip out this time. My cultivation has improved a lot. I wanted to find Xueqi and Kong Yang for a fight. Since you've killed Xueqi, let me see how terrifying the person who killed Xueqi is. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Gu Liufeng's aura fluctuated. There was no trace of fear on his face. He was also a battle-hungry person. Unfortunately, you're still not my opponent. Jiang Chen shook his head. I know that with my current strength, it's impossible to kill Xueqi. But the battle between us is unavoidable and I will not retreat. As soon as Gu Lufeng finished speaking, his qi erupted like a volcano. He pressed his palm forward, sucking in the void. Then, his palm turned into a sky, pressing down on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't seem to care about Gu Liufeng's qi. Bang! Without any delay, Jiang Chen transformed into his dragon form. Given his current cultivation base, he had to transform into his dragon form to deal with a monstrous genius like Gu Lufeng. This point was very obvious when he was fighting against Xueqi. Hong Long, the true dragon palm and the giant dragon claw collided with the dome of the sky created by Gu Lufeng, producing a deafening sound. Under everyone's shocked eyes, Gu Liufeng's attack was shattered. If not for the powerful seal that was cast on the battle stage, the entire stage would have been destroyed by this collision. Gu Liufeng's body swayed. He retreated 2 steps before regaining his balance. His facial expression changed. Although he had expected this, he didn't expect Jiang Chen to be this powerful. What? He is so powerful? This is too powerful. No wonder he could kill Xueqi. Big brother Lu Feng is ranked 4th in the sky ranking. He is a half-step great saint. He is only 1 step away from the great saint realm. I didn't expect that he couldn't defeat a 7th grade minor saint. It's unbelievable that he was defeated in the first exchange. This is terrifying. This guy is truly a monster. Have you all noticed that Jiang Chen's combat strength has increased by a lot after his transformation? Big brother Lu Feng had gained a lot of benefits from this expedition. He was able to compete with Xueqi and Kong Yang, but now it seems like he is no match for Jiang Chen. No one wasn't shocked. Not only the young geniuses and their people. Even Gu Xiantian, Gulan and the higher-ups were shocked. Hearing about it and seeing it with their own eyes were 2 different things. They didn't see how Jiang Chen killed Xueqi, but they knew how powerful Gu Lufeng was. Now, Gu Lufeng was defeated by Jiang Chen. Gu Lufeng, you are indeed very strong, but you are still a little bit weaker than Xueqi. However, I know that you won't be willing to admit defeat. If that's the case, I will let you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. The bones in Jiang Chen's body produced cracking sounds. Every part of his body was filled with boundless energy. Wild roars could be heard continuously. In an instant, numerous seals condensed around Jiang Chen's body, turning into powerful true dragons. Each of the dragons was vivid and lifelike, emitting 5-colored brilliance, as if they were true dragons that had descended to the mortal world. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste time. He immediately used the 5 elements combat dragon seal. 5 different seals were cast at the same time. 15 dragons with different attributes formed a huge circle and directly surrounded Gu Lufeng. Gu Lufeng was naturally powerful, but compared to Xueqi, there was still a gap. It took him a lot of effort to kill Xueqi, but to defeat Gu Lufeng, this move was enough. After all, he only wanted to defeat Gu Lufeng, not to kill him. Big brother, Jiang Chen's combat skill is very powerful. Have you noticed that this move of his has directly integrated the 5 elements? It's really scary. That's right. The 5 elements are mutually restraining each other. Water and fire are incompatible with each other. But this combat skill of Jiang Chen is able to integrate the 5 elements to such an extent. It's really rare. I never thought that there would be such an incredible combat skill in this world. Gulan and Gu Xiantian were shocked. Even with their cultivation and knowledge, they had never seen such a combat skill before. This kid is scary. His future achievement is limitless. He's too powerful. I'm a 1st grade great saint now, but I feel that even if I face this move of his, I will still die. It seems like Lu Feng is no match for him. The fact that he could kill Xueqi isn't a coincidence. Such strength is really scary. No one wasn't amazed. They could also see that Jiang Chen didn't want to play around with Gu Lufeng. Defeating Gu Lufeng with his most powerful move was also a form of respect to Gu Lufeng. On the battlefield, Gu Lufeng had exerted all his strength, but he still couldn't stop Jiang Chen's 5-elemental combat dragon seal. When all the violent combat waves disappeared, Gu Liufeng's body was revealed. The current Gu Lufeng looked a little embarrassed. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His qi was completely scattered. It could be seen that he had suffered a lot in the battle just now. "I've lost." Gu Lufeng revealed a wry smile. Although he still had the strength to fight, the collision just now had made him very clear that it was meaningless to continue the battle. He was no match for Jiang Chen. In other words, if this was a life-and-death battle, Jiang Chen could also kill him if he could kill Shi Han. Jiang Chen withdrew his dragon form and jumped down from the battle platform. He came to the side of Wu Ningzhu. The current Wu Ningzhu's face was filled with happiness. She still remembered what she said to Jiang Chen, asking Jiang Chen to defeat everyone for her. And it seemed like Jiang Chen had never been defeated before. Patriarch Lu Feng wholeheartedly accepts his defeat today. Brother Jiang is really a rare genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. Ningzhu marrying him is not a disgrace to our ancient people. Gu Lufeng cupped his fist and said to Gu Xiantian. In fact, he already knew the relationship between Wu Ningzhu and Jiang Chen, but there was still a knot in his heart. Today, after being defeated by Jiang Chen, the knot in his heart was finally untied. He and Gu Xiantian were both emotional people. A defeat was a defeat. There was no need to be pretentious. Similarly, Jiang Chen also won the respect of Gu Lufeng with his own strength. At this time, Gu Mu stood out from the crowd. He took out Jiang Chen's super betrothal gifts and handed them to Gu Xiantian and Gulan. Patriarch, Elder Gulan, this is Jiang Chen's betrothal gifts. 1. 5 billion true metastones, 3 9-sun less rond pill, and 10 bottles of 9-sun holy water. Gu Mu was very good at choosing the right time. After Gu Lufeng admitted defeat, he loudly read out these treasures. Suddenly, an uproar arose among the ancient people. It was a completely different feeling to see these treasures with their own eyes. Many people looked at Jiang Chen with blazing eyes. This guy was really rich. Xiaolan, what do you think? Gu Xiantian looked at Gulan. Very good. Gulan was very satisfied with this son-in-law. Good. Jiang Chen, you have come to the ancient people to propose marriage. You have gone through many trials and come with great sincerity. With your talent, it is a blessing for the ancient people to be the son-in-law of the ancient people. In the name of the patriarch of the ancient people, I betroth Wu Ningzhu to you. Gu Xiantian put away the betrothal gifts and said, this matter had finally come to an end. As for Gu Lufeng, he had been defeated by Jiang Chen. Gu Xiantian didn't worry that Gu Lufeng would be unhappy. If the person he liked couldn't even withstand a little setback, then it could only mean that Gu Xiantian had misjudged him. Thank you, Patriarch. Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu said at the same time. Jiang Chen's expression was good, but Wu Ningzhu's face was full of happiness. Chapter 895. Jiang Chen, Ning Heir, since your marriage has been decided, why don't you choose an auspicious date for your wedding? Said Gulan with a smile. That's right. From now on, you, Jiang Chen, will be one of us, the ancient people. Gu Xiantian laughed. It was a great thing for the ancient people to have a genius like Jiang Chen. Wu Ningzhu was very happy. After going through so much, she could finally have a happy ending. She looked at Jiang Chen and said, Uncle Mother, the marriage between me and Jiang Chen can be decided for now. As for the wedding, let's talk about it in the future. After all, Jiang Chen still has many things to do. My father-in-law is still in the eastern continent. Let's wait for little Chunzi to solve all his problems before we think about the wedding. Said Wu Ningzhu. Others might not know what Jiang Chen was thinking, but she was very clear about it. In Jiang Chen's heart, she was not the only one. There was still Yan Chenyu. If they got married in front of the ancient people today, it would be very unfair to Yan Chenyu. Since she and Yan Chenyu had already decided to marry the same person, the wedding would be held in the future. Jiang Chen looked at Wu Ningzhu with a gratified expression. A considerate woman would always be a man's favorite. That's fine. Since it's like this, let's consider it as your engagement today. When the time is right, we will consider holding a wedding. Gu Xiantian said. It was better to let Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu make their own decisions. He had already harmed Gulan and Wu Tianyang in the past. Now, he could see Wu Ningzhu's happiness. After that, Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu left the martial arts field directly. They were not interested in the clan meeting of the ancient people. Jiang Chen's purpose of coming to the ancient people this time had been achieved. From now on, he, the monster race and the ancient people would be tied together. For Jiang Chen, it was a good thing to have two people to rely on. For the ancient people and the monster race, what they valued was Jiang Chen's potential and future. At the same time, it was also for their future. Sister Ning, the matter of the ancient people has been resolved. I have done what I promised you in the past. Now, you and your daughter have reunited. In the future, your father will also come to the ancient people. Your family will be reunited. It's perfect. I will leave the ancient people now. Jiang Chen said. I will go with you. Wu Ningzhu said. No. You should be very clear about my current situation. I have offended too many people. There will be people who will jump out to kill me at any time. The people of the 5 major families and the assassins of the Dark Shadow are all hidden dangers. Although the patriarchs of the 5 major families said that the grudges between us will be settled by the younger generation, Shurhan's death will make them understand that none of their young geniuses is a match for me. So, even if their great saints won't attack me openly, they might attack me secretly. It's too dangerous for you to follow me. Staying with the ancient people is the safest choice. Moreover, you and your daughter have just met. It's not appropriate to separate now. Jiang Chen said. All right, then you must be careful. Wu Ningzhu nodded. Although she was reluctant to part with Jiang Chen, she knew that what Jiang Chen said was the truth. Although she was a powerful 7th-grade minor saint, she would still be a burden if she followed Jiang Chen. The opponents were just too strong. Don't worry. There have always been a lot of people who want to kill me, but I am still alive and well. Jiang Chen shrugged. After that, he bid farewell to Wu Ningzhu. He didn't disturb any of the ancient people. When the ancient people were still having their family meeting, he left the Pure Land and headed to Xuanyu. When Jiang Chen left, Nangong Wentian and Han Yan were in seclusion. He was afraid that they didn't know that such a big thing had happened. Jiang Chen had gained a lot of benefits in Void Triangular Domain. He shouldn't forget about his brothers at this time. Putting aside Nangong Wentian, the dark spirit that he had obtained in Void Triangular Domain was absolutely beneficial to Han Yan. Han Yan's physique, Gu Tianma, could absorb all kinds of dark energy. A powerful dark spirit was much more useful than a devil soul. The distance from the ancient people to Xuanyu Nebula sect was much further than the distance from the demon race to the ancient people. Xuanyu wasn't in the territory of the Pure Land, but to Jiang Chen, this distance was nothing. He would arrive there in no time. High up in the sky, Jiang Chen was flashing and disappearing. Every time he disappeared, he would travel a few thousand miles. He was walking in the void, shuttling back and forth casually. He had already mastered the power of space to an incomparably exquisite degree. Suddenly, the void in front of him was blocked by a layer of shadow. This shadow forced Jiang Chen out of the void. 2 figures appeared in front of the white clouds. One was a man and the other was a beast. It was an old man in black clothes. His body was emitting a cold, murderous aura. This was the signature of the dark shadow. Beside the old man was a huge beast that was as big as a mountain. The huge beast looked extremely ferocious. Its body was more than 10 zhong in size. Its body was covered with black scales. There was a black flame on the surface of its body. It was a steaming devil chi. The huge beast had 4 eyes. Each eye was emitting a cold light as if it came from the depths of hell. There were 2 long fangs on the side of its mouth. It looked ferocious. Earth Devil Beast! Jiang Chen exclaimed. He wasn't unfamiliar with this huge beast. Back in Inferno Hell, he had spent a lot of effort to kill the Earth Devil Beast. He didn't expect to see another one here today. However, the strength of this Earth Devil Beast was incomparable to the one in Inferno Hell. Both of them were on a completely different level. The cultivation of the Earth Devil Beast in front of him had reached the 2nd grade Great Saint. The old man was also a powerful 2nd grade Great Saint. Given Jiang Chen's current cultivation, he basically had no chance of winning against a 2nd grade Great Saint. He could only choose to run for his life. The combat strength of the Earth Devil Beast was super strong. A powerful Earth Devil Beast was enough to deal with an ordinary 3rd grade Great Saint. You dark shadow people are really annoying, Jiang Chen said coldly. Brat, since the establishment of the dark shadow, we have only suffered a great loss in the hands of one person. You are the second one. I have to say that your strength has surprised us, but this is the end of it. Today, I will personally deal with you. I won't use assassination methods. I will make sure you die without an intact corpse, the elder said. He and the Earth Devil Beast had already sealed off the entire void, not giving Jiang Chen any chance to escape. That's right, Jiang Chen. Haha. A second-grade great saint wants to deal with me and you still dare to talk nonsense like not using assassination methods? I'm afraid that only the Dark Shadow would say such shameless words. Unfortunately, you won't be able to kill me today. Jiang Chen sneered. The old man didn't know that the two people he mentioned were actually the same person. You are just a puny 7th-grade minor saint. It's just a piece of cake for me to kill you. The old man didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all, and he did have the capital to do so. If you come alone, you might be able to severely injure me or even kill me. Unfortunately, you have brought an Earth Devil Beast with you. I have killed an Earth Devil Beast before and I have a special method to deal with Earth Devil Beasts. It will be a piece of cake for me to kill him, Jiang Chen said to the Earth Devil Beast. Obviously, he said these words on purpose. He knew the Dark Shadow too well. Once he was entangled with them, they wouldn't give up. This time, the Dark Shadow had sent a second-grade great saint to kill him. This was enough to show their determination to kill him. The appearance of the Earth Devil Beast had given Jiang Chen a chance. Because he did have a way to deal with the Earth Devil Beast, he didn't choose to run away. This Earth Devil Beast might become a great helper for him in the future. The Earth Devil Beast was the king of devils. That was why the edifying light came in handy. Of course, it would be extremely difficult to deal with the edifying light given his current cultivation grade, but he still had another method. The blood talisman. Jiang Chen wouldn't forget that it was the blood talisman that helped him deal with the Earth Devil Beast in Inferno Hell. This blood talisman had a great suppressive effect on the Earth Devil Beast. Of course, the blood talisman in Inferno Hell didn't only suppress the Earth Devil Beast, it could also suppress all other demonic beasts. Plus, the blood talisman in his hand came from the 9th level of the Suspended Tower, which was the top existence of the demon race. Therefore, Jiang Chen was ready to risk his life. He would provoke the Earth Devil Beast with his words and let it attack him. In that case, he could edify it with the help of the blood talisman and the edifying light. Once the Earth Devil Beast was under his control, the one who would die would be the elder instead of him. Edifying the Earth Devil Beast would be equivalent to having a powerful helper in the future. However, there was still one thing that troubled him. The blood talisman was immersed in the Qi Sea, completely motionless like a master. No matter how Jiang Chen summoned it, it was useless. If the blood talisman didn't help him, it would be too difficult to deal with the Earth Devil Beast. But in any case, Jiang Chen had to give it a try. Sure enough, after listening to Jiang Chen's words, the Earth Devil Beast instantly became violent. Let me kill him myself. How dare he look down on me and kill my descendant? He is courting death. I will tear him into pieces. The Earth Devil Beast was completely enraged. All right, Earth Devil Beast, I'll leave it to you to kill him. Don't make any mistakes this time, the elder said. Dong, the Earth Devil Beast moved. Its majestic body appeared in front of Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. It opened its huge mouth and said with a thunderous voice, "Damn brat, how dare you look down on me? Do you know how to write the word death?" "Humph. Whether I look down on you or not, we will know in a while." Jiang Chen snorted coldly. He immediately transformed into a dragon and struck out a powerful fire dragon seal without saying anything. His flames could restrain the Earth Devil Beast to a certain extent. Die, brat! Chapter 896. The devil chi of the Earth Devil Beast was monstrous. It opened its bloody mouth that seemed like it could swallow everything. Countless of devil chi were spurted out from its mouth. The devil chi was like a sharp sword, carrying a very strong lethality. It lunged at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's facial expression changed dramatically. A second-grade Great Saint Earth Devil Beast wasn't something he could deal with now. He could kill an ordinary first-grade Great Saint, but he wasn't a match for a second-grade Great Saint. However, this powerful Earth Devil Beast was equivalent to an ordinary third-grade Great Saint. Such a gap couldn't be made up. Jiang Chen groaned inwardly. He circulated the dragon transformation skill to the extreme, trying to activate the blood talisman in his Qi, but this master didn't seem to have any reaction. This gave Jiang Chen the urge to curse. In desperation, Jiang Chen took out the Heavenly Saint's sword to resist. Hung Long. The powerful and sharp Heavenly Saint's sword wasn't a match for the Earth Devil Beast. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's speed, he was afraid that he would be eaten by the Earth Devil Beast. The existence of the King of Devils was really not easy to deal with. Jiang Chen was pushed back a dozen steps by the powerful Devil Qi wave. He felt that the blood and Qi in his body were tumbling. It was indescribably uncomfortable. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Damn it! I'm no match for this bastard. If the blood talisman doesn't work, I will have to run away. Under such absolute suppression, it's basically impossible to subdue this Earth Devil Beast with the edifying light. Jiang Chen cursed. He felt incomparably depressed. He thought that the blood talisman could help him, but now it seemed like he didn't have much hope. What a good kid. A mere 7th grade minor saint, but you can withstand my attack without dying. Just this alone is enough for you to be proud of yourself even if you die. The Earth Devil Beast shook its body and turned into a middle-aged man. He looked majestic and domineering. His face was full of ferocious expression. This was the King of Devils. Not even the devils could be compared to him. Earth Devil Beasts were extremely rare. This was only the second Earth Devil Beast that Jiang Chen had encountered in the vast Saint Origin world. Die for me! The Earth Devil Beast moved again. The Earth Devil Beast had transformed into a humanoid form and sealed off the entire space. It stretched out a huge hand. The black palm was like a mountain, pressing down on Jiang Chen's head. If Jiang Chen was hit head-on, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Jiang Chen was proficient in the space escape technique, so it wouldn't be easy for the Earth Devil to kill him. He could rely on the space escape technique to escape. However, Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and didn't move. He was betting that the blood talisman in his Qi wouldn't sit back and do nothing. Now, he was almost certain that the blood charm had something to do with the dragon transformation skill. Now that he was the master of the dragon transformation skill, and he had seen the power of the blood charm, he was sure that as long as the blood charm made a move, he would definitely be able to suppress the Earth Devil. Therefore, he wanted to bet that the blood charm would not just watch him die at the hands of the Earth Devil. Since he wanted to bet, he might as well go all out. Jiang Chen held the Heavenly Saint's sword in his hand, but he didn't have the slightest intention to fight back. This was a huge gamble, a gamble with his life. If the blood charm really didn't do anything, his ending would be miserable. Buzz, however, the blood charm didn't disappoint Jiang Chen. As if it had sensed a great danger, the blood charm immediately let out a strong buzzing sound. In the next moment, the blood charm flew out from Jiang Chen's body and turned into a bloody light. The bloody light didn't seem to be anything special, but it easily destroyed the Earth Devil Beast's attack. After that, the blood charm floated on its own and arrived above the Earth Devil Beast's head. Rays of bloody light sprinkled down from the blood charm, turning into a huge bloody net that enveloped the Earth Devil Beast. So powerful. Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. The blood charm had finally made its move. He had once witnessed the power of the blood charm. In Inferno Hell, because of the existence of the blood charm, none of the demonic beasts dared to take even half a step into Inferno City. From this, it could be seen that the blood charm had a suppressive effect on all demonic beasts. Back then, when they killed the Earth Devil Beast, it was also because of the suppression of the blood charm that they succeeded. What is this? It's so scary. It seems like it contains some kind of primordial existence. It actually makes me want to worship it. The invisible force coming from the blood charm is making it hard for me to breathe. The Earth Devil Beast's expression changed dramatically. He stared at the blood charm above him. This blood charm was like the ancestor of all demonic beasts, making all demonic beasts submit to it. Although he was a devil, he was still a demonic beast. Right now he was firmly suppressed by the blood charm, and even his soul was trembling. He felt as if he had offended some kind of god, and was about to die. How could he still have the energy to kill Jiang Chen? Here's my chance. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This was the best time. His body flashed, and he appeared in front of the Earth Devil Beast. He activated the Great Soul Derivation technique and shouted at the Earth Devil Beast, "Earth Devil Beast." The Earth Devil Beast was originally suppressed by the blood charm, and his soul was already trembling. Now that he was under the impact of the great soul derivation technique, he was momentarily dazed. He raised his head blankly, and saw a ray of light that represented light entering his forehead like a snake. Following that, the Earth Devil Beast felt as if a curse had been branded in the depths of his soul. He resisted violently, holding his head and screaming in pain. Helplessly, under the double pressure of the blood charm and the edifying light, even the powerful Earth Devil Beast succumbed quickly and was completely edified by the edifying light. Jiang Chen grabbed the blood charm with his big hand and kept it. The blood charm once again sank into his sea of aura and acted like a master. However, Jiang Chen now found this master pleasing to the eye. It was much more pleasing to the eye than before. If it wasn't for this master, he would have been embarrassed today. The Earth Devil Beast stopped screaming. In front of Jiang Chen, the unruly aura on its body had completely disappeared. It was like a docile sheep. The Earth Devil Beast bowed to Jiang Chen and called out respectfully, "Master." "Haha, good." Jiang Chen laughed heartily. Today was really a good day. His luck was really good. He had just left the ancient people's mansion, and the Dark Shadow organization had given him such a big gift. They even let Jiang Chen know the magical effect of the blood charm. In the future, with the Earth Devil Beast by his side, it would be impossible for ordinary people to kill him. "Earth Devil Beast, what are you doing?" In the distance, the old assassin's face also changed. The change just now was too fast. He thought that it would be easy for the Earth Devil Beast to deal with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was bound to die. He didn't expect such a huge change. He heard very clearly that the unruly Earth Devil Beast actually called Jiang Chen master. This was really the biggest joke in the world. However, the Earth Devil Beast turned a deaf ear to the old man's words, as if it couldn't hear him at all. It directly stood beside Jiang Chen respectfully. "Earth Devil Beast, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and kill him," the old man roared. However, he was not a fool. He could see that the Earth Devil Beast was abnormal. He guessed that it must be Jiang Chen who was secretly playing tricks. "Earth Devil Beast, go kill him." Jiang Chen pointed to the old man. "Yes, master." Without hesitation, the Earth Devil Beast unleashed its monstrous devilish energy once again. In an instant, it returned to its previous Great Devil King's aura and lunged toward the old man. It didn't dare disobey Jiang Chen's words. Even if Jiang Chen asked it to commit suicide right now, it wouldn't hesitate to do so. "Earth Devil Beast." The old man's eyes almost popped out. He only felt that something unbelievable had happened. The Earth Devil Beast was his companion and his assistant just now. In the blink of an eye, it turned around to kill him. What the hell is going on? However, just as the old man shouted the name of the Earth Devil Beast, the Earth Devil Beast's attack had already reached him. The old man had no choice but to defend himself. A long sword appeared in his hand. It was a sword that could kill. It was incomparably cold. Unfortunately, how could he be a match for the Earth Devil Beast? The Earth Devil Beast was too strong. Although both of them were second-grade great saints, their combat strength wasn't at the same level. The old man was an assassin, but he wasn't in the state of assassination right now. This time, the higher-ups of Dark Shadow sent him to deal with the Earth Devil Beast. Now, he had brought an enemy with him. Bang! The old man collided with the Earth Devil Beast. He was sent flying 100 meters away. He opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Even a powerful second-grade great saint was no match for the Earth Devil Beast. Roar! The Earth Devil Beast didn't care about the old man's shock. The order it received was to kill this old man. Without saying a word, it rushed towards the old man again. Motherfucker! What the hell is going on? Jiang Chen, what have you done to the Earth Devil Beast? The old man spurted out blood again. This time it was because of anger. He had no idea what kind of magic Jiang Chen had used to control the Earth Devil Beast. Now that he was facing the Earth Devil Beast, his heart was filled with thousands of motherfuckers. That kind of feeling was indescribable. Haha, thank you for giving me such a big gift. Earth Devil Beast, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill him. Jiang Chen let out a loud laugh. Then he once again ordered the Earth Devil Beast. Roar. The Earth Devil Beast went berserk instantly. Energy surged and rushed at the old man. The old man was wailing incessantly. Given his second-grade great saint cultivation, he would have been able to escape if he had fled from the beginning. He was afraid that the Earth Devil Beast wouldn't be able to stop him. Unfortunately, he didn't flee from the beginning. Now that he had been severely injured by the Earth Devil Beast, it was impossible for him to escape. The sharp claws of the Earth Devil Beast held the old man firmly. The old man couldn't break free no matter how hard he struggled. Earth Devil Beast, fuck you. The old man cursed. If he died today, he would die with grievance. Chapter 897. Arg. In the end, the elder couldn't resist the Earth Devil Beast. He let out a shrill scream and was crushed to death by the Earth Devil Beast. This old man's death could be said to be a tragedy. Today, he came to kill Jiang Chen with certainty. Even if he didn't bring the Earth Devil Beast with him, killing Jiang Chen would be a piece of cake for him. Originally, he brought the Earth Devil Beast with him to act tough. He wanted to scare Jiang Chen to death. So when the Earth Devil Beast appeared, it was in its original form instead of a human. Sadly, Jiang Chen wasn't scared to death. In the end, he died tragically in the hands of the Earth Devil Beast. This was the most useless way to die in the heavens and earth. Once again, the Dark Shadow suffered a heavy loss in the hands of Jiang Chen, a powerful second-grade Great Saint and a powerful Earth Devil Beast. Such a loss was enough to severely damage the Dark Shadow. To Jiang Chen, the Dark Shadow had finally given him a big gift. With the help of the Earth Devil Beast, Jiang Chen wouldn't have to be so cautious in his actions anymore. Earth Devil Beast, let me ask you, do you know where the stronghold of the Dark Shadow is? Jiang Chen asked. I know. The Earth Devil Beast replied. How many great saints are there in the Dark Shadow? What is the highest cultivation grade? Jiang Chen continued to ask. He hated the Dark Shadow to the extreme. This group of people haunted him like ghosts, making him restless all day long. Jiang Chen had already made up his mind to destroy this organization completely and make it disappear from this world. There are a total of 13 great saints in the Dark Shadow. I have just killed one of them. Excluding me, there are 11 left. The commander is a powerful 5th-grade Great Saint. There are 2 4th-grade Great Saints, 3 3rd-grade Great Saints, and the rest are 2nd-grade and 1st-grade Great Saints. The Earth Devil Beast didn't dare to neglect Jiang Chen's words and answered truthfully. Humph. The lineup isn't small. Come with me to the Western Domain first. When we come back, we will eliminate the Dark Shadow. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. He changed his original idea of returning to the Nebula sect. Now that he had obtained the powerful help of the Earth Devil Beast, it was necessary for him to improve his strength again. He was going to bring the Earth Devil Beast to the Devil Realm of the Western Domain to edify another 3rd-grade Great Saint Devil. Given his current cultivation grade, the edifying light could only edify 2 3rd-grade Great Saints at most. At that time, he would have 2 3rd-grade Great Saints by his side. After that, he would go to Peacock King and eliminate the Dark Shadow together. The strongest cultivation grade of Dark Shadow was a 5th-grade Great Saint while Peacock King was a 4th-grade Great Saint. However, Peacock King's combat strength was very strong. His bloodline was much nobler than the Earth Devil Beast. Given his combat strength, he was more than enough to deal with an ordinary 5th-grade Great Saint. I will kill whoever Master tells me to kill, the Earth Devil Beast said. Jiang Chen was very satisfied. This was the power of the edifying light. Once a demonic devil was edified, it would become Jiang Chen's slave. It would only listen to Jiang Chen's words and wouldn't dare show the slightest neglect. Very good. Earth Devil Beast, follow me to the Devil Realm. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, his body vanished into the void with a sway. The Earth Devil Beast followed Jiang Chen. Both of them were heading towards the Devil Realm at the fastest speed. It could be said that Jiang Chen was very cautious in his trip to the Western Domain. After all, he had a conflict with the Great Lightning Tune Temple last time. If the experts of the Great Lightning Tune Temple found his trail, it would be very troublesome. His main target this time was the Devil Realm. That was why he didn't stop when he passed by Green Lotus Mountain. Green Lotus Mountain was as tranquil as ever. From the outside, it looked peaceful and harmonious, and it seemed like the Great Layin Temple didn't cause any trouble for Great Master Ran Feng. This made Jiang Chen feel more at ease. If he brought trouble to Great Master Ran Feng and Tyrant because of him, Jiang Chen would feel really bad. This wasn't the first time that Jiang Chen had come to the Devil Realm. Every time he came here, he would reap great rewards. Last time, he had edified a few minor devil saints to help him protect Martial Saint Dynasty. This time, he had 2 objectives. One was to edify a powerful third-grade great saint devil, and the other was to use the devil's soul of the devil to break through to the 8th-grade minor saint. After obtaining the blood talisman, Jiang Chen's foundation was incomparably strong. Such a foundation was enough for him to use this kind of forceful method to advance to the 8th-grade minor saint. In order to advance to the 8th-grade minor saint, he would need to at least refine some 9th-grade devil souls. He had a large number of dark spirits in his possession. These treasures could be used to advance to the 8th-grade minor saint. But now, Jiang Chen was going to leave these dark spirits to Han Yen. Anyway, he was going to the devil realm soon. Without any obstruction, Jiang Chen and the Earth Devil Beast went straight into the devil realm. Upon entering the devil realm and sensing the intense devilish energy, the Earth Devil Beast immediately became excited. The environment here was like heaven for the Earth Devil Beast. Roar. The Earth Devil Beast raised its head and let out a roar. Devil waves surged up to the sky. Feeling the powerful devil pressure, all the devils prostrated themselves on the ground, shivering. They were so scared that they couldn't even lift their heads. Ordinary devils couldn't withstand such pressure. Earth Devil Beast, retract your chi and follow me to the deepest part of the devil realm. Our target this time is to deal with a 3rd-grade great saint devil. Are you confident? Jiang Chen asked. Don't worry, master. My bloodline is the king of devils. Ordinary devils will have to endure the suppression of my bloodline when they see me. Although he is only a 2nd-grade great saint, his strength has already reached the peak of 2nd-grade great saint. It won't be a problem for him to deal with an ordinary 3rd-grade great saint. The Earth Devil Beast said with incomparable confidence. Very good. You don't have to kill him when you meet him. Of course, it won't be difficult for you to defeat a 3rd-grade great saint given your cultivation, but it will be much harder to kill him. You just need to suppress him and leave the rest to me. Jiang Chen reminded the Earth Devil Beast. I understand. The Earth Devil Beast nodded. It was truly obedient to Jiang Chen. The two of them turned into 2 rays of light and entered the deepest part of the devil realm. A great saint devil only existed in the deepest part of the devil realm. It was very difficult to find a powerful devil in the outer layer. Roar. Just as Jiang Chen and the Earth Devil Beast stepped into the deepest part of the devil realm, a roar was heard from not far away. Then, a middle-aged man with an incomparably ferocious-looking face rushed out and stood in front of Jiang Chen and the Earth Devil Beast. His face was covered with black patterns and his body was emitting fire-like devil chi. His cultivation base was extremely strong, having reached the 1st-grade great saint. Jie. A human brat dares to intrude into the deepest part of the devil realm? You must be courting death. I haven't eaten human flesh for a long time. The devil licked his lips, completely treating Jiang Chen and the Earth Devil Beast as his prey. As the Earth Devil Beast had completely concealed its chi according to Jiang Chen's instruction, the devil didn't notice it at all. Bastard! How dare you disrespect my master? You're courting death. The Earth Devil Beast was infuriated. It seemed like it was going to attack the devil. I'll deal with it myself. Jiang Chen waved his hand, signaling the Earth Devil Beast not to be impulsive. Jiang Chen was prepared to deal with this 1st-grade great saint by himself. Ever since he advanced to the 7th-grade minor saint, Jiang Chen hadn't fought a real great saint. Now was the perfect opportunity. Given Jiang Chen's current cultivation base, he could defeat a 1st-grade great saint, but it would be very difficult to kill one. However, if the opponent was a devil, it would be a different story. He had a lot of ways to deal with these devils. Jiang Chen took a step forward and transformed into his dragon form. He didn't dare to be careless in dealing with a 1st-grade great saint. If he didn't transform, he wouldn't be a match for the devil. Bang! The void was blasted apart by the energy. Jiang Chen didn't waste any time and launched a punch at the devil. The punch was as heavy as a mountain, carrying blazing flames. It reached the devil in the blink of an eye. Courting death. The devil was infuriated. How dare a puny human take the initiative to attack in front of him? This was simply courting death. The devil roared wildly, bursting out endless devil flames. Similarly, he launched a punch at Jiang Chen. His face was wearing a hideous smile. In his opinion, this punch was enough to turn his opponent into meat paste. Hung long. 2 fists collided fiercely. The void was torn apart on the spot. The devil couldn't withstand the tremendous force from Jiang Chen's fist and was sent flying away. His face was filled with incomparable shock. That's right. Impossible. How could a puny 7th-grade minor saint force me back? This is ridiculous. Kid, what kind of flame is that? How could it suppress me? The devil was completely shocked. He looked at Jiang Chen as if he was looking at a ghost. The flame that can take your life. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more time. The collision just now had proven his combat strength. So, he didn't want to waste any more time. The Heavenly Saint's sword rippled out. The dragon-shaped longsword carried boundless flames. The entire void was filled with raging flames. All the devil chi was incinerated. At the same time, Jiang Chen casted out his 5-elemental sphere to enshroud the devil. Roar! The devil roared again. He launched a frenzied attack at Jiang Chen. However, the suppression of the flame was too strong. He couldn't exert his true strength during the battle with Jiang Chen. His combat strength wasn't a match for Jiang Chen. Now that he was being suppressed by the flame, the gap between them was even more obvious. Puchi! All the devil's energy was crushed by the Heavenly Saint's sword. The speed of the Heavenly Saint's sword was so fast that it chopped off the devil's arm. The flame was like a tarsal bone, burning the devil's arm. Bastard! The devil was infuriated, but it was useless because Jiang Chen's next attack had arrived. This sword was even more powerful than the previous one. With the devil's current condition, it was impossible for him to block it. Puchi! Chapter 898. After killing the first-grade Great Saint Devil, Jiang Chen immediately withdrew his dragon form and returned to his original appearance. Looking at the devil's soul in his hand, Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal a smile. Given his current cultivation grade, refining a first-grade Great Saint Devil soul was enough for him to advance to the 8th-grade Minor Saint. Amazing! The Earth Devil Beast couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He had never seen anyone who could be so powerful. A mere 7th-grade Minor Saint had killed a first-grade Great Saint. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Earth Devil Beast, I am going to refine the Devil's Soul to advance to the 8th-grade Minor Saint. You will guard me while we wait here. The commotion just now will surely attract more powerful devils. Once a 3rd-grade Great Saint Devil appears, we will have accomplished our purpose of coming to the Devil World. Jiang Chen said. Yes, Master. The Earth Devil Beast nodded. His senses were keen. He carefully checked the surroundings and guarded the area, creating the best environment for Jiang Chen's advancement. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen circulated the dragon transformation art and began to refine the Devil's Soul. Under the dual burning of the true dragon fire and thunder fire, the devil chi contained in the Devil's Soul was quickly purified by Jiang Chen, leaving behind the purest energy. Wang, the enormous amount of energy began to be refined by Jiang Chen bit by bit. Dragon marks began to form one by one. The speed of the dragon marks formation was very fast. In just a minute, 1,000 new dragon marks had been formed. The Earth Devil Beast's eyes fell upon Jiang Chen. He was even more surprised when he sensed Jiang Chen's rising chi. He was considered as one of the most powerful beings in the world, but he had never seen such an abnormal monstrous genius. Not only was this person's combat strength strong, he could also advance to the 8th-grade Minor Saint so easily. The energy contained in the 1st-grade Great Saint Devil Soul was too enormous. The number of dragon marks continued to condense. Very soon, another 1,000 dragon marks were formed. The number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had increased from 72,000 to 74,000. A large number of high-grade true metastones began to be refined by him. A monstrous chi suddenly burst out from his body like a tide, pushing him to the 8th-grade Minor Saint. After advancing to the 8th-grade Minor Saint, the energy of the Devil's Soul was still not depleted. New dragon marks were still condensing. At this time, 2 incomparably powerful chi rushed towards them from afar. Very quickly, they arrived near Jiang Chen and the Earth Devil Beast. They were 2 powerful devils with tyrannical cultivation. One was a 2nd-grade Great Saint while the other was a 3rd-grade Great Saint. They were attracted by the commotion just now. After they appeared, their eyes immediately fell upon Jiang Chen and the Earth Devil Beast. Human, kill him. The 3rd-grade Great Saint said. The 2nd-grade Great Saint beside him immediately emitted a strong murderous intent. He turned into a ray of light and lunged at Jiang Chen. The Earth Devil Beast's chi fluctuated wildly. It was ready to kill the 2nd-grade Great Saint. At this moment, Jiang Chen leaped up from the ground and took the lead in attacking the 2nd-grade Great Saint. At the same time, he shouted at the Earth Devil Beast, Leave this to me. You go and deal with the third-grade great saint. The current Jiang Chen was no longer the same as before. Not only had he advanced to the 8th-grade minor saint, but he had also condensed another 1,000 dragon marks in a very short period of time. The total number of dragon marks in his body had reached 75,000. Basically, his cultivation base was at the peak of the 8th-grade minor saint, which was enough to deal with an ordinary 2nd-grade great saint. Now that his opponent was a devil, he would be suppressed by him. The Earth Devil Beast roared after receiving Jiang Chen's order. In a blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the 3rd-grade great saint. Its body was filled with violent devil chi. It turned into a palm that was as big as the sky and shrouded the 3rd-grade great saint. You're from the devil race, and your bloodline is even higher than mine. A king of the devil race is actually helping a human? You've really lost the face of our race. I'll kill you right now and absorb your royal bloodline. The 3rd-grade great saint was infuriated. He struck out a black beam of light at the Earth Devil Beast. The two experts fought fiercely. Although the Earth Devil Beast was strong, its opponent was a 3rd-grade great saint after all. It was impossible for it to inflict serious damage on its opponent. That's right. On the other side, under Jiang Chen's frenzied attack, the 2nd-grade great saint was severely injured in the shortest time possible. One of his arms was forcefully torn off by Jiang Chen. Just like the devil that was beheaded earlier, there was a raging fire burning at the place where the arm was severed. Bastard! What kind of flame is this? The devil was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He was already strong enough, but this young human seemed to be even stronger. The thing that made him feel aggrieved was his opponent's flame. When devils reached their cultivation grade, ordinary flames wouldn't be able to suppress them. They wouldn't be afraid even if it was their nemesis. However, Jiang Chen's flame was the most powerful kind. It was their nemesis that could directly restrain their origin. Fire Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen struck out the Fire Dragon Seal. 3 fire dragons surrounded the devil from 3 different directions. Not only did the Fire Dragon Seal have a powerful attack, it could also restrain the devil to the extreme. It could be said that it was the devil's greatest nemesis. The devil went completely berserk. He tried his best to block Jiang Chen's Fire Dragon Seal, but he couldn't stop Jiang Chen from killing him. While the Fire Dragon Seal was blocking the devil's attack, Jiang Chen's long sword arrived. It was a peerless divine sword that was too sharp. It pierced through the devil's head with a pu-chi sound. After the heavenly saint's sword pierced through the devil's head, the devil's soul was plucked out. Not bad. I have no use for this 2nd-grade great saint devil soul now. I can give it to Ah Yen. It will be enough for his cultivation grade to advance by leaps and bounds. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He had just advanced to the 8th-grade minor saint, so he didn't need this devil soul for the time being. On the other hand, Han Yen had Gu Tianma's bloodline that could refine everything. This 2nd-grade great saint devil soul and the dark spirit would be enough for his cultivation grade to advance by leaps and bounds. On the other side, the Earth Devil Beast was roaring incessantly. It had transformed into its true form. The gigantic Earth Devil Beast was a few hundred meters in size, like a small hill. Its 4 ghostly eyes were filled with coldness and ruthlessness. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Earth Devil Beast was completely infuriated. 4 rays of cold light of hell were shot out from its 4 eyes. The 4 rays of light seemed to be able to penetrate through time and space, carrying the power to destroy everything. It was the light of death that came from the earth, capable of freezing a person's soul. The speed of the 4 rays of cold light was too fast. It reached the 3rd-grade great saint in the blink of an eye. Earth Devil Beast. The 3rd-grade great saint exclaimed. He couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't identify the bloodline of this devil king, but he didn't expect it to be the king of all devils, the Earth Devil Beast. The 4 eyes of the Earth Devil Beast were called the Devil Eyes of Hell. The destructive power of the 4 eyes was unpredictable. Even though the devil was a 3rd-grade great saint, which was a grade higher than the Earth Devil Beast, he didn't dare to underestimate the attack of the Earth Devil Beast. He gathered all of his devil power and exerted all of his skills to condense a black shield. The surface of the shield was engraved with countless devil marks, making it look like a ferocious ancient devil's. Hoo-hoo! It was a powerful devil shield. The devil raised the devil shield and blocked the 4 rays of dark light. Hung Long. Unfortunately, even though the demon shield was incomparably strong and sturdy, it couldn't withstand the demonic eye of the Earth Devil at all. The demon shield that was completely enveloped by the Demon King was directly pierced through by the demonic eye of the Earth Devil. The powerful impact hit the demon's body and directly sent it flying. Barf! The devil's facial expression changed dramatically. He opened his mouth and spurted out a few mouthfuls of black blood. His chi began to wane. If he was replaced by an ordinary second-grade great saint, he would have been pierced by the attack of the devil eyes of hell and died on the spot. Earth Devil Beast, suppress him. Don't let him escape. Jiang Chen was afraid that the devil would escape, so he quickly issued an order to the Earth Devil Beast. Almost as soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, the Earth Devil Beast pounced on the devil. Its huge body floated above the devil's head like a huge dark cloud, firmly suppressing the devil. Under such suppression, the devil couldn't break free no matter how hard he struggled. Earth Devil Beast, how dare you help a human to deal with the devil race? The devil roared unwillingly, but the edified Earth Devil Beast turned a deaf ear to his words. Now, there was only Jiang Chen in his eyes and he would only listen to Jiang Chen's command. Stop screaming. You'll soon become my slave, just like him. Jiang Chen came to the side of the devil and struck out the edifying light. Due to the suppression of the Earth Devil Beast, the devil couldn't withstand the impact of the edifying light. He only struggled a few times before being edified by Jiang Chen. Master. The devil came to Jiang Chen and greeted him respectfully. Upon seeing this, the Earth Devil Beast quickly withdrew its pressure and turned back into its human form, standing behind Jiang Chen. All right, you two will follow me from now on. The shock waves from the battle just now were too intense. We have to leave now. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he flew towards the exit of the Devil Realm with the Earth Devil Beast and the devil. The shock waves from the battle just now were too intense. Very soon, more powerful devils would be attracted to them. If a fourth-grade great saint appeared, they wouldn't be a match for them at all. At that time, endless troubles would be brought to them and it would be extremely difficult for them to leave this place. The purpose of this trip to the Devil Realm had been achieved. Jiang Chen was ready to return immediately. Now that he had the help of two great experts, he was even more unscrupulous. If the great saints of the 5 major families wanted to attack him secretly, they would have to bear his punishment. Chapter 899. After exiting the Devil World, Jiang Chen asked the Earth Devil Beast and the devil to hide in his spatial ring. These two experts were his trump cards. It was better not to reveal them unless it was absolutely necessary. Furthermore, Jiang Chen himself now had the strength to fight alone. Green Lotus Mountain was as tranquil as ever. From this point of view, it could be seen that the Great Lane Temple still cared about their reputation. After all, the western regions was known as the Holy Land of Buddhism. If the Great Lane Temple attacked Great Master Ran Feng because of this, they would be really shameless. Moreover, the Great Lane Temple had always wanted to obtain the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus from Great Master Ran Feng. Naturally, they couldn't be too ruthless. They had been dealing with Great Master Ran Feng for so many years, and they knew his temper very well. Furthermore, Ancestor Green Lotus's status and reputation in the Buddhist sect was too high. If the higher-ups of the Tempest Temple specifically made a move to deal with Ancestor Green Lotus disciple, it would probably cause dissatisfaction among the other monks of the Tempest Temple. Jiang Chen walked straight into Green Lotus Mountain and arrived at the main hall at the back. His eyes fell upon the statue of Ancestor Green Lotus. He couldn't help but reveal a smile. If he only had one friend in his previous life, it would be Ancestor Green Lotus. Although they didn't have much contact, they really appreciated each other. Little friend Jiang Chen, you are here. A voice sounded from behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't need to think to know that it was Great Master Ran Feng. I have just gone to the Devil World and happened to pass by here. So, I came to see you and Tyrant. Jiang Chen turned around. When he saw Great Master Ran Feng's cultivation, he nodded. The current Great Master Ran Feng had advanced to second-grade Great Saint. As the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus, he naturally wasn't an ordinary disciple. Plus, the 9 Suns Less Rond pill had improved his physique, which made his cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. The strength of Jiang Chen's cultivation shocked Great Master Ran Feng to the extreme. He was an 8th-grade minor saint. Such a speed of progress had rendered everyone speechless. Little friend, you are truly a peerless genius. This old monk has never seen someone like you before. Great Master Ranfeng couldn't help but admire Jiang Chen. He had long known that Jiang Chen wasn't an ordinary person, but it was still beyond his expectation that Jiang Chen would improve so quickly. However, if he were to look at it from a selfish point of view, the stronger Jiang Chen's performance was, the happier he would be. Grandmaster, I have a question I've always wanted to ask, but I've never said it. Today, I'd like to ask about Patriarch Green Lotus. Jiang Chen looked at Great Master Ranfeng. He had always wanted to know the news about Ancestor Green Lotus. If he could meet his old friend from his previous life again, it would be a very happy thing for Jiang Chen. This? Great Master Ranfeng knitted his brows. He still felt somewhat embarrassed. Great Master lives in Green Lotus Mountain, so you don't know what's going on outside. I have formed a good relationship with the ancient people and the demon race. Furthermore, my current strength is enough to kill a second-grade great saint. Earth Devil Beast, Devil, both of you can come out now. With Jiang Chen's summon, the Earth Devil Beast and the Evil Devil appeared in the main hall at the same time. At this moment, the entire main hall was filled with devilish energy. However, following Jiang Chen's signal, both of them quickly retracted their devilish energy. If not, with their powerful devilish energy, they would attract the attention of the Great Laiyin Temple. Jiang Chen knew that the reason why Great Master Ranfeng didn't want to talk about it was because he felt that the time wasn't right yet. He felt that his strength wasn't strong enough. Therefore, he felt that it was necessary for him to show his strength. What? Sure enough, Great Master Ranfeng couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Just like what Jiang Chen had said, the secret of Ancestor Green Lotus was no trivial matter. Without a certain level of strength, it would be better not to know it. Now that he had witnessed Jiang Chen's strength, Great Master Ranfeng was completely shocked. One should know that there was an insurmountable gap between a minor saint and a great saint. It was basically impossible to challenge a minor saint. However, Jiang Chen was able to kill a second-grade great saint while still being an 8th-grade minor saint. This was simply unheard of. Great Master, you must have heard from Tyrant that we received the edifying light at the same time. The Earth Devil Beast and the Devil were edified by me. Perhaps you might be wondering why I am so eager to know the news of Ancestor Green Lotus. After all, there is no reason for me and Ancestor Green Lotus to know each other. Now, I will tell you my true identity. Jiang Chen was shocked. He felt that it was necessary to tell Great Master Ranfeng his identity. There was no need to hide anything from Great Master Ranfeng. When he met Ancestor Green Lotus in the future, Great Master Ranfeng was certain that he would be recognized at first glance. Upon hearing this, Great Master Ranfeng became nervous. He stared at Jiang Chen without blinking his eyes. When Jiang Chen first came to Green Lotus Mountain and saw the statue of Ancestor Green Lotus, he had already felt that something was amiss. Furthermore, this young man was too heaven-defying. Whether it was the way he acted or the way he talked, he had the temperament of a young man. Jiang Chen turned to look at the statue of Ancestor Green Lotus and said faintly, "Old friend, it has been more than 100 years. Great Master Ranfeng's eyes widened. He seemed to have thought of something. For a moment, he felt that his thoughts were frozen, and he couldn't wrap his head around it. Jiang Chen turned around again and looked at Great Master Ranfeng. "You guessed it right. I am the reincarnation of the greatest saint under the heavens. Back then, I fell on the sacred cliff, but my soul didn't die and was reborn. I walked all the way from the eastern continent to the peak of my previous life. When I was in the chaotic ocean, I met Tyrant. From the seal he cast, I found out that he was the descendant of Ancestor Green Lotus. That's why I saved him." Boom! This news struck Great Master Ranfeng's head like a thunderclap, making him feel dizzy. It turned out that the greatest saint under the heavens didn't die, and was standing in front of him with another identity. This must be true. Jiang Chen didn't lie. Great Master Ranfeng had met the greatest saint before. His bearing and domineering aura were somewhat similar to the young man in front of him. Moreover, if Jiang Chen was the reincarnation of the greatest saint under the heavens, everything would make sense. This young man seemed to know everything, and there was nothing he didn't know. Who else could concoct the 9 suns less rond pill? I thought that after more than 100 years, Brother Green Lotus would have ascended to the world of immortals. But now, it seems that's not the case. Great Master, I hope you can tell me the secret behind this. If Brother Green Lotus is in trouble, I, Jiang Chen, am the only one who can save him from his predicament. There's no one else who can do this. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and said. Great Master Ran Feng didn't speak. He wanted to calm his emotions. With his cultivation base, his state of mind was as stable as Mount Tai. He didn't know how many years it had been since he last felt so agitated. After a long while, Great Master Ran Feng finally regained his composure. He had completely calmed down, and the way he looked at Jiang Chen had changed as well. From the previous admiration, it had now turned into respect. For him, the person standing in front of him was no longer a junior, but a senior. Great Master Ran Feng opened his mouth, but no words came out. He suddenly didn't know how to address Jiang Chen. Great Master, you don't have to be so formal. I have already fallen in my previous life. My current identity is that of the junior in your eyes, the brother of Tyrant. You can address me as you used to. Also, I hope you can keep this matter a secret. Don't tell Tyrant about it. I don't want to affect the future relationship between us brothers. Jiang Chen said. He absolutely couldn't let Tyrant know about his true identity. If Tyrant knew that he was the reincarnation of the greatest saint beneath the heavens, there would be a gap between them when they started dating again, and this wasn't something Jiang Chen wanted to see. Initially, Jiang Chen didn't want to tell Nebula Kid about his identity. He had only revealed it twice. The first time was to Nebula Kid because he had no other choice. The second time was to Great Master Ran Feng. Great Master Ran Feng bowed deeply to Jiang Chen and said, Little friend, if there's a day that you can save my master, Ran Feng is willing to do anything for you. Great Master, you don't have to be so courteous. Jiang Chen said. He let the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil return to the interspatial ring. Great Master Ran Feng was very excited. He finally saw hope. He didn't doubt what Jiang Chen said. If there was one person in this world who could save Ancestor Green Lotus, it must be Jiang Chen. That year, Master's cultivation had reached the peak of 9th grade Great Saint. Given Master's ability, ascending to the immortal world wouldn't be a problem. Great Master Ran Feng seemed to be recalling the day before Ancestor Green Lotus transcended the tribulation. The day before Master transcended the tribulation, he told me, Ran Feng, that given Master's cultivation, it wouldn't be a problem for me to transcend the tribulation and ascend to the immortal world. However, Master has obtained a secret treasure that may bring me a tribulation. If I fail to transcend the tribulation tomorrow, remember that I won't die. Someone did it on purpose. If I don't come back tomorrow, I will be imprisoned. Great Master Ran Feng repeated what Ancestor Green Lotus had told him before. Then the next day, Ancestor failed the tribulation and never came back. Is that right? Jiang Chen guessed. That's right. Just as Master predicted, the tribulation failed, but it must have been done by someone on purpose. It's probably because of the secret treasure that Master had obtained. Master never came back, and he hasn't appeared for decades. In the eyes of outsiders, Ancestor Green Lotus had failed the tribulation and died just like you. Basically, no one has mentioned Master's name all these years. Great Master Ran Feng smiled bitterly. The old ancestor's dharma is profound and can predict the future. Do you know where the old ancestor is imprisoned and who imprisoned him? Jiang Chen asked. Little friend, where do you think can imprison my master in this heaven and earth? With my master's strength, it would be very difficult for an ordinary person to imprison him. Great Master Ran Feng smiled bitterly again. Saint Origin Palace. Chapter 900. That's right. Although Master didn't leave behind a clear place to imprison my master, the only place in the entire Saint Origin world that can imprison my master is Saint Origin Palace. All these years, the Great Lightning Tune Temple has been trying to obtain the inheritance left behind by my master, but I rejected them all. I asked them to go to Saint Origin Palace to inquire about my master's whereabouts. Unfortunately, the people of Great Lightning Tune Temple thought that my master had died under the heavenly tribulation. Even if he's still alive, given the current strength of Great Lightning Tune Temple, they won't be able to touch Saint Origin Palace. Great Master Ran Feng's face was filled with helplessness. All these years, he couldn't forget what his master had told him before the heavenly tribulation. He knew that his master wasn't dead and was imprisoned in Saint Origin Palace. However, Saint Origin Palace was jointly established by the 8 major families. Not even the Great Lightning Tune Temple could enter it, let alone him. Therefore, Great Master Ran Feng had been cultivating Tyrant all these years. He knew that his master wouldn't be able to reach the highest level with his aptitude, let alone the opportunity to enter Saint Origin Palace. Therefore, he had placed all his hopes on Tyrant. However, although Tyrant was talented and had the ability to dominate the world, in Great Master Ranfeng's opinion, the hope was still slim. The 8 major families didn't lack geniuses like Tyrant. Saint Origin Palace was the most powerful existence in the entire Saint Origin world. Without absolute strength, even if one had the opportunity to enter Saint Origin Palace, it was impossible for him to get in touch with Ancestor Green Lotus. Ever since he met Jiang Chen, Great Master Ran Feng finally saw a glimmer of hope. That was why he tried his best to befriend Jiang Chen. To put it bluntly, he had his own selfish motives. What he didn't expect was that Jiang Chen was the reincarnation of the greatest saint, a good friend of his master, and that Jiang Chen still cared about Ancestor Green Lotus. This time, Great Master Ran Feng finally saw hope. He knew the abilities of the once greatest saint underneath the heavens. The current Jiang Chen looked even more frightening than he was in his previous life. The strongest warrior in the Saint Origin realm had returned, and the entire Saint Origin realm would be turned upside down once again. Don't worry, Grandmaster. It won't be long before I enter Saint Origin Palace. At that time, I will certainly inquire about Brother Green Lotus. Jiang Chen said. Now that he knew the secret of Ancestor Green Lotus and had even guessed the whereabouts of Ancestor Green Lotus, Jiang Chen would certainly go to Saint Origin Palace to find Ancestor Green Lotus. He didn't know much about the internal situation of Saint Origin Palace, but Peacock King had told him that Saint Origin Palace was similar to Pure Land, divided into 8 forces. Now that he had a good relationship with the demon race and ancient people, he could rely on these 2 forces when he entered Saint Origin Palace. All right, I'll leave the news about Master to you, little friend. Great Master Ran Feng's face was filled with gratitude. Now that I know about my old friend, one of my burdens has been lifted. Right now, I have more important things to do. Remember not to mention my identity to Tyrant. I'll be taking my leave. Jiang Chen cupped his fists at Great Master Ran Feng and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Looking at the place where Jiang Chen disappeared, Great Master Ran Feng was stunned for a long time. He looked at the statue of his master and said, "Master, I hope you are safe and sound." Jiang Chen left the western regions. There were 2 important things to do next. One was to go to the Nebula sect and hand over the Dark Spirit and the Devil Spirit to Han Yen. Then, he would go to the demon race to find the Peacock King. Together, they would attack the stronghold of the Dark Shadow and uproot this annoying organization to prevent future troubles. The existence of the Dark Shadow had always been a thorn in Jiang Chen's side. It was extremely uncomfortable. This organization was different from the 5 major clans. They were like ghosts walking in the dark, and they could jump out at any time to give him a fatal blow. The feeling of being targeted by the enemy all the time was extremely uncomfortable. The only way to avoid being targeted by the enemy was to completely eliminate the enemy and make the enemy disappear from the world. In the past, Jiang Chen was weak and couldn't defeat the Dark Shadow. Moreover, he didn't know where the stronghold of the Dark Shadow was. Now, he had truly grown up and had his own forces. Now that he had edified the Earth Devil Beast, he could successfully find the stronghold of the Dark Shadow. In that case, there was no need for him to wait any longer. He was ready to give the Dark Shadow a thunderous blow and destroy it. Ever since the Nebula sect defeated the Northern and Southern dynasties, the Nebula sect had become stronger and stronger. It had almost ruled a few big domains. In Xuanyu, it was the undisputed number 1. Jiang Chen returned to the Nebula sect soundlessly, and found that Nangong Wentian was still in seclusion. Sensing that Nangong Wentian had broken through to the minor saint realm, Jiang Chen was happy for him. Nangong Wentian was cultivating the 10,000 everlasting elephant skill. He would certainly become stronger in the future. However, if he were to be compared with Han Yen and Yen Chenyu, he would still fall short. After all, Han Yen and Yen Chenyu were blessed by the heavens. They were born with a strong physique that ordinary people couldn't compare with. Jiang Chen didn't disturb Nangong Wentian. He only stayed in the Nebula sect for a short while before heading to the Maoyin cult. After the last chaos, Han Yen had returned to the Maoyin cult. To him, the cultivation environment of the Maoyin cult was far better than that of the Nebula sect. The Maoyin cult was the ally of the Nebula sect. After the last war, they had gained great benefits. Their overall strength had improved tremendously. Compared to the other big domains, the Nebula sect and the Maoyin cult had taken the lead. With Jiang Chen's current cultivation, it was too easy for him to sneak into the Maoyin cult. Not to mention the guards of the Maoyin cult, even their master Wu Emo, wouldn't be able to sense Jiang Chen's presence if he walked past Wu Emo. The place where Han Yen was cultivating was the Devil Blood Pool. It was a large pool with a circumference of 30 meters. It was filled with devil blood. The top of the pool was filled with blood-red devil waves. The blood below the pool was boiling hot. Han Yan's white hair was fluttering even though there was no wind. Half of his body was submerged in the blood pool. With the continuous stimulation of Gu Tianma's bloodline, Han Yan's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. The current Han Yan had already reached the 3rd grade minor saint, which was much stronger than before. Jiang Chen silently appeared beside the devil blood pool. He couldn't help but nod when he saw the changes in Han Yan. Han Yan's improvement was much stronger than Nangong Wentian's. With the stimulation of Gu Tianma's bloodline, Han Yan would only get stronger in the future. Who is it? Han Yan felt something. He opened his eyes and saw Jiang Chen grinning at him. Little Chenzi. Han Yan was overjoyed. With a sway of his body, he walked out of the devil blood pool and came to Jiang Chen's side. It was a joyous reunion between brothers. Little Chenzi, your improvement is too fast. Han Yan shook his head speechlessly when he sensed Jiang Chen's cultivation. He had advanced to the 3rd grade minor saint after a period of hard work. It was already considered very powerful, but he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be even more terrifying. It seemed like it was impossible for him to catch up to Jiang Chen. Ah Yan, you have been in seclusion all this while. I suppose you don't know what has happened outside? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Something big must have happened. Hurry up and tell me about it. Oh yes. Where is De Huang? Han Yan didn't see De Huang dog with Jiang Chen. He was puzzled. One should know that the combination of a man and a dog was rarely separated. De Huang has obtained the totem of the demon race. Now, he has become the most important person in the demon race. Jiang Chen said. He told Han Yan everything that had happened during this period of time, including Void Triangular Domain, the enmity between him and the 5 families, De Huang dog's situation in the demon race, and the relationship between him and the ancient peoples. Jiang Chen downplayed all these things, but Han Yan was dumbfounded. Because every one of them was an earth-shattering event that could shake the entire Pure Land. Han Yan sighed. He didn't expect so many things to happen in such a short period of time. Little Chenzi, you are very powerful. However, the situation is getting more and more dangerous. The 5 families will certainly not let you go. Although Han Yan was shocked, he quickly regained his composure. He knew Jiang Chen too well. Even if Jiang Chen did something big, it would be very normal in his eyes. Ever since he knew Jiang Chen, the places Jiang Chen went to had never been peaceful. The enemies he offended were getting stronger and stronger. However, no matter how strong the enemies were, they were all defeated by Jiang Chen and became the stepping stones for Jiang Chen. Don't worry. The battle in the Pure Land has just begun. I, Jiang Chen, have experienced all kinds of storms along the way. There are many people who want to kill me. However, the outcome will always be the same. Ah Yan, you need to improve your cultivation as soon as possible so that we can fight side by side in the future. De Huang has obtained the Totem Divine Seal and is now a 9th grade minor demon saint. I'm afraid that he is trying to break through to the great saint realm. Jiang Chen patted on Han Yan's shoulder and said, Motherfucking hell. That damn dog is so strong now. I'm really feeling pressured now. However, it's not going to be easy for me to raise my cultivation state so quickly. The demon blood pool is no longer of much use to me. Han Yan shook his head helplessly. Although he had the bloodline of Gu Tianma, he didn't have any good cultivation resources. If he only relied on the bloodline of Gu Tianma, his cultivation speed would be limited. The devil blood in the devil blood pool is too low. It won't be useful to you, but I have a treasure that is suitable for your cultivation. Jiang Chen said, took out the 2nd grade Great Saint Devil Soul and handed it to Han Yan. This is a 2nd grade Great Saint Devil Soul. It will be very beneficial to you. In addition, I have a lot of dark spirits here. Your bloodline of Gu Tianma can absorb all of them. Not only will your cultivation advance by leaps and bounds, it will also stimulate the bloodline of Gu Tianma to reach another level. Jiang Chen took out all the dark spirits. He was now an 8th grade minor saint. These dark spirits were no longer useful to him, but they were very useful to Han Yan. Jiang Chen took out all the dark spirits that he had obtained. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.